The morning arrived suddenly, illuminating our heroine's room with the bright rays of the sun. She would like to sleep a little longer, but the annoying light broke through her eyelids, giving her no peace. Upon waking, the girl barely opened her eyes and realized it was time to get up. Otherwise, she would sleep all day. Her whole body ached, and she struggled to remember that the night before she probably fell asleep after drinking too much. Looking around, the girl was surprised to notice she was in an unfamiliar place. She could hear the sound of water, but it wasn't raining outside the window. Suddenly, she screamed in fear, trying to remember what happened to her last night. Her memory slowly returned her to the events that preceded this strange awakening. And it turned out that everything started not yesterday, but a week earlier. That day, our heroine finally paid off all her student debts, and to celebrate, she bought fried chicken, beer, and of course another new novel. The novel told the story of a rich man whose body was covered in scars and cuts. She read the novel greedily, admiring the generous protagonist, unable to separate herself from the book until she finally fell asleep under the influence of alcohol. When the girl woke up, she discovered that she was no longer a student, but a supporting character in a novel called Amelia Dine, the only daughter of the commander of the Knights. Despite such a drastic change in her life, the Amelia Dine she became was now an extremely attractive girl with a luxurious figure. Little by little, Amelia adapted to her new situation and decided to go to the bank with the other countesses to find out if she had any debt. It was hard for her to believe that, after paying off her student debts, she was once again facing financial servitude. The amount of debt the bank told her about was many times greater than her previous obligations. Amelia realized with horror that she would now have to work tirelessly for the rest of her life, just to pay off that exorbitant debt. Thoughts about that future were unbearable, and Amelia decided not to torment herself with sober thoughts. But it would be better to drink a little. She knew very well that her addiction to alcohol was the root of all problems. Amelia cursed alcohol, considering it the devil's potion that caused her so many problems. Her head pounded from the hangover, and her body ached. Amelia realized with horror that, most likely, it was the alcohol that led her to end up in this strange world. Suddenly, she noticed the coat of arms of the Duke of Child family on the man's suit she woke up in. She struggled to recall the events of the previous night, but there was nothing in her memory except fragments of dreams. Amelia remembered that in the novel she read, only one character wore this coat of arms. Killian Child was exactly that character, but he was actually in the same apartment as her right now. And then she heard a noise in the bathroom and saw a handsome man come out. The girl stared at his face, trying to recall if they had met before. The man, meanwhile, smiled at her and for some reason called her sister, although in the story she was not his sister. Amelia found his voice very pleasant and involuntarily fell for him. But then the thought crossed her mind, why on earth he called her little sister. Kyle asked Amelia if she was okay and if something bad had happened. Amelia couldn't believe all this was happening to her right now and wasn't a dream. She assured Kyle she was fine, but needed to clarify something. Killian was the youngest of 4 sons, who was willing to do anything to survive. And he did all sorts of bad things to do so. Killian went mad because of the envy and thirst for his riches from the people. This caused a war in which many people died and entire countries disappeared. Amelia couldn't believe that a mere heroine, not even the main one, burdened with debt, could communicate with such a character. Since it was already morning, Amelia didn't want to waste Kyle's time and was about to leave. Kyle stopped her, reminding her that she was the one who said last night that she liked him. Amelia was surprised and couldn't remember if she really said that. Kyle repeated that she confessed to him that she liked him, and he replied the same way. And furthermore, Amelia supposedly admitted that she liked it when he acted rudely. Amelia abruptly interrupted Kyle and forbade him from saying another word. She asked bewilderedly why he kept calling her little sister. Kyle replied that she herself asked him about this yesterday and that he was just fulfilling her request. Amelia decided it was time to stop drinking, otherwise she would do many obscene things. Before her next birthday, Kyle met his savior, the main character. realizing that there were only 2 years left before the world would be completely destroyed. Amelia suddenly bid Kyle a hasty farewell. Apologizing for her rudeness, she added that it would be better if she left because they met for the first time yesterday. Kyle protested in surprise that he didn't believe her. He clearly didn't want to let his new girlfriend go. He reminded her that she herself said she didn't remember anything, so it was worth clarifying all the circumstances of their meeting a little. This situation becomes difficult as she only wants to leave because she doesn't remember last night. Kyle, for his part, said he remembers every detail of what happened. Amelia, stammering, apologized and admitted that she had to confess something to the young man. She was sure that after her words, Kyle would immediately come to his senses and honestly admit that he was only with her for the money. She knew she could push Kyle towards a dark future, even if she didn't want to. Amelia suddenly wondered if Kyle would kill her if she was that rude to him. Kyle asked coldly if that was the reason to run away right now. Amelia replied that she initially knew of his status as a duke, and that's why she tried to please him. His family is the richest in the world, and the girl repeated once again that his money is the only reason for her liking him. Kyle replied, pointing out that in this case she was lucky because he really had a lot of money. And that meant she had very strong feelings for him. Amelia, embarrassed, asked Kyle to wait until she got dressed before continuing the conversation. She noticed that her body, although beautiful, was too attractive, and she felt uncomfortable being only in a nightgown. Kyle explained that her clothes were in the washing machine and suggested she wear a temporary replacement. The girl realized that he was very smart to prepare a change of clothes for her in advance. In the end, Amelia had to wear the clothes Kyle suggested. After getting dressed, she felt even more uncomfortable due to the lack of a private space. Kyle, noticing her embarrassment, said that those clothes suited her well and asked what she would like now. Amelia interrupted him and reminded him that she only approached him for money and asked if he thought that was humiliating. Kyle, instead of answering, asked, since she liked money so much, shouldn't she earn even more? Then he turned the conversation in a different direction by saying that she looked very sexy now. Kyle, wanting to know more about Amelia, asked her what she liked besides money. Because judging by last night, she also liked his appearance. Amelia watched in astonishment as Kyle, freshly dressed, started undressing again. She desperately tried to recall the events of the previous night when she met the young man. She remembered that it all started when Kyle approached her in a bar where she was sitting alone. Killian, the protagonist, might have visited the bar on the same day he wanted to commit suicide. Unable to bear unbearable mental pain. Kyle, confirming her guesses, stated that it was she who took him to the hotel, which means she must take responsibility for all consequences. The young man added that he then asked passersby where the nearest hotel was. Amelia was overwhelmed by a feeling of shame. She couldn't believe she had seduced whom. According to the plot, she was supposed to avoid. The idea occurred to Amelia that she had stolen the main character's role. And she could not accept this thought. Amelia, trying to learn more about the events of that night, asked Kyle what happened after they ended up in the hotel. Kyle said that she ordered another drink and he bought her alcohol. Then she comforted him, and he felt happy for the first time in a long time. Kyle, in a low voice, admitted that they spent the night together, after which he kissed her on the lips. Amelia, stunned by his revelation, asked him to stop immediately and not jump to conclusions. Kyle did not understand her reaction because she constantly pushes him away. Amelia tried to explain to him that it wasn't about him, because such things are only appropriate to do with the person you love. Kyle, confused, asked what she meant, not understanding how he could offend her. As a simple girl, Amelia would not dare to behave this way with a member of the child family. She also wondered if his kiss was Kyle's disguised declaration of love. Kyle concluded that, judging by last night's events, there are feelings between them. And Amelia simply didn't have time to come to her senses. Amelia, realizing her mistake, hurried to reassure him and explain that she didn't mean anything serious. At that moment, the girl felt a warmth rise in her cheeks. She realized with horror that she was really starting to fall in love with Kyle. Kyle, looking at Amelia, asked her if she was sure about her decision or if she just needed some time. Amelia, feeling him approach, said excitedly that she didn't want to repeat this. She understood that she needed to stop this dangerous flirting and mentally curse at herself for her weakness. Kyle asked again if he could continue. He longed to hear her agree and admit that she wanted this too. Amelia jokingly thought that just wanting to hear him call her little sister was a good reason to accept his proposal. Finally, the girl decisively moved away from Kyle and declared that it was time to stop the game. Another main character of the story named Vanessa Mibrand should appear soon if this happens. Then Amelia could become his ex-lover. She wanted to express her concerns to Killian, but didn't have time. At that moment, a hotel employee burst into their room without knocking and clearly in a very good mood. With indignation in his voice, he reproached the young people for inappropriate behavior, recalling that the time for their eviction from the hotel had long passed. Amelia, frightened by the sudden intrusion, abruptly pushed Kyle back and asked him why the employee hadn't knocked. At that moment, the aide Hyde, apologizing to Kyle, admitted that he hadn't noticed the presence of this hotel employee. He promised to take care of the annoying man and kick him out immediately. The employee, trying to justify himself, shouted loudly that he didn't know who Kyle was. But Hyde was already forcibly dragging him out of the room. Amelia, bewildered by Hyde's words, asked him what he meant and how exactly he intended to deal with the employee. Kyle, with a smile on his face, said he just wanted to get rid of the scoundrel who dared to see Amelia in this state. Amelia understood that human life didn't matter to him, but in this case, even for him, it would clearly be an exaggeration. In a desperate attempt to save the employee's life, Amelia begged Kyle to let him go. She didn't believe he deserved to die for such carelessness. Kyle asked suspiciously if she wanted to protect this man, EIR, against the Duke himself. Amelia, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Kyle, decided to take a different path and approach it with a little more cunning. She suddenly asked if Kyle would change his mind if she asked him to. Joking a little with Kyle, the girl admitted that she had already begun to think about how to reward him for this. Kyle, intrigued by this phrase, asked what kind of reward that was. Amelia suddenly invited him to continue what they had started a couple of minutes ago. Kyle, taking her hint with interest, asked Amelia to call him the same way she did a minute ago. Without hiding his desire, he invited Amelia to call him by his name from now on, as if they had known each other their whole lives. This request seemed very sweet to her, especially considering the young man's appearance. She accepted Kyle's request, but with the caveat that she was only doing it due to his insistence. In fact, Amelia was determined that from today on, she would do everything possible to stop their communication. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and a servant arrived to greet Amelia. And Kyle. A servant entered the room and announced that he had prepared fresh snacks for Amelia. And Kyle, inviting Amelia to taste the delicacies, suggested she do it now, or postpone the meal for later. Without hesitation, our heroine chose the option to taste the delicacies immediately. Amelia admitted that she had never tasted anything so delicious in her life. The girl, furtively watching Kyle as he ate, noticed that even at that moment, he looked like a model from the cover of a hotel brochure. Kyle explained that this was the best clothing he could prepare in such a short time. Amelia was relieved that Kyle was finally dressed appropriately. Looking at Kyle with interest, our heroine noticed that he was dressed differently today than yesterday. Trying to understand Amelia's tastes, he asked her if she liked his image from yesterday more, or today's. Amelia thought to herself that, as far as her preferences were concerned, she preferred Kyle without clothes. She suddenly came to her senses. What was she doing if she really hadn't sobered up since yesterday afternoon? Kyle suddenly revealed that the previous day was the anniversary of the death of his brothers, so he was dressed differently than usual. It was a day of grief for Kyle, and Amelia's behavior may have had a very different effect on him than on a normal day. Claiming sudden fatigue, the girl announced her desire to return home and rest as soon as possible. She asked Kyle not to look for her if she suddenly disappeared because she needed to see a doctor. Kyle, caring for Amelia, offered to bring her first aid medication. Amelia, politely refusing the offer, replied that she would be much better at home. Kyle, understanding the need to rest, agreed with her, but was also willing to help her with this. Caring for Amelia's comfort, he invited her not to resist and let him take her home. At that moment, our heroine tried to ward off strange thoughts and forbade herself from succumbing to the young man's temptation. Kyle offered to take her home in his carriage and asked where she lived. Amelia, amazed by the luxury of the carriage, compared it to a hotel on wheels. It was so comfortable. At that moment, a plan matured in Amelia's head. She realized that Killian did not know about her origin. And she decided to take the opportunity to escape. Kyle, surprised, stopping at an unremarkable house on the edge of an orchard, asked if Amelia really lived there. Hiding her excitement, Amelia asked Kyle to drive straight, assuring him that her house was very close, and that she could get out not far from it. Realizing she had made a mistake, Amelia quickly asked Kyle to turn right. Then left and then right. Kyle, seeing the construction site on the indicated street, was very surprised. Amelia really lives here. Amelia, trying to confuse her tracks, quickly said they needed to turn a little further, justifying herself with temporary confusion in memory. Kyle, already suspecting something was wrong, distrustfully followed Amelia's instructions, who asked to turn left and right, adding new turns to this. Finally, unable to stand it any longer, Kyle turned to Amelia and asked her directly why she was changing direction for the 5th time. Kyle saw her plan, guessed her attempt to hide the address and lead him in circles. But suddenly, he asked her if she wanted to go to his house, instead of walking her around. Amelia, feeling caught, had to admit that Kyle was right and that there was no point in arguing. After this, the young man, without wasting time, ordered the coachman to take them to his estate. Amelia kept wondering if it would be better to jump out of the carriage, while it was moving than to stay with him until the famous end of the novel. Meanwhile, Kyle assured his girlfriend that he lived alone, and she could stay with him as long as she wanted. He invited her to spend the night in his room, assuring her that it was spacious enough. Amelia assumed he had fallen for her, since he invited her to spend the night in his room. According to the novel's canon, Killian avoided women before meeting the main character, as befitted his status as a duke. The girl couldn't believe that the night before had impressed him so much and forced him to change his habits. Amelia, still hesitant, timidly asked Kyle if he really liked what happened between them last night. Amelia apologized for accidentally leaning on him and referred to the dizziness in the carriage. Kyle, with a gallant air, invited Amelia to lie down on his lap if it was more convenient for her. Having gotten more comfortable, Amelia admitted that lying on his lap turned out to be very comfortable. Kyle, with a playful tone in his voice, warned her not to fidget unless she wanted to seduce him. It wasn't long before they reached the estate, and Kyle recalled that this carriage belonged to him. He could do whatever he wanted in it. When they finally reached the estate, our heroine promised herself she would live here for a little while, and then leave and forget their encounter. The journey from the main gate to the entrance of the estate will take half a day, Amelia thought at that moment. It's so big. She had planned to escape at night, but now seeing the size of the property and the helpful servants, she was afraid of getting lost. Kyle, proudly showing off his possessions, asked if Amelia liked his estate and its decoration. Amelia, fascinated by the beauty of the house, admitted that she was unlikely to get bored here, even if she stayed for a couple of days. She suggested that if she stayed for a long time, it might cause inconvenience not only to Kyle, but also to his servants. At that moment, the servants appeared around the corner and politely asked Amelia to stay with them for as long as possible. Kyle, gesturing to invite Amelia into the house, called his little sister and invited her to make herself at home. The servants, watching what was happening with interest, wondered why Killian behaved so carelessly and allowed himself to hug an unknown girl. Amelia, feeling uncomfortable, politely told Kyle that he probably had important things to do. Kyle, surprised by her desire to leave, asked where she wanted to go, since it was her first time in this house. He urgently invited her to sit down and wait a couple of minutes until he sorted everything out. At that moment, the servants approached Kyle one after another, each with a report about their affairs. And he gave them 30 seconds so they could state the essence of the matter. One of the servants informed Kyle that the Miri Trading Company had sent them a contract for the supply of Celtic goods, which constituted the majority of their products. Amelia watched in amazement as Kyle glanced at the servant's message. He ordered the contract to be examined and then moved on to the next report. One by one, the servants reported on current affairs, the request from the Mary Relief Center, and the donations from Duke Child's company. Having completed his business, Kyle turned to Amelia and noticed that she was looking at him with interest. Amelia, slightly embarrassed, noticed that Kyle was very attractive when working and solving complex problems. Kyle, in a playful tone, offered to show her his room, where she would stay for the next few days. He jokingly added that she dragged him to her room last night, and now it was his turn. Amelia, feeling uncomfortable, directly said that this wasn't entirely correct, and that things shouldn't be rushed so much. Kyle, with a smile on his face, explained that there were no other rooms available, and that she would have to agree. Amelia replied by asking what happened to the other rooms on the estate, since there are so many here. The servants politely explained that there were many rooms on the estate, but that they couldn't stay in them because they were already occupied. The Duke's servants warned Amelia that it was not safe to be alone on the estate, and advised her to always stay close to him. The tour of the estate continued, and all the servants simultaneously asked Amelia to stay with them forever. Amelia, at that moment, was thinking about how she could get out of the estate, because everyone here was very welcoming to her. She realized with regret that she would no longer be able to savor the delicious dishes they offered her. But this couldn't continue indefinitely. After the walk, Amelia felt unwell and apparently had a fever. Wanting to clean up and relax, she decided to take a shower and relax a bit. Kyle, caring for Amelia, asked the servants to take her to the bathroom and help the girl. Unexpectedly for Kyle, our heroine, smiling flirtatiously, asked him to wait for her in the bedroom. Like an obedient child. With a sense of accomplishment, Amelia was glad she could carry out her plan quickly. And silently, without Kyle guessing anything. Amelia asked the servants to prepare aromatic oils with a scent that the Duke liked. The maid, politely addressing Amelia, promised to fulfill her request immediately. Hearing the maid call her my sister, Amelia was mentally indignant because they took this word for her name. The maid, anticipating Amelia's wish, offered her a delicious, refreshing drink. As soon as the door closed behind the maid and she left for a drink, Amelia, wasting no time, ran to the window. Luckily, the guest bathroom where she was located was on the first floor, which greatly facilitated the escape. Not wanting to leave any evidence, Amelia wrote a farewell letter in which she honestly admitted everything. After climbing down the window rope, she left the hospitable house with helpful servants without looking back. With a sense of relief and freedom, Amelia mentally bid farewell to the rich protagonist condemned to death. Hyde, some time later, informed the Duke about Amelia's escape, which happened during his absence. Exactly 1 week has passed since Amelia left the letter and disappeared. In her letter, Amelia sincerely asked the Duke for forgiveness for her action. She admitted that she and he were from different worlds and were not suited for each other. She also apologized for not being honest with him initially. Amelia wished the Duke to find his true love and promised to pray for his happiness. After reading the letter, Kyle was indignant. He couldn't believe Amelia abandoned him in such a cruel way. At that very moment, he remembered that it was she who lured him to the hotel and not the other way around. That night, Amelia, captivated by Kyle, flatteringly congratulated him, calling him handsome boy, and asking him to call her sister. Kyle, suspecting she was mad from drinking, tried to put her to bed and reminded her that she was not much older than him. Amelia was surprised that he knew her age and asked him how he knew that, since they had just met. Not wanting to argue, Amelia asked Kyle that night to let her lie down, promising him that everything would be fine. Kyle couldn't understand why he succumbed to Amelia's charms and went to the hotel with her, because he wasn't used to fleeting connections. He decided not to resist fate, let himself be carried away, and felt that there was some meaning in this situation. In fact, Kyle already knew very well that they had known each other for 10 years. That is the time that had passed since their first meeting. He was 13 then and attended a course for heirs at the child bank, taught by the bank manager himself. In the afternoon of the same day, a dinner was held at a countess's house, attended by many nobles. Kyle's father was an influential man at that time and highly respected. It was in the main building of the child bank that an event took place that changed the lives of Amelia and Kyle forever. Amelia's father, Earl Dine, was horrified to learn that his friend, for whom he had rashly vouched, had run away and not paid his debts, which threatened to ruin the Dine family. 14-year-old Amelia, with emotion and anxiety in her voice, turned to her father, trying to find out what would happen to their family now. Hyde, a faithful servant of the child family, explained to young Kyle that Earl Dine could not pay his debts on his own. And now all the family's property was pledged. He said that it was this family, about whom he often told him, that found itself in such a desperate situation. Hyde explained that the Dane family, wanting to help their friend, vouched for his debts. But in the end, they themselves found themselves on the brink of ruin and lost their properties and lands. Amelia's mother, trying to cheer up the family, said that money is not the main thing, and that they should be grateful that everyone is healthy. Amelia, supporting her mother, agreed with her and said that family is strength, and together they will overcome this trial. Amelia's father, feeling guilty, apologized to his daughter for causing trouble for their family. Little Kyle indifferently thought that he didn't care about the Dine family's problems. His character was far from ideal. As the heir to the child family, Kyle was trained from childhood to ignore trifles such as pity, envy, or jealousy. Kyle's father, Earl Child, demanded that his son call him father and not dad, as was customary in common families. But the burning bitterness in Kyle's heart constantly forced him back to memories of the past. He couldn't understand exactly what he was looking for in these memories and what overwhelmed him. The image of that girl he had briefly met, and the memories of her had already begun to fade. But over time, she appeared again and again in his thoughts. This stranger seemed to excite his heart, making it beat faster. A few days after the ruin of the Dane family, the royal family requested additional financing. The family of Earl Dane again asked for help, but due to existing debts, they were forbidden entry to the palace. Amelia's father and mother apologized to their daughter for the fact that, due to his mistake, she was forced to suffer so much. Amelia, trying to cheer up her parents, said that they should not be discouraged, because she believed that they could pay off all the debts, although the amount seemed huge to them. Recalling her past experience, the girl confidently decided that she had already managed to get out of the debt hole once, and that she could do it again. She tried to view the situation optimistically, arguing that the main thing was their health, because they hadn't lost anything truly valuable. Kyle looked at Amelia and was surprised to see how much she had grown since the last time he saw her. Only after their second meeting, Kyle realized what he felt back then when he was a child. He realized that envy was tormenting him. It was this feeling that had lived in his heart all this time. As the sole heir of the rich child family, he had never been able to experience the same feeling of warmth and comfort that reigned in the Dine family despite their hardships. Even then, that night in the bar, he realized what he felt for Amelia. And he couldn't leave her alone when he himself was on the verge of despair. He wanted to beg the girl to take him with her to her world, although he had no idea what that meant. Kyle remembered how Amelia dragged him to the hotel, although he couldn't deny that he liked it too. That's why, when he was informed about Amelia's escape a week ago, he decided it was time to stop these games. But in truth, he still missed her, and this time he did not deny this feeling. Kyle let her go, realizing that his heart no longer belonged to him and that all his thoughts were only about her. Amelia, after having made him what he was now, left him, and said that they were not suitable for each other. Kyle thought that this was their common problem, and only he could take the first step towards each other. He realized that he could not refuse Amelia, even if she pushed him away from her. Since they don't fit together, as our heroine thinks, we just have to make sure they do. Then Kyle did not waste time and asked his assistant Hyde where Amelia was now. Hyde reported that Amelia had already returned home a week ago and seemed to be seriously ill. Kyle was angry that Hyde didn't tell him this earlier. Blaming himself for leaving Amelia alone at that time, he decided to visit her the next day. Hyde, wanting to please his master, invited him to take some travel supplies. Kyle asked Hyde to pack medicines for Amelia, as well as things she likes. Remembering what Amelia had said about her love for money, Kyle ordered Hyde to take gold bars and jewelry. In addition, he asked Hyde to prepare a suit for him the next day that could be easily removed. The lion of the Child family will never back down until he gets his way, and Kyle was determined to get Amelia back. At that moment, our heroine Amelia was seriously ill in her room. She bitterly complained about her fate and found herself in the body of an earl's daughter, burdened with huge debts. Desperate, she considered spending her last savings, intended for unforeseen expenses, on a visit to a healer. Suddenly, Amelia heard a noise in the house and asked in surprise what was going on. Because they hadn't had servants for a long time, who could have made the noise? In response, the bailiff's harsh voice was heard, who, along with his assistants, carefully searched every corner of the house. Amelia's mother, excited and helpless, asked what they should do now. Amelia, realizing with horror what was happening, realized that the bailiffs were stealing all their property. The bailiff rudely ordered his assistants to take away the teddy bears and knitted items that might have some value. He ordered everything in this house to be sealed and was constantly angry, not wanting to be distracted by conversations. Amelia, trying to object, reminded the bailiff that when the child bank lends money to nobles, it does not return it through confiscation of property. Grumblingly admitting that Amelia was right, the man explained that only those families who have an heir are exempt from paying debts. The bailiff, although obliged to seal the property of the Dine family, assured them that their noble title would remain with them. If their family is truly bankrupt, but they have an heir, then he can exercise the right to be exempt from debt payment and restore the family's honor. Amelia, upon hearing the bailiff's words, hopefully decided that she, as the heir to the Dine family, could take advantage of this opportunity. The bailiff, wanting to know Amelia's future plans, asked her if she was going to work and pay off her debts. Amelia remembered seeing many job advertisements in newspapers and also reading the lending policy of Child Bank, and having answered that it was true. She realized that by becoming Amelia Dine, she not only received a new name, but also took on the responsibility for her family's fate. The girl gratefully remembered her parents, Earl and Countess Dean, who, despite all the difficulties, surrounded her with love and affection. Determined to help her loved ones out of poverty, she announced to the bailiff that she intended to work to pay off her debts. The bailiff warned Amelia of the need to provide him with proof of employment within a month. Amelia resolutely replied that she would do everything on time and asked them to leave her house. This defiant behavior greatly irritated the bailiffs. It seemed to them that they were only wasting time. Amelia noticed with annoyance that the bailiff had stuck a sticker with an inscription about sealed property on it. Because her father rashly vouched for a stranger, now they all had to solve these problems. The more Amelia learned about her new parents, the stranger they seemed to her. She found it hard to believe that her father, once the youngest knight to receive the title of Grand Master, was so ruthlessly betrayed by his own loyalty. Even now, despite his high title, he was forced to sew eyes on teddy bears with his own hands so as not to spend extra money. Amelia's mother, who came from a noble family, was the daughter of a rich earl. Despite all the hardships her family went through because of her father, she neither lost her beauty nor her pride, enduring all trials with fortitude. This, according to Amelia, was her main problem. They were sweet and kind, but completely inadequate for life. They prayed when water dripped from the roof, but they couldn't fix it themselves. And their servant Pedro was too short to reach the leak. Amelia looked bitterly at her parents, who, instead of solving the problem, prayed even when there was no food left in the house. It seems prayer is the only thing they know how to do, even at the end of the day. It was because of this blind faith in a higher power that Amelia couldn't just leave them. And run away, she didn't want to hurt them. Amelia understood that she needed to find ways to save, so she could somehow reduce the family's enormous debt. Having decided to get to work, the girl invited her parents to sit down and calculate together how much money they spend on upkeep. But at the same time, she realized that poor nutrition could cause illnesses. So she offered to sell some of her jewelry to get some money. Amelia's mother curiously asked when she would have time to devise that plan, and suggested that her daughter study economics. After calming her loved ones, Amelia headed to her room to rest before her guest arrived. Despite her illness, Amelia took care of her parents and hoped the healer would come as soon as possible. Annoyed, she tried to tear off that very sticker, but it refused to come off. After that, our heroine decided that if someone wants to enter, they will definitely knock on the door. She thought that although she had escaped death, she might die of illness. At that moment, Kyle suddenly entered the room. He carefully asked if she could get up and felt relieved to see that she had woken up. Kyle, worried about her health, first offered her water and hurried to hand her a glass of water. Amelia apologized for accidentally spilling water from a glass onto his jacket. Kyle told her not to worry. He wasn't angry because his jacket was wet, because the main thing was that she let him in. The young man suggested she rest more and promised he wouldn't leave until she recovered. For a second, the thought crossed his mind that the girl wanted to seduce him by luring him to her room. Then Kyle, wanting to know more about her condition, asked her how long she had been sick. Amelia admitted she had been coughing since she stripped down for a bath. Amelia, with a smile on her face, admitted to Kyle that she ran away from him because she was sick. And she didn't want to infect him. Kyle didn't know what to think, because that night he decided Amelia had rejected him. And that's why she ran away from the estate. Noticing Amelia had a hot forehead, Kyle asked if the girl would accept his help, since he had an excellent doctor at his disposal. Amelia stated that she felt very bad and was beginning to think she would soon die from this illness. Then she asked Kyle not to look at her with such sad eyes, as that would make her feel even worse. She apologized for asking him not to look for her after she ran away, because she didn't want to hurt anyone. Kyle smiled and replied that he now understands everything, and there is no need even to make excuses for her. Then he told Amelia that he had called the doctor and asked her to get dressed, because he would arrive here very soon. Noticing the crest embroidered on Amelia's dress, Kyle asked what it meant, and why she did the embroidery. Kyle severely turned to the assistant Hyde and asked what was going on here. Hyde promised to investigate everything immediately and asked what he should do when he found the culprit. Kyle, overwhelmed with anger, ordered Hyde to kill or burn the culprit without talking. Hyde, obeying the order, assured Kyle that he would fulfill his will and that he was ready to carry out the order right now. Then, Kyle suggested that the girl put on more comfortable clothes that he had prepared for her, even if she didn't feel well. Amelia doubted her ability to dress alone and asked the maid for help. Kyle, not wanting to miss the opportunity to be alone with Amelia, offered to help. Amelia, citing the fact that it was a woman's dress, politely refused Kyle's help and would prefer a maid to help her. Kyle joked that anyway, she wouldn't wear a new dress over her wet nightgown. Amelia, indignant at his insinuations, abruptly interrupted Kyle and asked him to turn around. At that moment, Amelia realized that she couldn't relax even for a minute in Kyle's presence, since he constantly tried to seduce her. Amelia's parents knocked on the door and said the doctor had already arrived and was ready for an examination. Dr. Paul Ramian, chief physician of the child hospital, politely greeted Amelia and offered her his help. Politely, he asked Amelia for permission to examine her as social etiquette dictated. Amelia, coughing, asked in surprise why so many people were coming to her, and even the chief physician himself. She wondered why Duke Child suddenly took an interest in her health and sent her the best doctors on the continent. When and under what circumstances did she meet Duke Child, who spends so much time caring for her? After examining Amelia, the doctor exclaimed in horror that her condition was very serious. And he didn't understand how it could reach such an advanced stage. The doctor explained that Amelia could only recover if she received the best treatment and rested in comfortable conditions, which this place could not provide her. Amelia, realizing the gravity of her situation, asked with despair in her voice why she had started coughing just a moment ago. The parents said they were ready to sell anything, even hair or corneas, just to pay for the necessary medical expenses to save their daughter. Kyle, worried about Amelia's condition, asked the doctor where he would recommend she live for a speedy recovery. Dr. Remian suddenly recommended Duke Child's estate, where Amelia would receive 24-hour care and the best treatment in the empire. He emphasized that the estate has created ideal conditions for critically ill patients. With hope in their voices, her parents began to ask if moving to the Duke's estate could really save her life. Kyle, seizing the opportunity, quickly declared that since the chief physician himself recommended that she be treated at his estate, he would be delighted to take her there immediately. At the same time, he expressed his doubts that the Count's daughter would feel comfortable living with a stranger. And then Kyle offered Amelia the only way out of this situation, to become his girlfriend. Amelia even forgot about her illness for a moment. She realized that she was facing a person who was capable of achieving everything he desired. She asked bewilderedly why he should offer to date her, as this would not help her treatment at all. Kyle realized that flowers alone would not be enough to convince Amelia, and hinted that he was willing to offer her more than just courtship. Then he snapped his fingers, and servants immediately rushed into the room with heavy chests full of jewelry and money. Amelia, astonished by Kyle's generosity, exclaimed how much all that wealth was worth. Kyle confidently declared that he could give her everything she wanted, and even more. According to the book's plot, she is supposed to meet her true love, destined for him by fate. And Amelia did not want to interfere with the course of history. The girl indignantly rejected Kyle's assumption that she communicates with him only for money. Kyle didn't want to give up so easily and reminded her of her own words that she was willing to do anything for money. Amelia, trying to get away, said that of course she communicates with him only for money. And it's a fact. Kyle immediately asked her out, since she was so obsessed with money because he had a lot of it. Amelia felt trapped, as if she had truly dug her own grave, from which she could not escape now. At that moment, Amelia's father entered the room, and upon hearing his daughter's last words, excitedly asked what they were talking about. In response, Kyle tried to talk to her father and assured him that not everything was exactly as he thought. He turned to Count Dine and told him that he was her first man, and that's why he was the one who came to her house today. Amelia interrupted Kyle and demanded that he keep quiet, because Kyle was going to tell her father how she dragged him to the hotel. Kyle, pretending nothing was wrong, calmly confirmed his own words and told the Count that this is exactly how everything happened. Suddenly, our heroine's father began to think, what if his daughter really likes him? And she should still trust him. At that moment, Amelia asked her dad to leave the room so they could talk privately. In a fit of desperation, Amelia, without realizing it, tightly grabbed Kyle's shirt. After a strong tug, Kyle's shirt unbuttoned, exposing his torso to the amazed eyes of those present, who, as if on purpose, had entered her room. Silence reigned in the room. Everyone present looked confusedly at Kyle, standing shirtless, and Amelia held his tie in her hands. Kyle, in a low voice, embarrassed Amelia because, even though she was sick, she shouldn't have behaved this way. Amelia exclaimed that it was a very strange shirt that unbuttoned by itself because it had no buttons. Ignoring his daughter's embarrassment, her father excitedly mumbled that she and her mother needed to pack Amelia's things to move to the Duke's estate. And then, for some reason, my mother said that the sound insulation of the old house leaves much to be desired. And that all the noise will be heard. The doctor, along with everyone else, politely said goodbye to Amelia and left. Remembering the doctor's words about her deadly illness, the girl with anxiety in her voice asked what would happen to her next. She looked at Kyle, whose torso was still bare, and asked what happened to his shirt, since she barely touched him. In response, he just explained to her that he had come to take her to the estate, and that's why he prepared everything she liked. Kyle, trying to calm Amelia, gently told her that there was no need to worry because she was sick. Taking advantage of the situation, he invited her to admit that she wanted to be his girlfriend before he changed his mind. Amelia asked why she should confess. She didn't understand why he would even think she wanted this. Kyle, citing the doctor's words, told Amelia she had pharyngitis, which could turn into a more complex illness. Amelia wanted to know what would happen next and didn't understand why Kyle was so worried. It wasn't just a common cold. The girl already suspected that something was wrong, as she felt very bad for a simple cold. A plan came to her mind to become Kyle's girlfriend for a while so that he would help her with the treatment. And then do something repulsive to leave him. Kyle, wanting to mend his outburst, gave Amelia a beautiful bouquet of flowers. Amelia, resigned to her fate, agrees to become his girlfriend. Kyle, slightly embarrassed, admitted that this illness is also actually called a cold. He gallantly invited her to board his carriage together, which was already waiting near the house. Finally, both went outside and saw a carriage in front of them that was the most modern at that time. Amelia, cursing her fate, realized with annoyance that she had fallen into a trap. Kyle reminded her that now that they were dating, she should only have eyes for him. At that moment, our heroine realized with annoyance that everything should have been completely different. She suddenly remembered Kyle's strange shirt, which unbuttoned so easily. And Amelia asked him if he did it on purpose. Without waiting for an answer, the girl suggested that he might have really done this. Knowing Kyle's character, Kyle, with a smug smile, reminded her that he had already told her he could give her the best. Amelia asked him not to do such things again, because at that moment there were other people in the room. And he embarrassed everyone with his action. She firmly stated that she would not allow this to happen again, not even in private, nor in front of other people. Otherwise, she could not answer for her actions. Kyle, with dissatisfaction in his voice, grumbled that he did not like the tone. Trying to change the subject, he suggested Amelia take a nap, as the road ahead was long. It was as if he had changed, and our heroine needed to force him to leave her as soon as possible. She firmly decided to take this step. Amelia declared that she stuck her nose into all of Kyle's affairs, asking him endless questions about what he was doing and who he was communicating with. She hinted that she would constantly watch him, not giving him a moment's peace. Kyle, in response, invited her to spend the whole day together and promised to warn his employees. He even thought about preparing a place for her in his office. Amelia, feeling trapped, mumbled sadly that she was ready to do anything so that he wouldn't leave her. Suddenly, Kyle reminded her that a week ago he had asked her to wait for him in his room while she showered. He said with a malicious smile that he had to wait too long, and that now he wouldn't mind receiving a small reward. Amelia just closed her eyes tightly so as not to notice his puppy dog look, which could disarm her. Gathering her strength, she reminded Kyle that she had to run away then so as not to give him a cold. She said with sincere sympathy that it would be terrible if he got sick because of her. Amelia, timidly lowering her head, asked Kyle to let her live alone for a while after they arrived at the estate. Kyle immediately agreed and assured her that her well-being was his top priority. He promised to wait until she recovered, and the girl was jubilant that her plan was starting to work again. Unable to contain her emotions, she affectionately mumbled how cute he was when he behaved like this. In that second, Kyle remembered Hyde's instructions, who asked for a brief conversation before IR with Amelia. Hyde then wisely noted that in love, you cannot do everything by yourself, and you must do everything together. Kyle, confused, asked if that meant he needed to push Amelia away. Hyde explained in detail that love is something special, different from everything else. And too much liking kills liking. Kyle thoughtfully mumbled that this makes sense, but that means he has to pretend to be indifferent. With a determined look, he declared that he would immediately go to see Amelia and confess his love to her. But as if he didn't care, Hyde politely asked him for forgiveness and invited him to explain in more detail what pushing Amelia away meant. Because the young man had misunderstood everything. At that moment, the nearby maid mumbled in surprise because she didn't know Kyle could speak so loudly. Some time later, our heroine arrived at the child estate and immediately realized that this estate was the best place she had ever been. Amelia, looking enchanted at the bathroom, exclaimed that it was so large you could swim in it like in a pool. The greenhouse reminded her of a fairy tale greenhouse. It was very large and beautiful. It seemed to her that the bedroom was simply huge, and of course, the furniture in it was the most expensive. The food served to her was so delicious that she felt like she was in a 5-star hotel. Amelia noted with particular joy that Kyle does not impose himself on her, and she is simply wonderful here. She suggested with doubt in her voice that maybe he had lost his former interest in her due to the fact that they were now a couple. Kyle turned to Hyde and asked if he was sure his plan would work. With annoyance in his voice, he complained to Hyde that when Amelia was walking in the garden and met him, she didn't even look at him, even though he was dressed like a true gentleman. Hyde politely objected that he was mistaken. Amelia simply liked being on the estate. And this was a good sign. He explained that she felt comfortable here and would definitely open her heart to him when she got used to the new place. Kyle, somewhat calmed, decided that Hyde was right, but the main thing was that the girl did not forget about him. Inspired by this idea, he ordered Hyde to prepare everything necessary so that he could win Amelia's heart. The maid politely addressed Amelia and told her that the Duke had asked her to deliver a letter to her. Amelia didn't understand why he sent her a letter, because they live on the same estate. In this letter, he told her not to be shy and to tell him if the guest was too hot or cold. Did he really need to write her a letter to tell her all this? At that moment, she thought that after that day, the girl began to receive similar notes from Kyle every day. Kyle wrote that he asked the chefs to take special care when creating a menu for her so that she would recover faster. His attention towards her was starting to get tiresome. The girl remembered that in the novel, the hero spent fabulous amounts of money on his beloved. At that moment, she realized that, unlike the main character of the novel, she was a simple middle-class girl. Suddenly, she heard Kyle's voice and exclaimed in surprise that she was finally seeing him after all these 2 weeks. Kyle, with tenderness in his voice, admitted that he really missed her all this time. Amelia asked him why he never visited her during all this time. She didn't want to tell him the same thing. But it would have been rude to remain silent. Determined to calm the situation, she invited him to have a drink together. With doubt in her voice, she asked him if he really didn't visit her for fear of catching the infection. Kyle reminded her that she herself asked him to leave her alone. He couldn't even imagine that she would refuse their meetings for fear of getting sick. The young man admitted that it is difficult for him to control himself when she is near. Amelia curiously asked Kyle what exactly it was that he found difficult to control. Not hearing his answer, she politely asked him to repeat it. Kyle enthusiastically admitted that he really wanted to tell her all this in person, which is why he didn't write about it in letters. Amelia suggested at this point that maybe she shouldn't have teased him. Kyle thought about everything he felt for her and only now realized that this was not just interest, but true love. The girl began to understand that the conversation had taken a completely different direction than she expected. She realized with horror that he was declaring his love for her, and she absolutely did not want to hear that. Desperate, she asked Kyle to shut up because his words were making her blush. She bitterly admitted to herself that when such a guy declares his love to you, you involuntarily begin to fall in love with him. This means you can forget about the happy ending. She won't be able to control her feelings. Kyle politely asked Amelia if she wanted him to express his feelings in some other way than with words. He added that in this case, she should be prepared for much more. Amelia replied that she didn't mean that, and that she didn't understand what suddenly happened to him today. By the way, she had long wanted to ask when he managed to say that he liked her naked body. Kyle, with bewilderment in his voice, asked again. It wasn't the first time they saw each other. Amelia explained that it was a rhetorical question and should not be taken so seriously. At that moment, she realized that he was indeed very handsome. His body proportions were perfect. The impeccable definition of his muscles and his charming smile, more beautiful than the idols, could not leave her indifferent. Kyle joked that if she kept looking at him like that, she would burn a hole in him. Amelia objected that people tend to admire beauty, so he shouldn't invent unnecessary things. Kyle asked Amelia if she thought he was handsome, or at least good-looking. Amelia only replied how he managed to ask such questions with such a carefree expression on his face. She suddenly exclaimed that his face was so beautiful it could be printed on banknotes without shame. In her opinion, it would be even better to print the face on the obverse and the body on the reverse. Kyle suggested that she look at him as much as she wanted, instead of thinking about money with his image on it. Amelia replied that she was just saying that he had a beautiful face and that she didn't need it to belong to her. At that moment, she remembered that in the novel, when the hero first confessed his love to the main character, he also spoke about his loneliness. Kyle believed that nobody cared about his true feelings. People only feared him and despised or adored his wealth. But in fact, nobody in this world needs him because Kyle is nothing without his money. Amelia realized that she had touched a raw nerve and tried to steer the conversation in a different direction. She added that he is not only handsome, but completely beautiful. His appearance can conquer the whole world. The girl noticed that any person in this world would want to be with him just by looking at him. Kyle began to guess that she didn't have a clear idea of how things went in the social life of people close to the emperor. Amelia replied that it didn't matter if she knew or not, because that wouldn't make him less handsome. She was sure that any girl would melt at one of his smiles and couldn't resist. Of course, it was in vain that our heroine reminded him of his injury. It would have been better not to start with this topic. In an attempt to make up for it, he asked if anyone would refuse such a man, because that is nonsense. In that second, Kyle asked directly, she wouldn't refuse him either if this were true. Amelia replied that she was no longer that young, that she would soon pass the age when people usually get married. Kyle said it didn't matter to him, because if he likes something, he wants to get it. With ardor in his voice, he asked Amelia if she had similar desires for him. Amelia replied that not everything is exactly as he understands it himself, and that he should not ask her such questions. Kyle, of course, really wanted her to be his only love, but winning such a place from a girl was not so easy. Amelia suddenly exclaimed, "Why is he looking at her like that? Is something wrong with him?" The young man objected that he was only repeating the words she herself had told him. He added ironically that people tend to admire beauty, repeating Amelia's words to her. Amelia felt embarrassed and admitted that she had completely lost her mind from his endless compliments. She understood that it was difficult to keep composure when such an attractive guy was complimenting her. But Amelia tried to hide her feelings by saying she wasn't interested in what he had to say. Kyle decided not to pursue the topic. He assured Amelia that he just wanted to express his love for her. Amelia understood that he was trying to show her his love without words, although a minute ago it seemed to her that he only needed her body. Amelia decided not to rush the relationship development because they had only just started dating. Kyle, wanting to know when he could confess his love, joked that he could do it even in 10 years. Amelia admitted to herself that Kyle was smart and that she should stop arguing with him. A moment later, the Duke expressed his gratitude to Amelia for everything she had done for him. Amelia noted that this is the third time Kyle has taken her in his arms to say goodbye. His touch had already become familiar to her physically, and her hands automatically grabbed his neck. Amelia, realizing that Kyle was taking her somewhere, asked where they were going and what he wanted this time. Kyle reminded Amelia that she had written in a letter that they were not suitable for each other. And now he wanted to know how she knew that. Amelia, frightened by Kyle's words, assumed he wanted to test their compatibility at night. She categorically refused to sleep in the place where he was leading her. Events were developing too quickly. After another minute, the doors opened and they found themselves in Duke Child's huge bedroom. Kyle, with passion in his voice, admitted to Amelia that he could not contain his feelings for her. And he missed being able to express them. Not wanting to succumb to his charms, the girl resolutely declared that she would not yield to his temptation. Looking around, she was surprised to notice that, despite the luxurious furniture, the room seemed empty. Amelia, reproaching herself for unnecessary worries, decided not to give in to her feelings for Kyle without knowing his history. Kyle, sensing Amelia's doubts, asked her directly if she was worried about him and their relationship. Amelia, trying to hide her true feelings, replied moderately that it was normal to worry about loved ones. Kyle, with warmth in his eyes, admitted that he needs all of Amelia and that he always gets what he wants. There was some deception in his words, but at the same time they seemed sweet and romantic to Amelia. Amelia knew that he cared deeply about him and found him attractive. But she didn't want to lose control of the situation. Then she asked Kyle to wait a little. She was embarrassed by the fact that she was only in a dressing gown. Realizing that Kyle had pajamas ready for her, Amelia decided to use it to her advantage. Amelia politely asked Kyle to turn around while she changed. Of course, the girl already realized that Kyle desired her. It was simply impossible not to notice. Kyle passionately admitted that he couldn't contain his feelings when she was near him. The girl feared that if they immediately kissed and hugged when they met, they would quickly get used to it and lose interest, and she suggested establishing rules. Kyle categorically rejected Amelia's proposal, saying that he didn't need rules. Amelia, skillfully using his ardor, invited Kyle to kiss her if he agreed to her condition. Unable to resist temptation, Kyle agreed and they shared a long kiss. Kyle, unable to contain his feelings, timidly asked Amelia to let him kiss her again. Then Amelia set a new rule before any action. Kyle must ask her permission and wait until she counts to 3. Wanting to have her way, Amelia threatened Kyle by telling him that if he refused, they would stop dating. Kyle, fascinated by Amelia, tenderly admitted that she drives him crazy. Amelia felt her heart beating wildly in her chest, but she didn't want to give in to her feelings, even though she liked Kyle very much. Kyle, perplexed, asked Amelia why she needed to count to 3 and what she was doing. Amelia argued that the anticipation of something pleasant makes the process more exciting. Kyle, not sharing Amelia's opinion, suggested other ways to make their relationship interesting. Even though he didn't like the new rules, Kyle agreed to wait until 3 if it was that important to her. Amelia, rejoicing in her small victory, mentally praised her ingenuity. She was close to her goal. New. Kyle suddenly suggested changing the rules of the game. He will take the initiative if she wants to do something, and she will take the initiative if the proposal came from Kyle. Yes, he invited Amelia to try a new game, but at the same time, he wanted to check her reaction. Amelia replied by clarifying that first, she just needs to say what she really wants. Kyle directly admitted that he wanted to hug Amelia tightly and that she should call him by his name. Amelia agreed to the game and, trying to delay the moment of the hug, slowly started counting to 3. Making long pauses while counting from 1 to 3, she was clearly preparing for something. The girl pronounced the words, stretching them as much as possible to confuse the young man. Suddenly, just before the last count, she loudly wished Kale good night, still without counting to 3. At this point, their romantic moment was interrupted by Hyde, who told Kyle important news. Hyde, from behind the door, loudly informed them that Miss Claire had unexpectedly returned home. Upon hearing Claire's name, Amelia remembered that Claire Child was the only one besides Kyle who survived the attack. And now she has finally returned home after a long absence. Claire Child was the illegitimate daughter of the former Duke Child, according to the novel's plot. She was the Duke's first child, but her existence was kept secret because she looked so much like her father that he could not disown her. Her father, testing little Kyle, set him the condition to prove his strength and the ability to protect the status and wealth of the child family. From that moment on, a fierce fight for the title of heir began. The Duke's eldest son, upon learning of Claire's existence and that she could become an heir, accidentally fell down the stairs and died. On his 18th birthday, Kyle survived another assassination attempt, attacked at knife point by his second elder brother, a man in whom he had always trusted unconditionally. After this tragic event, Kyle shut himself off, hiding a deep emotional wound. It was during this dark period of his life that Amelia appeared, who, like a ray of light, pierced his darkness. Claire, taking care of Kyle, offered to satisfy his hunger and reminded him that he must survive to become the protector of the child's name in the future. She assured Kyle that she was willing to help him in this difficult matter. Claire, realizing the seriousness of the situation, asked Kyle not to forget her when he became Duke. She was willing to do anything to help him. All these tragic events, combined with Kyle's harsh character, earned him the nickname Duke Monster. Kyle's first official event as Duke was the funeral of his brothers and father. Kyle, stunned by Claire's revelation, could not believe what he heard and asked her if she was his sister. And what was her real purpose? He accused Claire of wanting to become Duchess and demanded to know what she really wanted from him. Claire, tired of being imprisoned for 28 years, admitted that she had only one deeper desire. She dreamed of finding freedom. That was her only cherished goal in life. Claire became Amelia's favorite character thanks to her touching story. And she fondly remembered many moments associated with this heroine. Kyle, lost in thought, reproached Amelia for not paying attention to him. Amelia, timidly apologizing, admitted that Kyle himself was thoughtful, so there was no point in blaming her alone. In fact, they were both thinking about the same person, but unlike Amelia, Kyle had negative feelings towards her. Amelia, recalling past events, pointed out that Kyle did not reject Claire when he became Duke, and they maintained a business relationship. Claire has returned from her trip to the Empire, but Amelia has not taken into account Kyle's complicated past. Kyle's story was truly very sad, even for the main character. And the girl wanted to know more about his past. Noticing the scar on Kyle's body, Amelia curiously asked how he got it. After specifying that she didn't want to see his wound, she waited for an answer. Kyle said that this scar was a gift from his second elder brother for his birthday. He added sarcastically that his brother apparently wanted to inflict a more serious wound on him. But his plan failed. Kyle grimly admitted that the scar on his body appears every year on his birthday. Noticing Amelia's worried face, he hurried to assure her that if she were with him on his next birthday, the scar would not bother him. Kyle asked Amelia not to leave him, as all other people had done throughout his life. Amelia clearly understood that she was not the main character of the novel, and that she was not destined to be with him forever. She felt an imminent catastrophe approaching, and that it was time for them to put an end to their serene existence in this house. She firmly decided that tomorrow she would run away without hesitation, and this time she would not return. Then the girl carefully studied Kyle's schedule for the last 2 weeks and discovered that he had an important meeting scheduled for today. Amelia made sure to bring water and comfortable shoes. Feeling completely ready to escape, she eagerly waited for nightfall. Suddenly, the gentleman blocked her way and politely asked where she was going now. Amelia suddenly remembered the knights from the story who guarded the child house, and it seemed they had become her bodyguards. Trying not to reveal her true intentions, she replied that she just wanted to go for a walk as always. The knight, calmly following instructions, said that in that case they would accompany her as always. Today the knights behaved with special attention. Perhaps Kyle gave them a special order. Amelia politely asked the knight if she could be alone for a while. The knight, categorically refusing her request, said that was impossible. Amelia said she had specially packed everything she needed in case she got lost in the vast territory of the estate. She innocently added that she just wanted to explore places she had never been before. The knight, suddenly changing his anger for mercy, supported her idea and noted that. Anticipating her new status as Duchess, she really needed to familiarize herself with his possessions. After all, Duke Kyle treated her with great respect and care, like a future Duchess, and, according to the knight, he would blow their heads off if she got scratched. Amelia was surprised to notice that the knight spoke of her, and Kyle as if it wouldn't surprise them if they married tomorrow. Realizing she couldn't go unnoticed, Amelia decisively declared that she needed to escape. She concluded that the only way out was by climbing over the wall, and she ran as fast as she could. Amelia believed that the skills acquired under the guidance of her father, an experienced knight commander, would help her carry out her plan. The knight immediately tried to stop Amelia, warning her of the danger, and asking her to come back. Amelia did not want to give up, because being on an estate where murders are happening is much more dangerous. The knight begged her not to jump and promised that they would catch her if she came down again. Using a cunning tactic, the girl suddenly asked if Kyle would be upset by the fact that other men had touched her. Climbing onto the wall, Amelia realized with horror that the distance to the ground seemed enormous to her. The knight turned to Amelia again and begged her to come down as the wind grew stronger. Unfortunately, at that very moment, Amelia lost her balance and unable to hold on. She fell. But at the last moment, someone caught her, literally saving her from falling. Regaining consciousness, she barely realized she was still alive and looked curiously at her savior. The stranger, with a charming smile on his face, asked Amelia who she was and what had brought her to such a dangerous place, and then invited her for a short walk. Amelia recognized her savior as Claire Child, her favorite heroine from the novel, whom she had always admired. Unable to contain her emotions, Amelia showered Claire with praise, admitting that she had never met such a beautiful girl. Claire, flattered by the compliments, also replied that our heroine loves adventures, since she decided to climb so high. Amelia, overwhelmed with happiness, realized that this time she was truly seeing her most beloved heroine. She had dreamed of this her whole life. At that moment, the knights ran towards them, having heard the noise and rushing to help. Claire, looking at Amelia curiously, turned to the knights and asked who this charming person was with whom she found them. The knight said that in front of them was Amelia Dine, the future Duchess. Duke Kyle had already officially announced his intentions to marry her. Amelia suspiciously suspected that they had been playing a trick on her this whole time. Claire hinted that she could tell Amelia the real reason why Duke Kyle brought her to his house. Then she showered her with compliments, admiring her tenderness, elegance, and fiery eyes. Introducing herself to Amelia, Claire, with a charming smile on her face, invited her for a walk together. Amelia couldn't help but admire Claire's smile and realized that this trait was hereditary. Claire, sensitive to Amelia's hesitation, asked her directly why she was upset, and if she would mind going for a walk. Our heroine still had no other choice, because she really wanted to go for a walk with such a charming girl. Suddenly, a terrible fact surfaced in Amelia Claire's memory. She was responsible for the death of all of Kyle's brothers. Amelia's confusion increased when she remembered that it was after this tragic event that Claire and Kyle held a tea party on the estate. Amelia, with curiosity in her voice, asked Claire how long it had been since she returned from the Tritium Empire. Claire confirmed it, admitting that she loves to travel and appreciates the sense of freedom that the opportunity to go to any corner of the world gives her. Then, with a polite smile, she invited Amelia to try tea from the most famous shop in the Trisha Empire. Amelia thought at that moment, this tea has a sleeping effect. Taking a sip, Amelia was surprised to note that it tasted like real strawberries. Claire, with pride in her voice, admitted that this was her favorite tea and that the strawberry flavor was her favorite. In the novel, she was not presented as a likable and friendly character, although now she behaved very openly. Claire was glad that Amelia appeared. She didn't want to return to the estate at all, since she would feel lonely. Amelia replied by inviting Claire to visit more often, admitting that her compliments were about to make her heart jump out of her chest. The girl wondered why Claire liked her so much, and maybe she could take advantage of this situation. Kyle did not feel sympathy for her. Because of Claire, everyone considered him cold and unfriendly. Claire believed that this was a burden that Kyle had to bear as Duke, and thought he didn't want to soil his hands with vile matters. Getting close to her might further aggravate Kyle's hostility, and our heroine understood that the plan to get close to Claire was not without flaws. At that moment, Claire, wanting to distract Amelia from these thoughts, showed her a new dress that, in her opinion, was the most fashionable this season. Then she rushed to show the dress to Amelia and asked for her opinion if she liked the style. She assured Amelia that evening dresses were fashionable now and invited her to try on the new garment. Then, Claire praised Amelia's look in the dress and said it suited her perfectly. Amelia admitted that the dress suited her very well and was both elegant and classy. Suddenly, Amelia heard Kyle's familiar voice and noted that his words, as always, sounded cold and dry. Gathering her courage, Amelia turned to Kyle and simply asked how he was. After these words, an awkward silence occurred between Amelia and Kyle. But why was he silent in response? Suddenly, Kyle abruptly turned and left the room. The girl wondered what caused his sudden anger. Amelia remembered that Kyle had told her about his sister, and assumed that his irritation was due to feelings of jealousy. Claire assured her that everything was fine and advised Amelia to go look for Kyle because he was upset. She decided that maybe she should stay in the capital for a while now that Amelia was here. Without hesitating for a moment, Amelia ran after Kyle to find out the cause of his distress. Running to Kyle's room, she loudly apologized for unintentionally bringing up the topic of his past. Then the girl, with sincere remorse, asked how she could atone for her guilt. Unfortunately, Amelia realized that Kyle was so upset that he did not want to talk. Unexpectedly for Amelia, Kyle broke the long silence and asked her to kiss him. Amelia, trying to calm the situation, suggested that Kyle not focus on her appearance. Kyle, without responding to her words, began counting to himself. He really wanted to do Amelia's same trick of counting to 3. Amelia, confused by his behavior, wondered if he was seriously upset. Kyle finally admitted that he was not happy that many men saw Amelia on her way to the castle. Amelia realized that it was her fault, but now she doesn't have to worry about it. Amelia breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she hadn't hurt Kyle's feelings. Kyle looked at Amelia with a smile and asked if she had really come running to him, fearing his anger at seeing her with Claire. He added that Amelia constantly runs away from him, but with her whole appearance shows that she wants to be close. Amelia admitted to herself that she didn't understand why she was so worried about Kyle. She noticed that her desire to get away from him was obvious. Amelia, recalling her hasty trip, said that in the rush she got her shoes dirty and tore her dress. Kyle suddenly admitted that he doesn't like Claire, but he doesn't mind if she communicates with her in his absence. Amelia, surprised by his words, mentally noted that Kyle was more perceptive than she thought. At that moment, she felt discomfort in her legs, and examining her feet, discovered that her shoes had rubbed blisters on her. Kyle, keenly observing Amelia's reaction, asked again if she really cared about him so much. He added that he didn't like the dress Claire gave Amelia. With a malicious smile, Kyle invited Amelia to guess what he wanted to do with this dress. By the way, he also prepared gifts for her, but Amelia didn't notice them when she ran to him. She embarrassedly remembered that the pile of gifts she saw at the entrance were really all for her. Kyle, looking at Amelia tenderly, explained that he didn't know what she liked, so he decided to give her many different things. Amelia, although moved by his concern, couldn't help but notice that he had clearly overdone it, and had said that he shouldn't have spent so much money on her. Kyle wondered if that meant she liked Claire's gift more than his many gifts. Amelia anxiously asked him if he really didn't like the dress Claire had given her, and if it really didn't suit her. Kyle, instead of answering, asked a counter-question about why she thought she was blushing and avoiding our heroine. Amelia supposed he was angry with her, and perhaps found it unpleasant to see his rival's gift on her. Kyle suddenly admitted that he doesn't like the dress much because it makes Amelia look too sexy, which drives him crazy. Amelia, with a malicious smile, retorted that his feeling did not stop him from counting to 3 before yielding to temptation. She added that if his feelings were so strong, he should have acted much sooner. Kyle admitted that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but that he would like to prolong it as much as possible. He stopped his speech halfway through and promised to continue the conversation later. After that, he gently kissed Amelia on the lips, and she couldn't resist his charm. Then, Amelia whispered in a dream that she wished this moment could be frozen in time. Suddenly, Kyle pulled away from her, which caused disappointment in Amelia. She thought with annoyance that she really should have run away from him. Kyle, looking at Amelia with a smile, noticed that there was a question on her face as to why they didn't continue. It was so hard to guess the girl's wishes, why stop then? Kyle, with a malicious look, suggested that he wanted much more than just a kiss. Amelia protested indignantly and suddenly began to deny having given him any signal. Kyle, not believing her words, reminded her that she had pushed him away all this time before. Amelia, embarrassed by his comment, automatically clung to his jacket as if wanting to pull Kyle closer. Perhaps the girl was unconsciously worried about what their lives would be like if they succumbed to their feelings. Kyle, with tenderness in his voice, noticed the paleness of her skin. He then asked Amelia if there was a reason why she was pushing him away, about which she had been silent all along. Amelia admitted that it was difficult for her to answer such a frank question. She added sadly that if Kyle hadn't been so self-destructive, she would gladly have locked herself in a room with him for a couple of days. Amelia, realizing that Kyle was expecting a direct answer from her, honestly admitted that she couldn't give it to him right now. Kyle, with sadness in his voice, suggested that she did not enjoy their first night together. Amelia exclaimed that this was absurd. How could he dare to doubt that she was pleased? She indignantly added, how could the Duke be so insecure? Embarrassed by her harsh words, Amelia murmured sheepishly that she needed to think first before saying anything. Kyle, looking at Amelia with sympathy, suggested that this is why she caught a cold. Amelia admitted that she had to take cold showers when she got home so as not to think about him. Kyle knew for certain that it would be easier to stay silent than to try to guess her thoughts and feelings. Amelia, slightly embarrassed by his speeches, jokingly said that it was his fault, because he was so attractive and sweet. Kyle, not hiding his disgust, chuckled and said he wouldn't even think of answering her. He was really too kind for someone who had to destroy everything, as the novel's plot dictated. The young man warned her that if she wanted to sleep peacefully, she should stop touching him tonight. Amelia exclaimed that she was just playing with his hair and added that he didn't need to smile so happily. Showing his dimples, Kyle asked why she suddenly forbade so many things and reminded her that they were officially a couple. Returning to his serious tone, he demanded that Amelia explain why she kept pushing him away. Amelia, flinching at his words, murmured confusedly that his facial expression was stunning her. Kyle, with a hint of disappointment in his voice, asked her if that was what she really wanted. Amelia murmured that Kyle should have asked her permission first before taking her hand and crossing their fingers. Kyle replied that he remembered this, but they were talking about something else now. She should have told him sooner that she would prefer innocent joys. Amelia, with bewilderment in her eyes, asked what this had to do with him taking her hand. Kyle unexpectedly replied that tomorrow he would call a craftsman, and Amelia could choose whatever she wanted. He explained that they were talking about wedding rings for their engagement ceremony, and that, if she wanted, she could pick out a wedding ring immediately. Amelia still thought all this was happening in a dream, and dreamed in the hope that she would wake up now, and the dream would continue. It's strange because there was already a large pile of different gifts around the girl. Does she really want to buy something else? Kyle, with a smile on his face, said that he needed to go to the city on imperial business, and kindly asked Amelia to sleep and promise to return. Amelia knew deep down that, after such a proposal, she would hardly be able to sleep. The maid turned to Amelia with a polite smile and asked if she liked any of the presented pairs of rings. Amelia, looking at the rings with admiration, admitted that they were all very beautiful, but at the same time asked how much they cost. Kyle's generous gifts were just flowers compared to what she saw now. They really wanted to present her with the entire range of products from the stores. Amelia knew Victoria's Secret well. It was a very famous lingerie brand. But it wasn't the brand. She just didn't like how sexy the lingerie looked. She curiously asked how manufacturers could create such a translucent layer. And why it had hair. Amelia already understood that Claire's gift was unlikely to please Kyle. She decided she would never wear this lingerie. After a long period of sorting gifts, Amelia wanted to take at least a short break. She was surprised that one could get tired of unpacking gifts because there were so many. Furthermore, she wondered why Claire always came to her and sat with her for a long time. Amelia directly asked her new friend why she thought she was cute. Claire explained that she likes to tease Amelia because she finds it funny to watch Amelia's facial expressions during those moments. Amelia was surprised by Claire's frankness, and it seemed to her that she was simply having fun with her. Claire said that the craftsmen from whom Amelia would choose the rings were already here. However, when the craftsmen arrived, she was surprised by their number. And she did not expect there to be a whole team. Amelia realized that choosing rings would be more difficult than she thought. Claire advised Amelia to choose the ring she liked the most. Amelia was amazed by the beauty and luxury of the rings. Her eyes widened at such a large selection. Amelia asked if the rings weren't finished yet and was explained that diamonds would be inserted in those places. And other precious stones. The master reported that Duke Killian had not yet sent them stones for final processing. Claire guessed that Killian would not give Amelia a simple diamond, like all other duchesses. Amelia exclaimed indignantly, "Have diamonds not been something special for a long time?" She recalled reading in one of the books about a stone that was much more expensive than a diamond. Amelia wondered if Killian would want to use the rare aret crystal for the wedding ring. But she immediately dismissed the idea, considering it too expensive. Claire, surprised by Amelia's question, asked why she was asking this. Amelia explained that a few weeks ago the whole continent was in an uproar because Duke Child was going to buy the aret crystal for an incredible sum. The girl suggested that Child might buy the crystal for himself, as its acquisition was beneficial for his business. Although Amelia still had doubts because according to the book's plot, Kyle is a very strong hero who does not need aret. She recalled that the aret crystal is at the center of the book's plot. Its possession gives strength to its owner. And it is very costly. This crystal is very rare and 100 times more expensive than a high-quality diamond. However, not even its owner can always use it. Aret fulfills only one wish of its owner, but only if this wish comes from a pure heart. Amelia realized with horror that if Killian gave her a ring with aret, she would be forced to wear it her whole life and would need his permission to take it off. She needed to get rid of this ring somehow, but she could give it to someone else. A person can only have one crystal, and to be able to give it away, they must obtain the donor's permission. She desperately thought she would have to wear this ring forever if Killian didn't give her permission to take it off. In a fit of desperation, Amelia decided to choose a ring where it would be difficult to insert the stone, hoping that it would break during production. She looked closely at the ring and tried to choose the hardest one to make. The master nearby offered her a classic wedding ring, which according to him was perfect for the Child family. He explained that the stone to be set in this ring must be cut using the circular method, which gives it a special shine. Amelia, without listening to the master, kept turning in her head how to take advantage of all this. Cutting the way the master spoke meant creating 58 facets that would highlight the natural beauty of the stone. Amelia, not understanding the master's explanations about the cutting method, but trusting his expertise, she finally asked him to cut the stone in the most complex way. The circular method. According to the idea, this would be her only wedding ring, and if it breaks, it will mean she is not destined to be with Killian. Although, of course, she knew she would feel guilty and wouldn't be able to look Kyle in the eye after this. Saying goodbye to the master, she wished to herself that this crystal would break during the jeweler's work. Claire, observing what was happening, understood why Killian wanted to hold the wedding ceremony as soon as possible. But in any case, the emperor will not allow the ceremony to be held before his banquet, which will take place in honor of this holiday. The emperor was truly a strange person and would not allow anyone to hold any celebration before his party. Thanksgiving was only a month away, and our heroine needed to act. All her hope now was that the master would accidentally damage the crystal while cutting it. With a prayer in her voice, she asked to ruin this crystal. The week flew by, and Amelia finally received the long-awaited news that the work on the ring was finished. The knight guarding Amelia's rooms informed her that a craftsman who was making a ring had approached her and had asked for a meeting. Amelia was surprised, as the craftsman said he would need a month to work. Something really went wrong. Feeling alarmed, Amelia ordered the craftsman to be brought to her immediately. In her heart, she was joyful. The plan with the master had worked, and she was already thanking the gods for their help. When the craftsman entered, Amelia immediately noticed his excitement. He was pale and trembling with fear. Amelia hurried to reassure him and told him that in any case, she would not allow him to be offended. The craftsman, barely containing his trembling, asked her to brace herself because what she was about to see now promised to be unexpected. He also added that he no longer has the strength to hide it and is now ready to show the fruits of his labor. Amelia, trying to calm the craftsman, replied that all people make mistakes. Finally, with emotion in his voice, the master showed Amelia the ring, calling it his best work in his entire life. He said he spared no effort or time while working on the ring and didn't even eat or sleep. And Child supported him in every way in this creative impulse. Amelia looked at the ring with the aerate crystal and realized that, after putting it on, she could not take it off without the Duke's permission. Wanting to preserve her feelings of astonishment until the ceremony, Amelia jokingly asked someone to steal the ring from her. At that very moment, Kyle appeared, eager to see the finished product. Amelia was baffled by Kyle's sudden appearance, but couldn't hide it from him. The master, with pride in his voice, showed the ring to Kyle, once again calling it his best work. Kyle, confident that the size was correct, still asked Amelia to try on the ring. Amelia put on the ring and felt an incredible connection with the Arita gemstone. She realized it wasn't just a piece of jewelry, but a symbol of something more. Amelia wondered which of her wishes it would grant, and felt in her heart that she should stay away from danger. The girl suggested that the ring could give her the ability to teleport or incredible speed. Kyle thought about how wonderful it looked on her, although he was tormented by doubts that she didn't like this gift. The young man realized that Amelia had somehow read his thoughts and felt a little embarrassed. He tried to hide his embarrassment by praising the craftsmen for their work. At that moment, Kyle thought about how he would like to kiss not only Amelia's hand, but hers too. Amelia, sensing his thoughts, asked him not to say such things in front of others. Kyle pretended not to understand her words. His thoughts went even further, and he imagined how they would be alone. Amelia, confused by Kyle's reaction, looked closely at him and was surprised to find that. Indeed, he was silent. At that moment, it occurred to her that this was about the aerate ring. It had really given her the ability to read minds. Kyle, not paying attention to Amelia, continued to develop his thoughts, imagining how he would take her to bed. Amelia, surprised to read Kyle's thoughts, wondered how he could think such things while maintaining an innocent expression on his face. Kyle, noticing Amelia's confusion, asked if he was staring at her too long. Amelia knew what he was thinking up until that moment, and now her puppy eyes couldn't deceive her. Kyle, realizing her thoughts, hurried to assure her that she could look at the ring as much as she wanted. Because he bought it, he could no longer contain his feelings and moved even closer to Amelia, although it was not the best moment. Amelia, feeling his approach, thought she wanted to kiss him. Kyle explained that he just wanted to fix her hair. He realized that she didn't like it when he kissed her without asking and didn't want to anger her. Amelia, amazed by his embarrassment, couldn't believe that such a powerful man could be embarrassed by such a trifle. She admitted that what happened was indeed related to the aerate crystal. Remembering the Duke's words that she needed to fix her hair, Amelia turned to the maid and asked her to help her with this. The maid, upon receiving Amelia's request, happily set to work. She couldn't believe that such an elegant lady would approach her with such a request. The maid remembered how close Amelia and Kyle were to kissing and thought they looked good together. Amelia, feeling the maid's touch on her hair, realized that the ability to read minds works not only with Kyle, but also with other people. Kyle, seeing Amelia with her new hairstyle, asked if she liked the ring. He admitted that he asked the master to make the ring faster after learning that she liked the design. Amelia, moved by Kyle's concern, noticed that the ring turned out beautifully and thanked him for the gift. Kyle, sensing her gratitude, decided to hint at a reward in the form of a kiss. Amelia, hearing his thoughts, could not refuse him in the end. She fully deserved it. She convinced herself that she had nothing to lose and prepared to reward Kyle with a kiss. Kyle, stunned by Amelia's long kiss, could not believe that she kissed him herself. The kiss should have been light, not so passionate, and this made the Duke think. Amelia, delighted by the kiss, realized that Kyle kissed very well. The next second, Kyle, looking at Amelia passionately, admitted that he wanted Amelia right now. Amelia, realizing that Kyle truly desired her, became worried. She embarrassedly admitted that she herself had been attracted to him once. But until now, she hadn't paid attention to it. But remembering the main character of the book, Amelia tried not to take her feelings seriously. She realized bitterly that the person in front of her had his own feelings and emotions. Kyle, with regret in his voice, said he needed to restrain himself so Amelia wouldn't hate him. Amelia was tormented by the question of how she could now reject Kyle after his words. She hopefully thought that he would really take her seriously, and not just as the main character of a book. Kyle, noticing Amelia's desire to take off the ring, asked if she still wanted to wear it. Amelia, deciding not to take the risk, refused and asked him to help her with this. Kyle, always ready to help her, asked how he could help her this time. Amelia explained that her words came out involuntarily because the thoughts in her head were confused due to the ring. Having regained her senses, she apologized for her mistake and asked Kyle not to pay attention to her words. Kyle, sensing her mood, asked if he understood correctly that she was eagerly awaiting the ceremony. Deep in her soul, our heroine understood that this day could turn into her funeral day. After a while, she complained of being tired and suggested that Kyle go to bed early, since tomorrow she has a very busy schedule. Kyle, supporting her suggestion, agreed that everyone needed a good rest. An idea occurred to him at that moment, and he promised that he would not let Amelia escape. They must do this together. Kyle, trying to hide his embarrassment, suggested that Amelia simply hold hands and go to sleep. Amelia suddenly objected that there was no way they would just sleep next to each other. Kyle, seeing Amelia in her thoughts, asked her to come into the room so he could help her take off the ring. Amelia, not understanding why she had to go anywhere, asked why she had to sit down for him to take it off. She decided to be patient so as not to hear his thoughts again. Kyle, ignoring her words, admitted that for the first time in his life, he was looking forward to the Thanksgiving banquet. Amelia, surprised by his words, recalled that in the book Kyle did not like attending any events. She assumed there was a reason for this, because the banquet would gather people eager to seize the wealth. In the power of the child's, Amelia realized that this was the reason why Kyle did everything possible to avoid participating in various events. She turned to Kyle and asked if he liked these holidays. Kyle admitted that he only wanted to go to the debutante ball because they would be together, and he also expressed concern that the other boy would get ahead of him. He also shared his dreams for everyone to know about their relationship and their upcoming engagement. Amelia noticed how much Kyle had changed. She did not expect that, with her, he would be happy about what he previously hated. Kyle, smiling mischievously, said he would keep the ring until the engagement, and unexpectedly promised that everything would end there. Amelia could not understand what had changed in her, but Kyle no longer seemed cold to her and cruel as in the book. Kyle, looking at Amelia tenderly, suggested that she wear another ring before the engagement. He gave her the choice between diamond and sapphire. Amelia clearly understood that Kyle was no longer the same as in the book, and now she wanted him to be hers alone. Kyle, changing the subject, asked if it was true that Amelia did not like balls or parties. The debutante ball is a formal event for young ladies of high society. And Kyle was not happy about them after what happened at one of them. Kyle said that all those stories were just gossip, although deep down he knew the truth about it. Our heroine, recalling the notes from Amelia Dine's diary, admitted that she was mistaken. An incident occurred at a debutante ball when Amelia Dine, while trying to sell her gold, fell down the stairs. Amelia, realizing that she could have used this story as an excuse not to go to the banquet. She complained about not remembering it sooner. Kyle, confident in his abilities, promised her that everything would be fine. Amelia, deciding not to disappoint Kyle, agreed to go to the banquet and not refuse her boyfriend. Kyle, delighted with her decision, announced that tomorrow the preparations for the banquet would begin. Because he would have to introduce his girlfriend to everyone. Amelia, who did not share his enthusiasm, doubted that this was necessary. She suddenly realized what exactly Kyle was preparing for, remembering that he wanted to push her to walk and get her drunk beforehand. Amelia was already a little drunk at that moment, and her mood was great. Drinking some wine in the rose garden at sunset was the best thing that could have happened to her that day. Kyle, seeing Amelia returning home, exclaimed cheerfully that they had already been waiting for her. Amelia explained that after learning about the beauty of the blooming roses, she decided to take a walk and wondered what Kyle was doing there. Hyde, with a polite bow, said that he was teaching the knight to dance, since he didn't know how to do it at all. Amelia noticed that the butler, who was a master of dance, never showed his skills to the public at all. Kyle, with annoyance in his voice, said that this was not such a simple matter and that he did not expect to be better even after training with guide. Kyle, looking at Amelia, admitted that he would like to be her ideal dance partner. The girl suggested that if Kyle always avoided participating in events, then it is quite logical that he does not know how to dance. With enthusiasm in her voice, she offered Kyle help and called him to the center of the hall to show him some steps. Amelia, smiling mischievously, added that she had already trained with Claire, who usually attends such events. Amelia, while guiding Kyle to dance, noticed that he didn't seem to know how to dance. She observed ironically that Duke Child, the favorite of all women, should be able to dance the waltz much better. Amelia suddenly felt that she was the one leading the dance and joked that it seemed like she was directing him now. Judging by his appearance, he liked it, but at the same time she wanted them to switch places. Surprised that Kyle performed a move of a more advanced level of the dance, she asked him how he did it. Kyle, smiling and agreeing with her comment about his dancing skills, invited her to switch places. He added that since she thought he danced badly, he would take her to bed. Amelia, bewildered by his proposal, protested, saying she couldn't do that. Kyle, embarrassed, asked her if he had said that he could do whatever he wanted now. Our heroine understood that she shouldn't accept his proposal, but at the same time, she felt she shouldn't refuse him. Kyle, with emotion in his voice, asked Amelia if he should count to 3 again. Amelia nodded in response and began to count from 1 to 3 in a low voice. Kyle, looking at Amelia, admitted that she shouldn't be afraid of offending him if she was against him kissing her. He assured her that he would back off immediately because he loved her and respected her wishes. Amelia, looking at Kyle with bewilderment, interrupted him and asked him to continue and not stop for a second. Then, after examining the contents of the closet, the girl was surprised to find that these were not ordinary sweets, but contraceptives. She had already read on the package that eating one candy was enough to be 100% protected. Kyle, noticing her confusion, asked her what the candy tasted like. He invited her to try it, promising her that this way she would learn not only its effect, but also the taste of these sweets. Amelia admitted to herself that in moments like these, when someone tries to seduce her, all her strength disappears. Of course, it was in vain to have rejected Kyle for so long, but Amelia decided that she still shouldn't give in to him so quickly. If she continues living on the child estate, it will be wrong, although the place is luxurious and all the servants do their best to make her feel comfortable. Amelia did not feel completely independent living at someone else's expense on this luxurious estate. She was also not sure that Kyle would not take the path of self-destruction, as in the book. Amelia needed to think about her family's future and how to become independent. Kyle, noticing Amelia's thoughtfulness, asked her what she was thinking so much about. He supposed that she couldn't sleep or that something was bothering her and asked her to tell him her concerns. Staring intently at Amelia, he said that a new thought had occurred to him. And a very important one. With hope in his voice, he asked if she was thinking about a new family member. Maybe a little later. Amelia was surprised when he clarified that he meant their common child, or if she wanted a pet. Amelia, not understanding why Kyle mentioned the child, asked about it. Kyle imagined how wonderful their common child would be, but it was probably too early to think about such things. Amelia, dumbfounded by his words, noticed she wasn't even 28 yet and suddenly started talking about this topic. Amelia tried to understand why he spoke so abruptly about the child, because they weren't even married yet. Without wanting to go into detail, the young man explained that having a child would make them a family. He stated that then Amelia Dine would be his forever, and all doubts would resolve themselves. Amelia, feeling uncomfortable, reminded him that she was only with him for the money. Kyle assured her that she shouldn't worry about money, and added that even if he went bankrupt now, his grandchildren could lead a decent life. Amelia, not wanting to deceive herself or Kyle, admitted that her motive was truly pure profit, and that she couldn't accept such a situation. Not believing her words, the Duke suggested that if she really only wanted money, she would strive to become a duchess as soon as possible. Kyle, with ardor in his voice, invited Amelia to become his girlfriend, and once again repeated that he could give her everything she wanted. Amelia, looking at Kyle bewildered, wondered what happened to his character. Maybe he hit his head. Suddenly, the Duke apologized for bringing up the topic of children, and admitted that these problems must be solved together. I wonder how he knows that these problems must be solved together. He read it in books. Amelia thought that he alone would not have been able to find books about happy families and advice for loving husbands, right? Kyle, trying to calm Amelia, assured her that she shouldn't worry about the child, and offered to prepare a rare type of expensive tea for her in the morning. Amelia replied by asking if this was the magic tea that guarantees 100% absence of pregnancy. Kyle, with confidence in his voice, said she shouldn't doubt his ability to be a good father. In the book, Kyle didn't even think about children. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to raise them well and would repeat his father's mistakes. He also recalled that Kyle in the book was worried that the child would bring him his own negative childhood memories. Amelia, trying to find out Kyle's true motives, asked him why he wanted to have a child. Kyle admitted that he was afraid of repeating his father's mistakes and being too cold towards the child. He assured Amelia that he could never treat the child she would give him badly, and added that he loved her very much, and he wanted to see her smiling always. Amelia replied, admitting that she also liked this scenario. She promised Kyle that if they had children, she would love them with all her heart, especially if they were like him. The girl realized that the Duke would do everything possible to prevent his son from experiencing the same thing he experienced in childhood. And how can you push away a person who experiences such bright feelings? And sincere ones. Regardless of whether Kyle leaves her for Vanessa in the future, she decided that, until then, she would love him with all her heart. Amelia, trying to be realistic, suggested that even if he left her, she wouldn't be sad for long. Kyle, moved by her words, assured her that as long as he had Amelia, he would never be like his father. Then, suddenly, he asked Amelia if she hugged other people as warmly as she hugged him. He explained that this was his usual body temperature and that he hadn't hugged anyone in a long time, so he couldn't compare his feelings with those of others. Kyle then clarified if that meant he was the first person she had ever hugged. At that moment, Amelia realized that it seemed as if she had dug her own grave by accepting his proposal. She suddenly felt very weak and dizzy. Amelia suggested that Kyle go to her rooms, since if they kept sitting, they would do so until dawn. Kyle said understandingly that she didn't need to answer. He already knew the answer. Amelia still didn't understand what he was talking about and how he knew the answer to a question that was still open even to her. After this, the Duke, looking tenderly at Amelia, admitted that he remembered their first night together. Amelia sadly told Kyle that she was probably too boring if he wanted to sleep. The young man only replied that he was just very tired and wanted to rest at least a little. Angry at this answer, she said that now surely he would not be destined to sleep peacefully. Kyle, smiling, said that she amuses him with her behavior and that he is happy to continue the conversation. And not only that. The next morning, routine daily work was taking place at the child's house. All the servants were busy with their own affairs. Today, finally, the holiday everyone had been looking forward to had arrived. Claire, while choosing jewelry for Amelia, said that ribbons would suit her better than lace. Amelia, admiring Claire's beauty, thought she looked like a queen. Claire noticed Amelia's gaze and asked who she was looking at. Amelia became embarrassed and mumbled that Claire looked beautiful. She couldn't admit that she was just admiring her face. The girls suddenly remembered that Claire had talked about the holiday and asked when they would leave. Then our heroine, feeling uncomfortable, asked Claire if she had said something wrong. Claire, smiling, called Amelia very sweetly, as she used to with her. Although she loved traveling, she didn't want to miss Amelia's engagement and thought she would look beautiful in her dress. Amelia asked why Claire called her Amelie and asked her not to do it again. Then, the girl said that she enjoyed spending time with Claire and considered her a sister. Claire, moved by Amelia's words, clarified if she really called her sister. Or if she just heard it. Claire asked Amelia to always call her, as she was especially happy to have a close relationship with her. At that moment, Kyle entered the room and asked what they were doing there. Amelia, surprised, asked when he arrived because no one even heard the sound of the door opening. Kyle said he arrived 5 minutes ago and asked if she was ready to leave the house. Amelia, to tease Kyle, invited him to go with her. She was clearly in a good mood. Turning in front of the mirror, she asked him how she looked today and if he liked her dress. Kyle, admiring Amelia's beauty, assured her that she was beautiful and that his embarrassment had nothing to do with the dress. Amelia, dissatisfied with his brief answer, decided to tease him about his shyness. She looked suspiciously at Kyle and Claire, whom she thought were exchanging glances. Amelia asked Claire what jewelry to wear for today's outfit. At that moment, a maid entered the room with a prepared speech. The maid did not hesitate for a minute, praised Amelia's beauty, comparing her to a bright light. She noticed the sparkling hairpin in Amelia's hair, which made her look even more beautiful. After that, not wanting to stop, the girl added that even in bad light, Amelia would shine like a star. The maid admired the cream-colored dress Amelia had chosen and said it fell wonderfully on her when she walked. Claire added that the highlight of the ensemble is the emerald brooch and the diamonds on Amelia's chest, which speak of her family's wealth. She noted that the color of the brooch matched Amelia's eyes, making them brighter. Kyle said that no one mentioned her silk gloves, which also perfectly complement the girl's image. He said that these gloves perfectly match the dress our heroine was wearing. Claire offered Amelia a fan, as she had applied a sweet scent to her. And that was what was missing from the image. She suggested a feather fan that would perfectly match the dress and white gloves. Amelia, tired of the attention, asked to stop talking about her outfit and sighed with relief when they left the room. She was surprised that Claire and Kyle communicated well, despite their old mutual dislike. Amelia, feeling tired, admitted that she could no longer stand, but that it would be too hot to travel in this carriage now. Claire, noticing Amelia's paleness, asked if she was okay. Amelia said she was a little nervous about the upcoming event. Suddenly, Claire compared high society to a battlefield and said you must be able to defend yourself. Claire pointed to the petal and asked Amelia what they were going to do with it. Amelia, admiring the petal, suggested shaking it off and doing nothing else, but what did she mean? Suddenly, Claire said that you shouldn't let go of something just because it seems small and beautiful. The next second, Claire crushed the petal with her heel, and Amelia just stared at it in surprise. Claire explained that if someone belittles you, you must fix the problem. She demonstrated that walking away wasn't enough when the petal flew towards Amelia again. Claire suggested that Amelia step on the petal to prevent it from coming back and assured her that her family would handle the consequences. Amelia, scared, told Claire that she was scaring her and that she didn't quite understand what the comparison was about. Claire reminded Amelia of her status as the Duke's fiancée and told her to be strong. The girl recalled that day and realized that Claire's advice was wise and would be useful to her in the future. Amelia anxiously thought about her upcoming visit to the Imperial Palace, sensing danger. As if entering a minefield. She considered the first mine to be the nobles invited to the banquet, who, according to rumors, were plotting behind Kyle's back. The second mine was Prince Greenlevan of Gil, nicknamed Birdie. It was thanks to him, according to the novel, that Kyle started the war. Birdie's mother, the first empress, died in childbirth. She came from the child family, to which Kyle's mother belonged. After his wife's death, the emperor lost his mind and, neglecting his duties, began to harass everyone around him. Understanding the child family's hostility, Birdie probably didn't feel safe in the palace. Birdie invited all the nobles to his birthday and sent a letter to Kayla with the wrong address. As a result, Kyle, who arrived at the designated place with valuable gifts, found himself in an awkward situation. Moreover, the prince and his retinue came to the meeting place and publicly ridiculed the Duke. Kyle, stunned and offended, asked Beardy if Beardy had never considered him a friend. In response, the prince cynically declared that Kyle was just a wallet to him, a means to finance the luxurious lifestyle of his sisters. Amelia concluded that for Kyle, this episode was the third and last. She realized that people valued him only for his money and treated him with indifference as a person. Disillusioned with people, Kyle turned to the path of destruction. Using his wealth, he unleashed a devastating war, practically annihilating the world. Knowing this, Amelia compared the upcoming Thanksgiving party to the prelude to a storm, the omen of a symphony of destruction. A little nervous, she asked Kyle if the prince would attend the banquet. Kyle reported having heard that Birdie was being punished for bothering his sisters. Kyle, noticing Amelia's excitement, asked if she was worried about Birdie. Amelia admitted that, as a simple girl, she would be very nervous appearing before the prince. Kyle offered to save her from this trouble by forbidding Birdie from participating in any event. Amelia, seizing the moment, asked Kyle for peace and love. She begged him to abandon the war, emphasizing that people should not sow hostility and destruction. Claire objected to Amelia, reasonably pointing out that peaceful ideals are wonderful, but they should not overshadow reality because her path lies on the actual battlefield. Amelia, lost in thought, realized with annoyance that she had completely forgotten about Claire's presence. Kyle, after announcing their arrival at their destination, invited everyone to leave the carriage. Then, turning to Amelia, he introduced her to those present as his wife, the daughter of Count Dane. Amelia greeted everyone with a polite smile and introduced herself with her noble title. One of the guests commented that the rumors about her attractiveness were not exaggerated at all, and that it was a great honor for him to meet the daughter of Count Dane. Amelia, moved by the compliment, noticed that the guests at the soiree seemed kind to her and friendly. Kyle asked Amelia to wait for him with Claire, as he needed to leave for a while on business matters. Amelia, without objecting, assured him that she and Claire would have a great time having a glass of wine. Claire, handing Amelia a glass, invited her to taste the wine produced by her family and praised its taste. Then, wanting to distract Amelia from her unsettling thoughts, Claire asked her if she had seen the fountain yet, noting the beauty of its marble statue. Amelia couldn't help but notice that Claire was talking too much, as if deliberately trying to draw all attention to herself. At that moment, a group of guests began talking about Amelia, whispering among themselves about her origins from the Count Dane family, who, as we know, went bankrupt. They gossiped that they weren't even allowed into the palace due to poverty, and they wondered how Count Dane managed to reach such a deplorable state. The guests shook their heads dubiously. not believing that Duke Child could fall in love with such a girl. It was most likely a marriage of convenience. The guests continued to gossip, cynically stating that in the relationship between Amelia and Kyle there was no room for sincere feelings, only calculation and self-interest. Amelia, feeling a pang in her soul from these words, mentally thanked Claire for her concern and fear that the gossip could hurt her. At that moment, Kyle finally returned and apologized for the delay, explaining it as business meetings. Claire said goodbye politely, walked away, and left Amelia alone with Kyle. Kyle, looking at Amelia, asked our heroine if she had to wait too long for him. Amelia saw sincere love in his eyes and could not believe the rumors that he felt nothing for her. Wanting to please Kyle, Amelia invited him to dance the waltz, because lately she had been learning it very diligently. Kyle, catching Amelia's hint, suggested that he wanted to publicly demonstrate his love to dispel the doubts of her evil ones. The girl only assured him that she didn't care who would lead her partner's dance this time. However, when Amelia started dancing, she was surprised to find that Kyle moved with ease and grace like an experienced dancer. Kyle reminded her of Claire's advice that problems must be addressed decisively and not allow them to escalate. Amelia supported his words and firmly stated that it was necessary to stop these conversations once and for all. After this, the Duke invited her to decide for herself exactly how they should do it. Amelia, after thinking for a while, timidly asked him to kiss her on the cheek. Kyle, fulfilling her request, kissed her tenderly on the cheek, but it turned out too timid and unnatural. Evaluating the reaction of the guests, who did not believe in the sincerity of their feelings, Kyle asked if this was enough. Amelia exclaimed annoyed that a kiss on the cheek made no sense. Then she demanded that he kiss her truly, passionately, and freely, so that no one would have doubts about their feelings. After the dance ended, Kyle and Amelia went far from the noisy palace. Kyle reminded Amelia of her request to kiss her passionately, implying that she was the one who initiated the kiss. Then, jokingly, he said that this time he wouldn't count to 3 before kissing her, and then, in front of the astonished guests, he passionately kissed Amelia again. There were exclamations of surprise and delight everywhere. The guests watched this unexpected scene with interest, discussing the kiss of Duke Child and Amelia. Kyle, looking at Amelia with a mischievous smile, asked if she was happy with the result of her little performance. Amelia nodded in response and admitted that at least now people would think differently of him. Kyle wondered if she really cared how others perceived him. The girl assured him that not only his reputation mattered to her, but also her feelings. Jokingly inviting her there to one of the empty rooms, Kyle praised her acting skills. Amelia wanted to know if he thought everything was just a game. Then, decisively approaching Kyle, she asked her boyfriend for a simple favor. Feeling parched, she asked Kyle to bring her a glass of cold water. Kyle, without delay, promised to return soon and tried to fulfill the request as soon as possible. Left alone, Amelia could not shake off the strange feeling that someone was watching her. The crowd of guests had long since dispersed, and Kyle had gone to get water. But the feeling of anxiety did not leave her. Suddenly, she noticed the figure of a man standing in the shadows not far from her, his gaze like a drill piercing her. The unknown man revealed a predatory smile that sent a shiver of fear down Amelia's spine. Amelia, with alarm in her voice, asked who he was and why he was wearing a woman's dress. For his voice, rough and masculine, did not match his feminine appearance. Without waiting for an answer, Amelia, panicked, ran away, but to her horror she discovered she had run into a dead end. The unknown man, with a devilish smile on his face, approached her and declared that he had finally managed to catch up with her. Amelia did not understand what to expect from this strange man, dressed in a woman's dress, and pursuing her with unknown intentions. Trying to stop the pursuer, she exclaimed that he had no right to touch her because she was Killian Child's fiancé. The unknown man, with a smile on his face, stated that precisely this fact was the reason for his pursuit. Rudely trying to grab Amelia's hand, he ordered her to follow him without complaining. Amelia reminded him that she was not only a noble lady, but the daughter of a legendary knight. And then she kicked him where it hurt the most, recalling Claire's words about stopping any attempt to offend her. Amelia confidently declared that no one would dare insult her honor again. She promised that this man who tried to assault her would have big problems, and that he would definitely end up behind bars if he even managed to get up. Suddenly, Amelia noticed something strange. Her pursuer had a wig on his head and blonde hair underneath. The thought of who might be hiding under the pursuer's mask paralyzed her, because there was only one young man left in the imperial family. However, Amelia dismissed the crazy idea that the crazy stalker attacking the Duke's fiancé could be the prince. The unknown man, lying on the ground and writhing in pain, asked if our heroine knew who he was. Amelia, realizing with horror that her recent pursuer might be the crown prince of the empire, fell into despair. Kyle, at that moment, was thinking about the kiss that had happened, happily recalling how Amelia herself initiated it. He decided that from now on, he would give her the leading role in their relationship more often. His thoughts were already filled with images of how she would behave freely at night. Suddenly, he realized that Amelia was nowhere in sight. Where had she gone? Amelia, spotting Kyle in the distance, shouted his name and begged him for help. The girl exclaimed desperately that she might have destroyed the future of the empire. Kyle tried to calm her down and first wanted to find out for himself what happened here in his absence. He said with a smile that rebuilding an empire is not such a difficult matter, and that there is no need to worry so much about it. At that moment, a knight approached them, and with concern in his voice, asked if everything was all right with the prince, and if he had been attacked by a criminal. The crown prince, holding his groin, indignantly said that his fiancée, Kyla, had kicked him. Kyle, angered by such an insult to his lover, said that he assumes full responsibility for what happened. He could finish off the culprits and build a new empire in their place, but he supposed Amelia wouldn't like that. Amelia, having regained her senses, remembered the ring on her finger, which attested to her engagement to Kyle. Amelia, worried about the crown prince, suggested that Kyle call a doctor first. Kyle, trying to calm the situation, assured the crown prince that they would take him to the children's hospital, where he would be provided with all necessary help. Indignant, he demanded an explanation from the prince as to why he was following his fiancée and why the crown prince was wearing a woman's outfit, justifying that he simply loved. Practical jokes, but he was not going to let Amelia's insolence that invaded his life go unpunished. Claire, who arrived at the scene at that very moment, addressed him with a question. About his well-being, realizing the seriousness of the situation, she demanded immediate medical attention. Claire, calming the crown prince, offered him her help and assured him that he could go with her. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared, using the magical power of the arite crystal contained in Claire's earrings. It turned out that Claire, who dreamed of freedom more than anything in the world, acquired the gift of teleportation with the help of this crystal. The knight, acting according to the law, told Lady Dine that he needed Eric with him to the interrogation room. Bidding farewell to Kyle, Amelia expressed the hope of seeing him shortly after her release from prison. Kyle, trying to reassure Amelia, promised her that all problems would be resolved as soon as possible, and that he would personally take care of it. Amelia, who has the ability to read minds, admitted that she is even glad about this now, since she can learn Kyle's intentions. Meanwhile, the king was in his palace, awaiting the arrival of a noble guest. The servant politely knocked and asked permission to enter and tell the king important news. The king, tired of the ball, reluctantly allowed him in and clarified that he was very busy at the moment. Kyle requested an audience with the king and, of course, easily obtained it given his high status. Entering the king's chambers, the duke apologized for the late visit and called him the son of the empire. The king, flattered by the compliment, remarked ironically that he was embarrassed to hear such a thing from such a distinguished guest. He informed Kyle that he was already aware of the incident with his fiancée and the prince, and assured him that he shouldn't worry. Kyle emphasized that Amelia is not just a lover, but his fiancée, and simply forgetting about what happened is not part of the child family's plans. The The king, perplexed, asked what the Duke wanted then, since he couldn't send Amelia to the Western Tower. Kyle, realizing that breaking the laws would not save his fiancée's honor, asked the king to change the law. He demanded that a bill be immediately proposed that would abolish the privilege of imposing punishments for crimes against the imperial family. Kyle explained that this is the only way Amelia can be officially released and stay home during the investigation. The king stated that this was impossible, as imperial privileges could not be cancelled for a single case, and the aristocracy would not approve of such a decision. Kyle assured the king that he did not need to worry about the aristocracy, and reminded him that all he had to do was propose a bill. The imperial faction was made up of people close to the emperor by child's order, and the aristocratic faction was made up of representatives of the nobility elected by the same order. However, both factions were subordinate to the child family, as the king well knew. It turned out that there was a reason why Killian Child, who actually ruled the entire empire, did not take the throne. The problem was precisely procreation, because before Killian did not want children. And imperial privileges mean nothing if there is no proper imperial family. The king agreed to immediately propose a bill and ordered him to assemble a cabinet of representatives. The maid felt sorry for Amelia, who at that very moment was imprisoned, and persuaded her to eat at least a piece of the prepared delicacies. Amelia, exhausted, complained that she had been in prison for 3 hours. Entering Amelia's cell, the Duke inquired about her well-being and invited her to go to his estate to relax. And he also apologized for being late. Amelia, not understanding Kyle's anxiety, assured him that everything was fine and that only 3 hours had passed since its conclusion. Amelia, to his surprise, refused to go home with him and explained that she couldn't do it. Kyle, not accepting her refusal, stated that all problems had been resolved, and that they needed to go home. He began to ask why she suddenly changed her mind. Jealousy tormented his soul. He supposed that Amelia didn't like his kiss, or that the crown prince had told her something. At that moment, Hyde entered the cell and explained that Amelia, according to the law, must remain at home during the investigation. Kyle, indignant at this decision, stated that he could not act as just another member of his family and accompany her. He realized that he couldn't hesitate and invited Amelia to get engaged as soon as possible, since events were developing rapidly. At that moment, Count Dean, Amelia's father, entered the room and hurried to find out if she was all right. He bitterly complained that he should not have let Amelia go with Duke Child, considering him an unsuitable match for his daughter. Amelia, on the contrary, tried to reason with her father, telling him that he overestimated her too much. Seeing the ring on Amelia's finger, Earl Dine asked in surprise what kind of wedding ring it was. In disbelief, he was outraged by how this spoiled duke dared to give his daughter an engagement ring. Kyle, sensing the count's disapproval, assumed that he considered him a complete nonentity. Earl Dine, indignant, stated that Kyle had no right to put a ring on his daughter without his blessing. However, he remembered that Kyle had sent his family a letter announcing his engagement to Amelia. Hyde reminded the count that he himself had sent a reply letter expressing his approval of this news. Count Dine suspected that his wife had hidden information from him and had done everything in secret. Hyde, knowing the real reason, explained that if the count had not given his consent, Amelia would have had to spend her whole life alone. To confirm his words, Hyde reminded the count of his own report, written when he was a commander, when the count's daughter was born. Earl Dine, without denying this fact, suggested that Hyde also took advantage of the moment and did not object to the engagement. Amelia, tired of the incessant conversations, noticed that everyone in this world is the same, regardless of their status. Kyle, anticipating a long separation, complained that he didn't know how he could endure a whole month. Amelia eagerly anticipated dates they could arrange as soon as the opportunity arose. She described how they could go to shows together or just hang out and talk while strolling by the lake. Suddenly, Kyle's expression changed dramatically, making Amelia wonder about his plans. Kyle, seized by a new idea, declared that it was necessary to dig a lake near his property. Amelia had something completely different in mind, but most likely Kyle could no longer stop his intentions. A week has already passed since Amelia was forced to return to Count Dinny's house. The luxurious life in Duke Child's mansion was very different from today's simple conditions. Amelia's mother suggested that her daughter still had the impression of what happened at the banquet. And Earl Dine, burning with anger, cursed Duke Child for what he dared to do to his daughter. Countess Dine, trying to reason with her husband, reminded him that Amelia herself had confessed her love to Kyle. Wanting to awaken romantic memories in him, she told about her first meeting with him. She described how his simple offer of a cup of tea made her heart almost burst with excitement. She indignantly recalled how offended she felt when he forced her to leave after the first cup. Resigned, she offered to pray for the well-being of her beloved daughter. Amelia, smilingly recalling her mother's fiery youth, thought that she and her father needed money now more than ever. She needs to find a job as soon as possible to help them out of their debts. Kyle, at that moment, obsessed with the idea of creating a lake for Amelia, enthusiastically got to work. Suddenly, his thoughts were clouded by the memory of Beardy dressed as a woman. Claire, complaining about Prince Beardy's behavior, believed that it was because of him that Amelia had completely lost her mind. Kyle, trying to get Claire's opinion, asked her if she thought Amelia would like the lake he was creating for her. Claire suggested that Amelia would enjoy watching the lake at sunset, as it would be located behind the garden, where it would be beautiful when the sun sets. Kyle, inspired by her words, decided to add white ducks to the lake to make it even more beautiful. Meanwhile, Amelia, using a magic cloak, silently arrived at the place where Kyle was working on creating a lake. After studying the novel, she concluded that investing is the best way to earn a lot. That's why she needs a job with a clear schedule. She chose High Time, a small newspaper company unrelated to the Child family. Determined, Amelia went to the newsroom for an interview. The employee, surprised to recognize in her the daughter of Count Dana, could not believe what he saw. Amelia, to her surprise, remembered that this was the same bailiff who had sealed the property at her house. His name was Paul. Amelia, surprised to learn that Paul had been fired from Child Bank and now worked at the newspaper. She told him what she had read in the advertisement about the vacancy for an economics columnist. Paul replied sarcastically that to get a job she would have to pass a test to prove her competence, not to show her skills in cross-stitching. He handed her the exam form, watching with interest the reaction of the daughter of Count Dine. Amelia, anticipating the difficulty of the tasks, hurried to assure Paul that most girls in the empire couldn't do them. So she had nothing to fear. Deep down she was indignant, because the test clearly did not correspond to the tasks of the journalist writing the column. Paul, surprised that Amelia understood the content of the test, mumbled quietly that this was nonsense, because even he himself couldn't understand these formulas. He invited Amelia to give up and promised to keep her visit a secret and not spoil her reputation. Amelia, to her surprise, easily completed what should have been a difficult test. Apologizing for the possible difficulties, he modestly added that for some this test would be difficult. But not for her. Enthusiastically, she approached the final question of the exam, which contained a problem. Paul, rating the last question as a test of aptitude, said it would be an overwhelming task for the young lady. Amelia, without losing her composure, asked him to phrase the question more specifically. She explained confidently that investments are not limited to the main business of the company, and that financial statements must also be taken into account to understand their income. With indignation in her voice, Amelia asked if Paul really considered investing as something similar to gambling. Showing the completed form, she proudly declared that she had completed all tasks, including the last question. Paul, indignant at such insolence, even taking into account Amelia's backing from the Child family. He could not restrain himself and attacked her. The young man's unexpected attack surprised Amelia, but she was prepared for it. She tried to reason with him, assuring him that she wasn't referring to him personally. And that cruelty leads nowhere. With a quick movement from our heroine, Paul found himself on the office floor and, without listening to her explanations, he rudely called her a barbarian. Amelia reminded him that it was he who started this conflict, and that he should not react so violently to her words, which were not directed against him. Paul, trying to justify his inappropriate behavior, stated that he personally made the test. At that moment, the head of the publication entered the office, attracted by the noise. Witnessing what was happening, he reproached Paul for his unacceptable attitude towards his guest. Unable to contain his anger, the boss announced his dismissal, emphasizing that he no longer intended to tolerate his presence in the company. Paul, furious, threatened his boss that he would regret his decision. The boss pointed out that this was not the first time he had dealt with people like Paul, and that his rivals had never recovered after such confrontations. Unable to contain his anger, Paul said that he himself would have left the company, even if they hadn't fired him. Amelia noticed that he remained insolent even when everything was already decided. Albert, the owner of High Time, sincerely apologized to Amelia and introduced himself to her. Wanting to avoid possible problems in the future, Amelia took a false name, Anna Smith, and thanked Albert for introducing himself. Albert, surprised to learn that Amelia passed the test without difficulty, offered her a job at High Time. Amelia replied by assuring Albert that she would give her all and was looking forward to starting work. She was happy to learn that she not only had a fixed salary, but also bonuses. On the way home, Amelia felt as if someone was following her. Suddenly, the unknown man, trying to take her hand, introduced himself and assured her that he would not harm her. Amelia, recognizing him as Prince Verdelevin of Gil, despite his disguise. She thought with indignation about his insidious plans. She decided not to waste time with this man and tried to escape. The prince, paying no attention to her attempts, demanded a conversation, assuring that his intentions were good. Amelia, indignant at his audacity, reproached him that because of him she could not return home peacefully. Not understanding who was in front of her and what he wanted, she demanded an explanation. Hill, not wanting to share secrets in a public setting, suggested that Amelia move to another place. Amelia was surprised to find that they had arrived at a dessert cafe, and remembered Gil's description in the novel as a prankster. Gil, who introduced himself as the prince's envoy, said that his goal was to find out from Amelia the reason for her agreement to get engaged to Killian Child. Referring to Amelia's background, he suggested that she must be aware of the rumors about the Duke. Suspecting that Amelia had selfish motives, he presented several versions, or that she was plotting something bad. Or she married the Duke because of his wealth. Amelia replied that Gil was mistaken in considering Killian merely a tool to achieve his goals. She realized bitterly that Gil, like many others, did not see Killian as a person capable of sincere feelings. Before answering the envoy's question, Amelia asked him to listen to her carefully. With fervor in her voice, she stated that Killian Child is not a thing or a bag of money, but a person with his own feelings and experiences who cannot be hurt. Amelia indignantly rejected Gil's opinion of Killian as a rich monster, emphasizing that he has a kind heart and a noble soul. Gil asked Amelia if she was really in love with this monster, i.e., with Killian Child, not believing what he heard. Gil asked if Amelia was telling the truth and if she was sincere in her feelings. Amelia, not hiding her feelings, confirmed that she loves Killian and is ready to repeat it again. Not wanting to talk any further, Amelia said goodbye and left. Kyle, who came to spy on the prince, unexpectedly found Amelia there too. Hearing Amelia's declaration of love, Kyle was astonished and tormented by doubts about her sincerity. After all, Amelia always ignored his own declarations of feelings. And now she suddenly confessed her love to him. At night, upon returning home, Kyle was forced to think about everything that had happened and make a decision. Unable to wait any longer, he realized the need to act decisively. Kyle admitted that, before he could not directly confess his feelings to Amelia, and only sent her gifts. Fearing rejection from Count Dane, Kyle decided to at least see Amelia through the window to make sure everything was all right with her. And he arrived at her house in his carriage. Kyle's assistant warned him that if he invited Amelia for tea, he should not hesitate to accept. He also explained that in the Dane family, an invitation to tea is a kind of historical tradition. The Count searched for his beloved. Kyle, without hesitation, would accept Amelia's offer to have tea. Realizing that Amelia was asleep, Kyle wondered if it was worth waking her up at such a late hour, and what her father would say about it. Unable to bear it, he called Amelia by name and asked her to reply if she wasn't sleeping. The girl, hearing a call from the street, looked out the window and stared at her fiancé for a moment. But then, to Kyle's surprise, she abruptly turned away and moved away from the window into the room. Kyle thought their gazes might have met for a moment, but Amelia decided to pretend she hadn't noticed him. He supposed that most likely he was just imagining things and decided it was time to return home. To his surprise, Kyle heard Amelia shout his name. She asked him if he was cold and why he was still awake because it was very late. Amelia explained that her parents' bedroom was on the ground floor and she had to go down the stairs through the back window of the house, which took her a long time. The girl asked if her fiancé was cold and why he had tears in his eyes from the cold. She jokingly added that when such a handsome man cries, it looks funny. Unexpectedly for Kyle, Amelia invited him to tea and invited him into a warm house. Kyle, happily accepting the invitation, admitted that he really wanted to come and would not refuse the offer. Amelia was surprised to realize that her words about tea were exactly the same as what her mother had said to her father that significant night. Preparing it was troublesome, as the sound of heating water could be too loud. She also doubted the reliability of the old staircase leading to her room, and advised Kyle not to risk using it. Amelia admitted that she doesn't normally use these stairs and that this was a forced step. Realizing that Kyle was very cold, Amelia asked him why he had taken off his coat. Kyle, smiling, replied that she herself knew why and asked Amelia to lie down, assuring that he would only stay for a couple of minutes. He needed to leave so as not to cause trouble for Amelia if he stayed overnight. Looking at Amelia, he could barely contain the desire to kiss her and run his tongue over her earlobe. Amelia, sensing his desire, suggested that he simply do it without hesitation. Kyle, trying to calm Amelia, assured that he would do nothing and believed that she was trying to hide her true desires. Amelia, realizing the need, decided to tell Kyle about the power that the Arita stone in the ring gave her. Kyle, without listening to the end, confessed his feelings to Amelia, telling her that he also loved her very much. He asked again in surprise, wasn't she going to confess her love to him? After this, Kyle admitted that due to her confession, he lost the thread of his thoughts and no longer remembers what was discussed. Amelia, avoiding answering, said it was already late and time to go to bed, and that she needed to get up early tomorrow. Kyle, not wanting to leave, timidly asked for permission to give her a good-night kiss. Suddenly a crash was heard and Amelia, frightened, supposed that something had fallen. Kyle clarified that the staircase had fallen and was surprised, since it was adjacent to the next room, Amelia's room. Noise was heard outside the door, and Amelia's father was heard deciding to go to his daughter and check what had happened. Angrily, he asked who dared to come up to his precious daughter at such a late hour. Amelia's mother turned worriedly to her daughter and asked if she was all right. Amelia pretended to be sleepy and mumbled that she didn't understand why they were coming, because it was nighttime. Amelia's father explained that the staircase had fallen, and they had come to find out who had entered her room. Amelia replied that no one would dare climb such a rickety staircase, and that it was most likely just a cat. Amelia's father, examining the fallen staircase, suddenly noticed a man's coat. He was extremely angry. He demanded explanations as to who dared to sneak into his daughter's room and even take off her clothes. In the heat of anger, Amelia's father threatened to deal with the uninvited guest. Unable to contain his anger, he threw open the door behind which Kyle was hiding at that very moment. The sudden impact of the door took Kyle by surprise, and he stumbled backwards. Clutching his stomach, Kyle, trying to soften the situation, apologized to Count Dane for such an unexpected surprise. He took all the blame, explaining that it was his idea and Amelia was not to blame for anything. Amelia, moved by Kyle's action, thanked him for covering for her, but only now would her father consider him a thief. To everyone's surprise, Amelia's father said that everything was fine. He approved of his daughter's choice and promised not to interfere in their happiness. Amelia's father, wanting to show Kyle childhood photos of his daughter, asked his wife where the album with them was. Kyle, realizing the awkward situation he was in, apologized to the Countess. Amelia's mother smiled and assured Kyle that her husband was a little upset, but a cup of tea would calm him down. Kyle, not wanting to be a burden to the couple, thanked Amelia's parents, but said they didn't have to take his side. Amelia's mother replied with a smile that there was no need to say that, and that she was very fond of her adopted son. Then Amelia asked Kyle how he felt after yesterday's incident. Kyle was pleasantly surprised. He realized that Amelia's mother already considered him her daughter's husband and considers them family. Inspired by this realization, Kyle suggested that Amelia speed up the wedding preparations. He eagerly awaited the day when they would finally become a real family. The morning after the night incident, Kyle, much to his regret, had to return to his estate. 2 weeks before the end of the probation and the engagement ceremony, Amelia, now Lady Claire, arrived at the child's house. The famous designer Garton, respectfully greeting Lady Claire, promised to do his best to find her the best outfit for her upcoming engagement. Claire, clarifying that the outfit was being chosen for Amelia, asked Garton to do his best. Garton, having heard a lot about Amelia's fame, admitted that her name was known throughout the kingdom. After introducing himself to Amelia, Garton assured that he would be responsible for her image at the engagement ceremony. Amelia didn't know much about dresses, as the novel on which the plot was based did not have a detailed description of the attire. Garton, trying to calm Amelia, promised to take care of all the worries. The Dine family, being bankrupt, could not afford to buy their daughter a luxurious dress. Garton, as a skilled designer, confidently stated that the fabric he proposed would be perfect for Amelia's face. Emphasizing Amelia's inexperience in such matters, Garton asked her to simply trust his taste. Amelia drew Garton's attention to the fact that there was an extra 0 on the dress's price tag. Garton, denying the mistake, assured that child would pay for the dress anyway. Amelia decided that Garton looked down on her for her ignorance of fashion, and also for the fact that he arbitrarily decided who would pay for the purchase. She remembered that one should not underestimate her influence because she had a ring that showed her status. With determination, Amelia dismissed Garton and demanded that he leave the room before she called security. Unfortunately, she admitted that it was already too late to change anything, although she doubted her decision to dismiss the designer. Garton, indignant at Amelia's decision, stated that Earl Dine's daughter could not decide such matters. Amelia emphasized that she has every right to perform such actions, and that is not even up for discussion. Claire, confirming Amelia's words, reminded Garton that she was the future Duchess. As a result, on one side, Claire, repeating Amelia's decision, re-announced Garton's dismissal. Garton bitterly declared that only he, as the best designer, could create a dress worthy of a princess. Claire, wanting to push Amelia to make an independent decision, invited her to imagine what the Duke would do in such a situation. Amelia replied that it doesn't matter who is the best designer right now. She confidently stated that she has the right to assign this title to anyone. Claire nodded approvingly and noted that Amelia was learning fast and had great potential for it. Amelia, left without a designer, but with 3 dresses to choose from, wondered who would help her decide now. Claire, dispelling her doubts, assured that many specialists were willing to help. She just had to ask. She also added that the dismissal was a valuable lesson and that the scatterbrained designer would be compensated. Amelia, suspecting that Claire had prepared this entire situation for her training, eagerly awaited new developments. Finally, the long-awaited day of the engagement ceremony arrived. Amelia, dressed in a luxurious dress, thanked the maid for her help, and noted that she had turned her into a real beauty. The maid, sincerely admiring Amelia, assured that she looked stunning even without her help. There was very little time left before the ceremony began. The event was about to start. Amelia, wanting to freshen up, decided to take a walk outdoors. In the garden, she unexpectedly ran into Prince Birdie, whose presence at this event seemed strange to her. Although his presence was understandable, Amelia was wary of his suspicious behavior. She was horrified to see in his hand the same invitation that indicated the meeting place with Kyle, which was supposed to turn into a mockery for him. According to the plot of the novel, this should have happened only a year later. All the changes actually occurred because of her. She realized with annoyance that she couldn't get the precious envelope with her own hands. At that moment, Hyde approached her and asked if something had happened and offered his help. Hyde, noticing that Amelia had dropped something into the mailbox, told her not to worry. He explained that everything that ends up in the mailbox is transferred through a pipe system to the office, where the servants will definitely find the lost item. Amelia, reassured, asked how quickly letters were delivered to Kyle. Hyde explained that the speed of letter delivery depends on the sender. He clarified that if the letter were sent by a member of the imperial family, it would be delivered immediately. At that moment, Prince Beardy, sitting on a bench, was waiting for someone, and clearly wasn't ready for the upcoming event. Noticing Beardy, Kyle suddenly exclaimed reproachfully that he had finally found him. Beardy, surprised by Kyle's threatening appearance, asked him what had happened, and suggested that Amelia might have told him something. The reason for Kyle's anger could be the letter he sent her today, and this thought came to mind. At that moment, he noticed the letter in Kyle's hand and finally became convinced he was right. To Birdie's great surprise, Kyle tore the letter into small pieces before his eyes. Kyle said he knew about Birdie's selfish intentions, but it didn't bother him. Birdie, indignant at Kyle's action, asked him why he threw the torn parts of the letter in his face. Kyle, raising his voice, said that Birdie had crossed the line by telling everything to his fiancée. Beardy, trying to justify himself, said that he and Amelia were just joking. Kyle forbade Beardy from addressing his fiancée familiarly and demanded that he not approach her or try to contact her. Beardy replied that it is strange to hear such prohibitions from a person who uses him as a source of money. Kyle reminded Beardy how the Child family did business and asked what good Beardy had done for him. At that moment, Amelia, waving her hand, called Kyle from afar. Beardy, trying to calm the situation, asked if their dispute would now ruin the imperial budget. Kyle replied with irony in his voice if he really thought the Duke would starve his guard dogs. He ordered Beardy to disappear from his sight before Amelia approached if he wanted to remain one of them. At that moment, Amelia, upon hearing Kyle's voice, exclaimed happily that she had found him. Kyle asked her if she really missed him so much that she decided to come herself this time. Amelia explained that the prince had already left, and there was no need to spoil the mood on the wedding day. She just wanted to see the lake. Kyle, happily agreeing, invited her for a walk, and the lake was truly very beautiful. Finally, after some time, the two approached the shore of a huge lake. Amelia, admiring its beauty, wondered if it would really bear his name. Kyle was glad she liked it and said that when they have a child, he will definitely create a lake in his honor. Then he said that this lake will always be here, and she will be able to admire it every time she comes here. Amelia wondered why Kyle's expression changed so suddenly, as if they were supposed to end tomorrow. Not understanding his words, she hurried to assure Kyle that she would always be by his side. After that, the newlyweds melted into a long and tender kiss. Amelia then admitted that everything seemed like a dream to her, but she needed to know the most important thing. With emotion in her voice, she asked Kyle what he had talked about with the prince recently. Kyle, struggling whether to tell Amelia about his conversation with the prince, didn't know where to start. Amelia, trying to uncover the truth, asked what they were talking about, and jokingly suggested they were talking about dogs when Kyle compared their charges to chained dogs. Kyle pretended not to understand her insinuations and said he was thinking about getting a pet. Amelia, delighted with the news, enthusiastically offered to help with the animal's care. Kyle, with irony in his voice, recalled that unfortunately, he was allergic to dogs. Amelia assumed that Kyle was hiding the truth or was jealous, but either way, it became clear to her that she did not receive an invitation. A few minutes later, they returned to the guests who were waiting for them impatiently. Kyle, solemnly uttering the words of the marriage vow, declared Amelia Dine his wife and promised that they would be happy together. Amelia realized that this is how she married the destroyer. After the wedding ceremony, Amelia officially moved into Duke Child's house. Hyde, politely interrupting the meal, said that Amelia had received a letter from the imperial family. Amelia was surprised to find that it was addressed not to her, but to Claire, and it was an invitation to a banquet. After reading the text of the invitation, Claire was indignant to learn that it was a banquet for single women, where their problems would be discussed. She spoke very coldly about the senile old man, but, remembering Amelia, she decided not to give in to anger. Amelia, knowing Claire, assumed that she would definitely go to this banquet. Wanting to meet Vanessa, she decided to attend the event too. Amelia reported on the banquet organized by the emperor and expressed her desire to go there with Claire. Claire, to Amelia's disappointment, firmly stated that she would go alone. Amelia, not losing hope, begged Kyle to allow her to accompany Claire. She tried to convince Kyle of her safety, citing her status as the wife of Killian Child. Amelia, anticipating the imminent acquisition of the title of Child Duchess, asked Kyle to trust her. Wanting to show her status to other ladies, she again asked for permission to attend the banquet. Kyle was very moved by her words and reluctantly allowed Amelia to attend the event. Amelia, delighted by Kyle's agreement, expressed her sincere gratitude. Vanessa was the leader of the mercenaries hired by Kyle at the beginning of the war to wreak havoc. Her marriage to Duke Child completely changed the history of the novel, and now our heroine had to change the course of events. A short time later, the girls met at the same banquet to which they had been invited in the morning letter. Claire, distracted by the conversation, asked Amelia to wait a moment. Suddenly, Lady Rain, addressing Amelia as the daughter of Count Dane, congratulated her on her engagement and asked about rumors regarding a luxurious gift from Duke Child. Amelia thanked her for the congratulations and asked Lady Rain if she had seen a blue-eyed girl. Lady Rain didn't even listen to her and asked Amelia if she was worried about the birth of her child. Given the Duke's generous gift, Amelia noted that she married late by world standards, although she is only 24 years old. Lady Rain unexpectedly invited Amelia to share interesting stories about the Duke. Amelia, initially not understanding Lady Rain's harshness, tried to find a reason for such behavior. Finally, she suggested that Lady Rain was in love with Kyle and sarcastically suggested she find out about his wedding night with the Duke. Lady Rain asked Amelia if she was ready to talk about her wedding night right now. Our heroine, not at all embarrassed, started the story by saying that it was cold that night and that a strong wind was blowing outside the window. Amelia, embarrassed, admitted that she attacked Kyle that night and then fainted while drinking. According to her, their eyes met in an instant and, as if bewitched, they headed to the hotel. The next second she saw a blonde girl and wondered if it was Vanessa. Lady Rain, indignant at Amelia's sudden flight, tried to stop her to hear the rest of the story. Amelia, citing a meeting with a friend, asked Claire to tell the story to the end. Lady Rain, not wanting to let Amelia go, insistently demanded that she continue the story. Amelia apologized, pleaded urgent business, and promised to talk to Lady Rain another time. Appearing directly in front of this girl, she noticed that the Count's daughter had brown eyes, not blue, and politely asked for her name. The girl introduced herself as Ariana, the daughter of Baron Gretschel, and expressed her joy at meeting Amelia. Amelia immediately noticed that Ariana's necklace had the same stone as Vanessa's amulet. Admiring the necklace, she politely asked about its origin. Lady Rain asked with a smile if Amelia didn't know about the Harmony necklace. She said that Harmony is a jewel of the imperial family that possesses magical powers. Ariana suddenly declared that the emperor chose her, so the necklace rightfully belongs to her. Amelia silently called the emperor insane and unscrupulous, but tried not to show her emotions. Regaining her senses, she apologized for the harshness of her question and her rudeness. Suddenly, shadows of people crossed the hall, but their intentions remained a mystery. Lady Rain explained that the armored figures decorating the event hall are not knights, which means no one will be there to save them. Amelia, assessing the situation, supposed that 5 attackers were not a problem because she had learned to defend herself from her father and counted on buying some time. Concerned for Lady Gretchel's safety, she advised her to find a place to hide. A masked warrior armed appeared before Amelia. The tension was building, but she was ready for the fight. Amelia, entering the battle, clarified that she did not intend to protect Lady Rain. Suddenly, she realized that she could hear thoughts while crossing swords with her opponent. The hooded man expressed confusion about Amelia's identity and stated that they were the only invited arresters. Amelia, trying to understand the attackers' motives, asked aloud what the arresters were there for. She invited Lady Rain to apologize for her actions, or at least provide an argument for her defense. Amelia, fighting her attacker, reminded him of the age difference, making it impossible to justify her current behavior. Lady Rain, realizing her mistake, loudly repented and promised never to behave this way again, begging Amelia for protection. Amelia realized that after this skirmish, her opponents would no longer dare to attack her. Amelia suddenly turned to those hooded warriors and told them about her ability. She stated that she has the ability to read minds and therefore knows their true intentions. Amelia, referring to her father, Count Dane, the legendary commander, threatened the arrestees that they would not defeat her. She managed to weaken her opponent's defenses and took advantage of this moment to push him. Amelia thanked him for putting himself in danger, because that's exactly what she needed. With lightning speed, Amelia grabbed her opponent by the head and with a skillful move knocked him to the ground. Having won, she bravely asked who wanted to fight her next. One of the hooded women, amazed by Amelia's fighting skills, suggested that the arite stone was helping her. Suddenly, our heroine introduced herself as Amelia Dane, one of the emperor's close associates, who possessed arite for the battle. Amelia's words took effect, the warriors froze for a moment and, apparently, they were ready to flee. And so it happened. After a few seconds, no one remained in the hall who dared to fight the brave girl. Amelia sighed with relief and admitted that the battle was simple, but regretted that the opponents fled so quickly. Lady Rain, expressing deep gratitude, said they were saved thanks to Amelia. She then asked permission to call her Amelia from now on, like a close friend. Amelia categorically rejected Lady Rain's proposal, forbidding their familiarity. Lady Gretchel also expressed her gratitude for the rescue, but said they should return to the topic of the lost necklace. Amelia clarified with Lady Gretchel if those people actually stole the necklace. At that moment, a knight burst into the hall and ordered the 3 girls to remain in place. The next second, the knight announced their arrest, accused of stealing the Harmony necklace. After some time, Amelia found herself again in the cell where she had been once. She was further amused by the fact that she was the reason for the arrest of those scoundrels. It seems the guards detained everyone who seemed even slightly suspicious to them. Seeing the new prisoner, Amelia asked with interest if it was the same girl she had seen before. The next second, Amelia opened the cell door. She wanted to be with other prisoners who were treated more strictly. The guard politely explained that, out of respect for Duke Child, Amelia's cell was not locked. But she was not allowed to move freely. He offered to share his cell with a new girl, citing the fact that there were not enough free cells. The guard, delighted with this decision, asked Amelia for her name to complete the procedure. Vanessa looked around, surprised at the things that were in the cell, which was very different from the previous one. She could not believe she was so lucky, because she had everything she needed for a comfortable stay. Vanessa, looking around the chamber, suggested that Amelia was an important person, since everything here was organized very comfortably for her. Amelia, trying to be polite, offered Vanessa a cup of tea. Vanessa, without hesitation, asked to bring everything available because she herself had barely eaten anything at the party. She behaved towards our heroine like a servant, although both were in a pretrial detention cell. Suddenly, Vanessa showed Amelia her middle finger and told her that she didn't care about any of the girls' comments. Amelia, indignant at Vanessa's behavior, asked why she was acting so brazenly. In her place, according to the novel's plot, there should have been a kind heroine who was very different from this insolent one. Vanessa silently complained that she failed to steal the necklace she needed to complete the task. And now she doesn't know where to get the arrate stone. Amelia learned that Vanessa was the leader of the arresters and supposed that she needed the necklace to attract the attention of a rich man. And gamble. Vanessa, irritated by the girl's questions, rudely asked her not to touch her. And move away. What happened to her manners after all? She is the main protagonist of the original story. Vanessa claimed that manners are not important when she is about to starve to death, and that such things only concern the rich and aristocrats. Vanessa's gaze suddenly fell upon Amelia's ring, where she noticed the engraved symbol of the children. She realized that in front of her was Amelia Daney, who had gone from a simple family to the title of prince. Realizing her rudeness, she hurried to apologize to Amelia and thank her for the delicious cookies. She then suggested cutting her hair because the ends already required care, as it seemed to her. Amelia, looking suspiciously at Vanessa, asked her where she got the sword she skillfully hid. Without waiting for an answer, the girl suddenly brought the blade close to our heroine's hair to cut off the excess. She managed to think that, since she hadn't obtained the necklace, she would deceive the rich woman. With feigned sympathy, she asked how Amelia got into the chamber and suggested she straighten her hair a little more. Amelia abruptly explained that she ended up in the cell by mistake while protecting the necklace from the detainees, and that she would be released soon. Vanessa immediately realized that Amelia was the reason her plan failed. She watched with surprise that Amelia, a fragile girl at first glance, managed to repel the arresters. Vanessa decided to change tactics and flattered Amelia, calling her Lady Dine. At that moment, a guard entered the cell announcing a visit to Amelia. Kyle appeared on the threshold and, with worry in his voice, asked Amelia if she was all right. Amelia hugged Kyle, but judging by his facial expression, he was not entirely ready for such a reaction. Looking at Vanessa, the girl realized that she wanted to hand this eccentric girl over to Kyle. She firmly told Kyle that she would never hand him over to anyone. Kyle joked that she shouldn't have been afraid because he would belong to her forever. Kyle informed Amelia that all charges against her had been dropped and that they could return home. All they had to do was complete a couple more pages of paperwork. Noticing a change in Amelia's hairstyle, Kyle asked what happened to her. Amelia explained that she wanted to change her hairstyle because, according to the novel's plot, the main character was not supposed to kill the main character. At that moment, the guard asked Amelia and Kyle to complete 2 more pages of paperwork. Kyle, wanting to see the cell where Amelia was, asked the guard to take him there. The guard, fulfilling the request, pointed to the chamber, and just at that moment, Vanessa was having a tea party there. She quickly greeted Kyle and introduced herself as Duchess Vanessa Mibrand. She secretly hoped for a possible romance with Kyle, dreaming that their marriage might end. Realizing that Kyle was not paying attention to her, Vanessa wondered irritably what he was looking at in the presence of a beauty like her. At that moment, she remembered that she had forgotten to remove her hair and left it lying on the floor, after which she hurried to put it away. Vanessa said she felt flattered to meet Kyle and suggested that he was captivated by her beauty. Kyle sternly asked how Vanessa dared to do this to Amelia's luxurious hair. However, he immediately composed himself upon realizing that Amelia was kind, and that if she found out what happened, there would be trouble. Vanessa decided that this is how she acts, captivating men with her beauty to make them solve her problems. Kyle asked the guard to thoroughly search her and all the belongings of the prisoner. Then he coldly said that he could see Vanessa's true motives and that she shouldn't hide them. Vanessa, confused, asked the Duke what he was talking about. Kyle wanted to know what she did to his fiancé's hair, and warned her that if it happened again, she would be in trouble. Then he asked our heroine if she was done with the papers, as the carriage was already waiting for them. Once home, Amelia remembered that while reading the novel, she still didn't know how terrible the protagonist's first meeting would be. And the heroine. Addressing the coachman, the girl asked him to wait a little for her, as she would be back soon. Then she asked if they could stop at the Central Market on the way. Today she has to answer questions about the lost necklace. But she finally managed to finish reporting for her first column. The coachman nodded politely and replied that he would be happy to fulfill all her orders. After some time, she was already at the door of the editorial office, where she planned to go today. Transformed, she confidently introduced herself as the journalist Anna Smith as she entered. At that moment, noise was heard in the room. The journalist started making a fuss, demanding to contact someone as new data had arrived. Amelia, interested in what was happening, asked what was causing the commotion. Albert, approaching Amelia, asked if she had finished the article, as he had been waiting for her for a long time. Then he gave the sensational news that the jewel of the imperial family, the Harmony necklace, had disappeared. The imperial family wanted to keep the information about the lost necklace a secret, but they managed to get information from an anonymous source. A newspaper employee reported that they could not find a person who could confirm the veracity of the received information. Amelia asking Albert if she heard correctly that they were talking about promotions at high time. A light lit up in her eyes because with so much money, she could finally pay off her family's debts. Amelia decided she needed to devise a plan and took a newspaper article just in case. Albert praised Amelia for her wit and genius and also asked her to write a continuation of the article. At the same time, our heroine had an important conversation about the lost necklace. The investigator politely thanked Amelia for coming and said he needed to ask some questions about the necklace. Amelia, interrupting the investigator, asked with curiosity if the necklace was really that valuable. The investigator replied that every aristocrat knows this necklace. Then he apologized to Amelia and admitted that not everyone was aware of the lost necklace. The necklace was a symbol of goodwill given to the emperor by a Celtic leader. It served as a guarantee of a peaceful alliance between the empire and the Celts, hence its importance. If something is found missing, the Celts can use it as a reason to attack. The novel portrayed the Celts as a warrior people from the north who, with Kyle's support, destroyed the empire. At this point, Earl Gargoyle intervened in the conversation, clarifying the progress of the investigation. The investigator, politely apologizing, informed the Earl that no results had yet been obtained. Earl Gargoyle expressed surprise, as he believed the investigation should have progressed further already. Amelia, feeling uncomfortable under the Earl's gaze, decided not to stay here for long. The Earl, turning to Amelia, asked her a question about her father's bankruptcy after acting as a guarantor for his friend. He believed that Amelia might have been driven to steal the necklace by the opportunity to take possession of a masterless jewel, whose access was limited to her family. The Earl emphasized that similar questions were asked of other women, and that the goal of the investigation is to establish the truth. He also added that the Emperor himself suspects Amelia more than others. Then, the Earl invited Amelia to prove her innocence by independently finding the real kidnapper, using all the resources of the Child family to do so. Amelia wondered if this was an attempt by the Count and the Emperor to use her influence, and that of the Child family to find the real culprit. The Earl warned Amelia that the loss of the necklace could lead to a diplomatic conflict. He reminded her of her belonging to the aristocracy of the empire. To maintain her status, it is necessary to defend her honor. To finish, the Earl encouraged Amelia to do everything possible to prove her innocence. The investigator, worried by the sudden appearance of Earl Gargoyle and his unceremonious behavior, asked about Amelia's well-being. Amelia decided that his affection was directed more towards the Child family than towards her personally. She admitted to the investigator that Earl Gargoyle's words frightened her. and asked him to convey a message to her fiancé, Kyle. The investigator, agreeing to Amelia's request, promised to return as soon as possible after completing the task. Left alone, Amelia, taking advantage of the investigator having gone after Kyle, decided not to waste time. At that moment, she focused her attention on 3 girls who were also waiting to be interrogated. Amelia, approaching them, noticed that they had not been released yet and realized that they had heard Earl Gargoyle's words. Lady Rain told Amelia that she was under suspicion only because she was near Lady Gretchel at the time the necklace was stolen. Amelia stated that now everyone is under suspicion and that one of them must become a scapegoat. Lady Rain feared for the fate of her loved ones and that the arrest could deprive her forever of the chance to marry. Amelia noticed that she cares more about her relatives than about herself. Amelia invited Lady Rain to join in this difficult situation, to which she happily agreed, expressing her trust in Amelia. And Lady Gretchel. Our heroine was very happy that they finally managed to unite in something. At that moment, Vanessa, shyly turning to Amelia, asked how she was, and if the girl would be under suspicion. Vanessa complained that if she were arrested, her family would be left without a livelihood. Not believing Vanessa's words, the girl exposed her lies, because she had long known about the absence of her relatives. Wanting to talk to Vanessa alone, Amelia invited her to go with her. Vanessa, willing to fulfill any request from Amelia, happily agreed. Firstly, Amelia asked if Vanessa was familiar with the concept of arate. Vanessa, admitting she had heard of it, was surprised by Amelia's sudden question. However, she quickly understood the reason for the interest, suggesting that arate was the source of her extraordinary beauty. Amelia revealed the true ability of her arate to read people's thoughts when she touches them. Explaining to Vanessa how her arate works, she said that she only needs to touch clothing or a person's weapon to read their thoughts. Vanessa concluded that the Duke is truly in love with Amelia, and now she has no chance to seduce him. Amelia, confirming Vanessa's assumption, stated that Vanessa's plan was doomed to failure as long as she was present. The girl admitted that she had never heard of mental arates and wanted to know what this was. Amelia replied that she didn't know about the rarity of mental arate until she held it in her hands. Vanessa panicked when she realized that Amelia might know about her attempts to steal the necklace. That's why, as Amelia admitted, she wanted to talk to Vanessa alone. Vanessa, moved by Amelia's offer to become her bodyguard, exclaimed that she did not need money, and that she was willing to work for free. Our heroine emphasized that everything Vanessa sees or hears must remain a secret. Vanessa, wanting to assure Amelia of her reliability, stated that despite her appearance, she is capable of a lot. Since she has already fought 46 battles, she only wanted to know how she should address Amelia and whether she should call her lover. Amelia asked not to be ceremonial and invited her to introduce herself to Kyle as an old friend. Then, the girl invited Vanessa to have tea with her and expressed confidence that she would handle her task. The girl replied by assuring Amelia that she was ready to do her job even at the cost of her life. At the same time, Duke Child got out of his carriage and met his faithful assistant. He asked Hyde which house was closer to the palace, his or Count Dane's. Hyde, checking his notes, told Kyle that Count Dane's house was 3 times closer. Kyle, delighted with this information, noticed that Amelia called him even though her house is farther away. Upon arriving at the estate, Kyle suddenly heard the voice of his beloved, who was calling him loudly. She told Kyle that they needed to talk about something very important. Kyle, suggesting topics for a serious conversation, listed possible options. But none came up. Amelia announced her decision to hire a bodyguard and apologized to Kyle for the possible disappointment. Kyle admitted that he himself was thinking about something similar because he already knew about Earl Gargoyle's act, and he was ready to help find a competent bodyguard. Amelia, to his surprise, said she had already found a candidate and would like to see Vanessa in that role. Kyle, trying to remember if he knew her, assumed they were talking about the same crazy woman. Amelia, surprised by his knowledge, asked when they managed to meet. Kyle, disgusted remembering Vanessa, shamelessly called her out for cutting Amelia's lock of hair. The girl immediately took Vanessa under her protection, calling her, although a bit careless, but experienced. The young man suggested that Amelia had her own reasons for making this decision, and asked her to explain why she needed it. Finding himself alone in his office, he supposed that the emperor wanted Amelia to help him solve the problem of the lost necklace. Amelia replied by saying she wanted to get to the bottom of the truth. She emphasized that without doing so, innocent girls could suffer. Kyle did not want to let her go alone. He thought it was impossible, even if Amelia's fencing skills were superior to those of other ladies. The girl immediately told Kyle she wanted to tell him something, but that maybe it was too late. She explained that when he gave her the ring, he gave her the powers of the Arite crystal. The Duke asked what ability it gave her, and suggested that Amelia had a strong desire that activated the crystal. Amelia revealed the secret. The ring gave her the ability to read other people's thoughts upon touching a person. She added that at first it only worked when touching the skin, but now touching the clothes is enough. Kyle, stunned by this information, suggested that this is how he managed to check the sincerity of her feelings. Amelia assured Kyle that she truly loved him and emphasized that her feelings for him were not false. Kyle, still not believing what he was hearing, asked if that meant Amelia had heard all his vicious thoughts. Amelia admitted that she didn't need to read minds to understand Kyle's true intentions. She assured him that he shouldn't be ashamed of his thoughts and also advised him not to think about suicide. Kyle, surprised by Amelia's revelation, asked her if she heard all his thoughts without exception. The girl admitted she heard everything and apologized for it, but at the same time was very happy about it. She admitted that she was very happy to know how much he loved her, and that feeling was very important to her. Kyle, embarrassed by his wicked thoughts, joked that he wanted to throw himself into an icy lake. Amelia remembered that now is not the time for jokes. She emphasized that there is a more important issue that needs to be resolved. She explained to Kyle that although mind-reading ability helps her a lot, it is not enough to achieve her goal. Amelia suggested forming an alliance with Lady Gretchel's friends and other guests at the party to find the true culprit. Kyle could not understand how Amelia was going to do this, because among Lady Gretchel's friends and party guests there are men. Amelia explained that she only needs to touch a person's hand with her finger for a moment to read their thoughts. She assured him that there was nothing indecent in this gesture. Kyle, disagreeing with her, said that Amelia's touch excites him too much. Amelia, wanting to reach an agreement, asked what kind of contact Kyle considered acceptable. It might be appropriate to only touch the feet, because the fingers are too intimate an area. Amelia replied that she could not read minds by touching the heel, but she was also willing to learn that. She assured Kyle that Vanessa could be trusted. Although she had no manners, she was very loyal. Kyle, still worried, asked Amelia not to get involved in anything dangerous. Amelia, after promising him she would be careful, thanked Kyle for his understanding. She added that all his thoughts at that moment were about kissing, so she didn't need to use the Arite crystal to read them. Amelia suggested that Kyle go home with Vanessa. Kyle approved her proposal and said he would ask Hyde to officially handle this whole story. He only expressed his displeasure with the Emperor's actions, who, in his opinion, behaved incompetently and forgot his place. At that moment, Vanessa handed Amelia the newspaper and explained that she had brought it especially for her. She also said that Hyde, the butler, told her to address Amelia as my lady, but that she would call her by her name when they were alone. Vanessa further reported that she passed on the information received from Amelia to the High Time newspaper. Vanessa also shared that people are surprised that the Emperor is using a necklace. That is a diplomatic symbol for personal gain. Amelia expected that they would declare that the anonymous person had no proof and would try to win people over to their side. Vanessa suggested she come up with some other way to solve the problem. Amelia, in response, only asked her to deliver the letter to the editor of High Time. Amelia explained that the letter said they would disclose further information if the imperial family tried to tell a false story. At that moment, the angry king was having an urgent, unscheduled argument about those very newspaper articles with his assistant. He stressed that he needed this person to provide information to the newspaper anonymously. The king also ordered the count to ignore the warning letter and first deal with refuting the High Times article and find the informant. The count, obediently bowing his head, assured the king that everything would be done as he ordered. Beardy, observing this scene, decided that things were not going very well for the imperial family and thought it was best to leave. After leaving the king's office, he decided that the imperial family would maintain its position only thanks to Child's money. He then went to the door of the house where his sisters lived, knocked, and asked if he could come in. The sisters greeted him cheerfully and informed him that they had chosen a new wig for him, advising him not to frown so that the dust wouldn't fall off. Beardy realized that if the imperial family lost money, his sisters, who were not born into an aristocratic family, could end up on the street. He believed his family was enslaved after the death of their wise mother. And that is why he previously saw Kyle only as a source of money. At that moment, he remembered Amelia's words, who said that Killian Child was not just prey or a thing, but a person, and therefore it was wrong to think of him as a rich monster. Since meeting Amelia Dine, he had a feeling that his life had changed too much. Birdie believed that Kyle had everything he wanted, including a beautiful wife. She wondered how Amelia would feel if someone was friends with her only for money. Sister Birdie made a comment about his jargon, wondering how the emperor's son could express himself like that. Then she asked him to calm down and stay still so she could put lipstick on his lips. At that moment, Hyde entered the room and informed Prince Birdie that the Duke wished to see him. Birdie, upon arriving at a meeting with Kyle, immediately asked why he had called him. Kyle, greeting him, said he was glad to see him and that this time he arrived quite quickly. Birdie asked Kyle if he found the collapse of the imperial family funny. Kyle expressed his bewilderment as to how serious matters could be discussed when his interlocutor was wearing a woman's dress. Beardy, ignoring Kyle's comment, reminded him of what he said last time about how he could become his dog. Kyle, getting down to business, informed Beardy that the emperor was ill and asked him to confirm his readiness to take his place. He hastened to add that, of course, he was not concerned about the emperor's health, but something completely different. The prince asked him if he really thought they could just be used, and then, why not create his own empire? Kyle, as an excuse, said that his fiancée does not approve of his extravagance. Beardy, amazed by his response, began to doubt whether the Duke had lost his mind because of his new lover. It then became clear to him why people say that love is madness. Kyle reminded him that he was the one interested in his preparation to become the new emperor. Kyle still couldn't understand why the prince was wearing women's clothes. He wanted to know if it was his personal preference. The prince replied that it was fun for him to see how angry the aristocrats were, but immediately added that it was too early for the emperor to know the truth. Beardy thought he had guessed Kyle's true preferences, although he had no idea of the Duke's real thoughts. Kyle said he didn't have time for empty talk, that he would like to settle things quickly and return to Amelia. He asked Beardy to tell him his plan right now and not pretend not to understand the essence of the matter. Beardy, without rushing to answer, said that what worried him most was his father's life and the future of his sisters. Kyle said he had already bought a deserted island, which would be a farewell gift to the emperor from the Child family. Beardy, surprised by his words, asked if that meant Kyle was not going to execute his father. Execution is, of course, the safest way to avoid problems in the future. But he did not want to upset Amelia. Beardy, realizing that his family's future depended on his decision, said he was willing to cooperate with Kyle. Wanting to gain support, he asked if Kyle was sure he wouldn't regret it if he became the new emperor. Kyle, shrugging indifferently, said he was completely unconcerned about who would sit on the throne. He ordered Beardy to stay hidden and wait for the right moment. With these words, Kyle left in his luxurious carriage without wanting to continue this conversation any further. Left alone, Beardy bitterly admitted that even if he organized an uprising, It would lead to nothing. All he could do was hope that Kyle was not a monster deep down. On the way home, Kyle realized that someone had already informed High Times about what happened. But who could it be? Hyde said they were already at the High Times building, and it turned out that all the youth in the city had gathered there. Hyde added that, in his opinion, these people want to take advantage of the situation to overthrow the current government and start a Republican movement. Vanessa was unexpectedly among the rebels, but why was she here? Vanessa, delighted to find a gentleman she knew, exclaimed that she was lucky because he could give her a ride. She politely asked Kyle for a favor, explaining that she was tired of walking, and that it would be convenient for her if he gave her a ride in his carriage. Upon receiving the refusal, Vanessa was a little disappointed, but remaining calm, she said she would walk. Then she loudly said that she would tell Milady Amelie about Kyle's refusal to give her a ride. Even though she was following her mistress's instructions, Kyle, unable to resist Vanessa's pressure, gave in and invited her to sit in the carriage. Recognizing her ability to manipulate people, he immediately asked what order Amelia had given her. Receiving no answer, Kyle persistently repeated the question, demanding that Vanessa tell him what her fiancé had ordered her to do. Annoyed by Vanessa's silence, he decided that his girlfriend was a stubborn person, and that fashion was going in the wrong direction, even if the maids became his admirers. Vanessa, realizing that it was possible to negotiate peacefully with Kyle, decided not to resort to a fight. She politely apologized and said that she could not disclose information because she was loyal to her lover. Kyle suspiciously noted that his wife's affair was really dragging on. She was still seeing the man the letter was addressed to. Vanessa, laughing to herself, thought this is what this arrogant duke needs. Meanwhile, servants delivered the latest issue of the newspaper to the royal palace. The Earl, handing the newspaper to the king, said it was today's issue of High Times. The king, anxiously unfolding the newspaper, found another revealing article from an anonymous informant. The king was horrified by the frankness and detail of the article. He realized that his reputation and position were at risk and despaired. Not knowing what to do next, Amelia, at that very moment, wanting to know the public's reaction to her article today, decided to go out on the town. Having received a generous payment for the information provided, she happily expected to be able to buy herself a new gift. And luxurious. Kyle, noticing that Amelia was preparing to go out somewhere in the morning, he asked her where she was going. Amelia feared that revealing her affiliation with High Times would make the nobleman worry about her safety and interfere with further investigation. Kyle, noticing Amelia's good mood, asked her the reason. Amelia, laughing, connected her optimism with a delicious breakfast and then citing urgent matters. She left Kyle. Albert, whom she unexpectedly met at the publication, admitted he had no idea about her work as an informant and was surprised that she hid her activities. Amelia, handing Albert a new article, said that this article exposed the incompetence of the imperial family, which should have caused a wide resonance in society. She expressed confidence that now the emperor could not silence the matter. The only thing left was to find the thief and return the necklace. She stressed that further inaction is unacceptable, as other girls could become victims of similar crimes. Meanwhile, Hyde, carrying out Kyle's instructions, handed him the book he asked for. Kyle, looking at the book with interest, wondered why Amelia would read such novels. Hyde, sensing Kyle's doubts, offered his advice that he would share his life experience with the Duke. He said that love always returns, despite hardships. Suddenly, Kyle wondered if his wife had run away, since he could give him such valuable advice. Claire confirmed that Hyde was married, but his wife ran away long before Kyle was born, so he couldn't know. She also added that Hyde and his wife are not yet divorced, but he has his own reasons for this. Kyle couldn't understand how love could return if his wife hadn't shown up for 20 years. At that moment, Hyde, interrupting their conversation, solemnly announced Amelia's return. Amelia, appearing in the room, greeted everyone and asked whom she had not yet had time to greet. Kyle noticed that she was wearing gloves, although she usually didn't wear them as an inconvenience. He began to suspect that this way she was trying to hide something, perhaps an engagement ring. Suddenly, he perceived the familiar smell of men's perfume emanating from Amelia, and realized that this scent was familiar to him. Kyle realized with horror that the scent emanating from Amelia matched the scent of his bodyguard Vanessa's perfume. Questions swirled in his head about exactly who she was meeting and what to do now. Amelia, approaching Kyle, timidly asked for a kiss and told him she missed him a lot. Kyle, surprised by such a sudden outburst, asked if she had really missed him that much in just a few hours. He admitted that he wanted the person wearing this ring to belong completely to him. Kyle asked if she didn't like this approach and maybe she should change her mind. Amelia replied with slight irony that she had nothing to complain about. Besides, he wasn't the only one who could take this ring off. Kyle said that in fact, there is only one person who can take the necklace off him. Amelia, wanting to change the subject, suggested they focus on catching the culprit of the theft first. The Duke admitted that he himself did not like this situation and assured Amelia that he would not let the criminal escape. He asked Amelia to take his words seriously and told her that he would not share her with anyone. Amelia, surprised by his statement, asked why he needed two men. She asked him bewilderedly if he really suspected her of cheating on him after everything that happened between them. Amelia, trying to dispel his doubts, assured Kyle that she needed no one but him. Kyle, without stopping, complained that she smelled of men's perfume, which he had smelled on Vanessa before. The girl explained that she bought this perfume for her with a desire to give him a nice surprise. Kyle, still tormented by doubts, imagined giving the same perfume to Adriana and hugging her. This thought ignited a fire of passion in him. Amelia, who had the gift of reading thoughts, caught his torment and asked him with a smile if he wanted to keep thinking about those scenes. She, bringing him back to reality, reminded him that they would soon need to go to the palace. After a while, our heroes went to the palace together in a luxurious carriage. At that moment, the king had already been notified of their arrival and was waiting for Duke Child and for Lady Dine in the palace. He regretfully reported that the public had learned about the imperial family's debt to the child bank. Kyle, politely, hastened to assure the king that he personally had nothing to apologize for, and emphasized that this matter was purely between the king and the child bank. At the same time, Kyle offered his help if the king wished to resume the debt payments. Amelia explained to the king that the money given by Kyle was not a gift, but a loan that needed to be repaid. The king considered it his duty to inform the girl that she was the main suspect in the necklace theft. Kyle confirmed the king's words and added that it was Lord Gargoyle who made this accusation. The king stated that by law Lady Dane should already be in prison and asked for her opinion on this matter. To avoid a scandal, he suggested discussing the necklace incident first and then the issue of the family's debt. Amelia, curiously, asked the king if it was true that the stolen necklace had an arite crystal embedded in it, and knows the special feature of the arite crystal embedded in the necklace. After all, the person who puts on this necklace will not be able to take it off by themselves without the permission of the one who gave it. Amelia clarified if the king himself was the one who put the necklace on Lady Gretchel. The king categorically denied it, stating that Count Gargoyle did it. Angrily, he turned to the count because he, according to the king, is the thief. The earl, scared, hastened to apologize to the king and reported that the man who put on the necklace had simply disappeared. After the earl learned about the special ability of the arite crystal, he tried to find him. But he was unsuccessful. The king exclaimed why the earl had not told him this sooner, and why he was only now learning such an important detail from Lady Dine. He stated that the earl's action undermined respect for his family and destroyed the king's trust in him. Finally, turning to Duke Child, the king promised that Earl Gargoyle would definitely answer for what he had done. He deeply regretted that Duke Child's fiancée was involved in this story. Kyle assumed that the king wanted to make Earl Gargoyle a scapegoat. Amelia responded by objecting that only this person could help them understand the situation. She realized that at that moment, she and Kyle were thinking the same thing. Amelia mentally compared the emperor to a lizard biting off its legs to hide, and thus digging a hole. After our heroes returned home, Claire was relieved to learn that Amelia was no longer a suspect. Amelia replied by thanking Claire for coming at such a difficult time. Claire, curiously, asked the name of Amelia's maid. Amelia clarified that Vanessa is not just a maid, but her bodyguard, and said her name is Vanessa. Claire was surprised, asking if she knew how to fight and if she even performed any of her duties. The girl demanded that Vanessa send her a service record the same day, threatening her with dismissal if she failed. Vanessa, scared, asked if she would really be fired. Claire realized that with that attitude towards work, she would have been fired from any job long ago. And how is it that Vanessa hasn't starved to death yet? Vanessa noted that she doesn't need to starve, because men constantly give her gifts because she is beautiful. She, trying to establish contact, shyly asked if Claire didn't like her. Claire declared that she despised girls who completely depended on men, and also demanded that Vanessa stop calling her miss. Then, the girl joked that due to the moth's color being similar to the wallpaper, it would be difficult to notice her, especially from that distance. Vanessa, in response to Claire's mockery, said with a smile that she despised incompetent people. Claire, suddenly changing her anger to mercy, ordered Vanessa to carefully protect Amelia. At that very moment, in the border territory between the Gil Empire and the Celts, an event that changed the course of events was unfolding. The young man, rubbing his hands in anticipation, rejoiced. He only had to resell the necklace, and he would be rich. The buyer finally appeared, and the guy, trying to hide his excitement, hastily ordered him to show the money. He was very close to getting rich, but suddenly something didn't go according to plan. The buyer slowly threw a small bag of gold onto the floor, but where was the rest? The young man loudly declared that this was a very valuable necklace, and that if he didn't return it, the buyer would deeply regret it. At that moment, the buyer exposed the guard's brilliant armor and reached out his hand towards the precious necklace. Grabbing the necklace, he admired its beauty because it was fit to be a gift and not an item for sale. Marvesh, as this buyer was called, realized that now Vanessa probably would agree to cooperate with him after receiving a generous gift. A month later, the truth about the necklace stolen due to betrayal came to light, and abandonment of the imperial treasury. Count Gargoyle was sentenced to death, and the emperor abdicated the throne. According to the novel's plot, Beardy dies during the war as a result of an accident that occurred while investigating a fabricated incident. Amelia, not believing in the friendship between Beardy and her brother, expressed her fears about the future fate of both. Kyle, wanting to distract Amelia from her thoughts, invited her to play chess. Drawing a parallel between the game and life, Kyle wisely pointed out that in chess it is important not to move pawns without thinking, but to develop them intelligently to turn them into stronger pieces. Amelia, remembering the novel's plot once again, spoke with sympathy about Birdie's difficult fate. After that, the girl again went to the publication, where Albert had already read her new column. Amelia calmly said that she deliberately changed her style a bit so as not to attract too much attention. Albert delightedly said that she was a brilliant journalist who had left a great mark on the history of his newspaper. Flattered by his words, the girl called herself a tireless fighter for justice. She admitted to herself that she hadn't originally planned to reveal her identity. For now, there is still no news about the stolen necklace that started this whole story. Furthermore, the alibi of all suspects who were on the border with Celtic lands was confirmed. Amelia was sure that the new emperor would take care of all matters himself, and she should rest a little at home. Kyle, wanting to distract Amelia from her anxious thoughts, suggested they go for a walk. Amelia, having guessed his intention, immediately realized that this was his way of inviting her out. The idea of a walk in such beautiful weather seemed very attractive to her. Kyle admitted that this was his first shopping trip and that he was even a little nervous. Amelia reminded him that he was rich and already had everything he needed at his disposal, and that if he needed anything, he could always ask the servants. Amelia affectionately compared his behavior to that of a puppy going out for a walk for the first time. Soon they went shopping in a carriage without the ducal coat of arms, as if hiding their true origin. Kyle, engrossed in shopping, enthusiastically listed what they needed to buy. He turned to Amelia surprised and asked if people in shopping centers were always so friendly. Amelia, with a smile in her voice, explained that their friendliness depended directly on their generosity and the size of their purchases. Kyle, not wanting to ruin his first shopping trip, decided not to think too much about it. He suddenly saw a crowded shop and invited Amelia to look there. Amelia exclaimed with sparkling eyes that this was exactly what she had always dreamed of. In front of them was a shop with the most luxurious lingerie, where they immediately headed. Amelia held out her hand to Kyle and asked him to tell her what he was thinking. Kyle replied that he couldn't say what he was thinking because his hands were sticky from the pancake syrup. What disappointed Amelia? Amelia smiled and noticed that until that moment, her sticky hands hadn't bothered her. Then she invited Kyle to immerse himself in the unknown world of lingerie shops. They spent the whole day shopping enthusiastically, and by night, both were noticeably tired. Kyle really enjoyed going shopping and was reviewing the details of the previous day in his memory. Lying in his bed, the young couple even visited the most popular couples boutique called Victoria's Secret. The question arose in his mind, would Amelia wear what she bought today? Hyde, Kyle's loyal servant, approached him with a tray on which there were 2 jugs of water, just as his master had asked. Unable to resist temptation, he shared his knowledge and cunningly asked Kyle if he knew what it means when a girl gives perfume to a man. Kyle replied that he no longer believes anyone's word, so he asks Hyde to clarify the situation. Hyde lowered his voice and said that it meant the girl wanted to be seduced. Amelia, at that moment, had just dressed in this new clothing to appear this way before Kyle. Amelia looked tenderly at the sleeping Kyle. He had really fallen asleep. She reminded him that they had a vacation planned today and that he couldn't just go to bed. Looking at Kyle, she involuntarily compared him to herself. He seemed so frank and so free. Kyle admitted that he also decided to use Amelia's gift. She clarified if he was referring to the perfume she recently gifted him. She couldn't separate from him and whispered that she really liked the young man now. Kyle replied that, of course, he believed her, but that she also had to trust him in all matters. Amelia curiously asked where he learned this curious technique. Kyle timidly replied that out of nowhere, he just wanted to please her in honor of their common holiday. He murmured, looking into her eyes, that from this angle she looked even more seductive. Amelia felt flattered by Kyle's compliment and gratefully replied that she was happy to hear it. She soothed him not to move because he was the one who seduced her. At that moment, Vanessa was watching their room and had to listen to the noise coming from there all night. Vanessa, unable to bear the tension, loudly asked the Duke to give Amelia a break. Although he did not hear her, Claire offered her double the money for the night's work, but the girl decided that this would be their last encounter. Having decided not to participate in the murky night work anymore, Vanessa noted that she would never want to date an energetic guy. Amelia, frowning with displeasure, asked why Vanessa hadn't left yet. Because she asked them to leave her alone with Kyle. Amelia was thirsty and asked Kyle to bring her some water. Kyle offered to fetch water himself and urged Amelia to sit down and relax. Amelia, aware of how indecent their situation was, shyly asked Kyle to give her something to wear. Suddenly, the girl flinched at a sudden sound and worriedly asked Kyle if someone had broken in on them. Amelia even suggested using the decorative sword hanging on the wall as a weapon. Upon seeing the figure enter the room, Amelia was horrified to recognize in it the person she least wanted to see. Amelia's fears were confirmed when she saw the main villain of the novel in front of her. Manhwa's writer. Noticing her pitiful appearance, he said he knew he would show up someday. But he didn't expect him to sneak in like a mouse. Manhwa asked Amelia how she knew him and how she managed to find out so quickly. Amelia, not wanting to reveal her sources of information, asked what the alchemist of the Trija Empire was doing here. The girl suggested that he become a soldier of the Aratists and perhaps suffer a skirmish with Vanessa. Suddenly, Maravaz asked about Isabella, how Amelia knew about her, and who she was. Amelia was happy to attract attention and hoped the noise of their conversation would attract someone. She admitted to herself that she didn't know how long she could last, relying on reading Maravaz's thoughts. Maravaz was amazed by Amelia's dexterity and noted her composure and ability to quickly face the situation. Seeing the arate crystal in Amelia's hands, Maravaz could not hide his surprise. Maravaz, captivated by Amelia's beauty, noticed her fair and perfect skin and scarlet lips. He politely asked for our heroine's name and admitted that he hadn't experienced such intrigue in a long time. Amelia boldly replied with Maravaz's question, "Why would a thief know her name?" At that moment, a gentleman appeared and asked with concern if Amelia was all right. Kyle rushed towards them and rudely demanded that Maravaz move away from his fiancée. Maravaz realized that the arate crystal was creating a protective shield around Amelia, and realized that it was now impossible to attack her. With cold determination, Maravaz warned Kyle not to come any closer. Maravaz, threatening to jump out the window with his fiancée if Kyle took another step, declared that the protective shield would not prevent him from taking Amelia. Vanessa asked Maravaz how he dared to attack her, not understanding how he escaped from his post. Vanessa ordered Amelia to go to the Duke, not wanting to put her in danger. Maravaz, realizing that Vanessa had mixed him with a paralyzing poison, realized that he could not win this fight. Unable to resist Vanessa, Maravaz decided to flee. He instantly jumped out of the window, using the elixir to escape pursuit. Vanessa, astonished by Maravaz's audacity, noted with regret that he had disappeared. She realized that it was useless to chase the fugitive, as she now had more serious problems herself. Vanessa began to worry about her job, fearing she would be fired due to the incident. Amelia, finally recovering from her shock, expressed her concern for Vanessa and advised her to rest and not worry about work. Vanessa objected to Amelia that she could not rest until she was sure the danger had passed. Kyle, interrupting their conversation, admitted that he was the one who left these marks on Amelia's body, trying to protect her from Maravaz. Kyle immediately ordered Hyde to send men to chase Maravaz and prepare a report on him tomorrow. Realizing that Vanessa knew Maravaz, Kyle invited her to meet to talk. Amelia, afraid of being left alone, asked Kyle to stay with her. Kyle, caring for his beloved, agreed and entrusted all matters to Hyde. He also ordered Vanessa to receive medical attention and do everything necessary for her. Alone with her thoughts, Amelia began to reflect on Maravaz, recalling his many talents. She recalled that Maravaz was appointed imperial alchemist at an early age. However, as an adult, he betrayed his ideals and was exiled for treason. Vanessa protected Maravaz after his expulsion and introduced him to the Aratists. And he fell madly in love with Vanessa and dedicated all his time to searching for the arate crystal. After receiving the power of the crystal, Maravaz became obsessed with ruling the strong over the weak. But Vanessa chose Kyle, rejecting his feelings. The next morning, the girls met for a cup of tea and talked about the previous attack perpetrated by an unknown person. Amelia, not hiding her concern, asked Vanessa what happened the day before. Vanessa asked Amelia to extend her hand to make sure her words were true, and then revealed that she had been guarding her all night at Lady Claire's request. She saw Maravaz's puppet, which turned out to be a corpse, animated by a potion and capable of moving. Vanessa explained that the puppet is a human corpse, animated by a potion and modified to move. Amelia became interested in who the puppets were and what she knew about Maravaz. Vanessa confirmed that she knew about Maravaz from Amelia's father, who told her about him as a great master. She added that it is very difficult to fight puppets due to their modified bodies. Maravaz arrived at the scene immediately after Vanessa dealt with the criminals. Amelia reported that Maravaz brought with him a jewel that Vanessa had long desired, and he invited her to join him and create a new empire. We are talking about the Harmony necklace. She perfectly understood the value of this artifact. Amelia admitted that, for a long time, she suspected that someone influential was behind the theft. But she didn't expect it to be Maravaz himself. Vanessa assured Amelia that she would not betray the man who paid her. She told Maravaz that she was not interested in the necklace, and then he attacked her. Amelia deduced that Maravaz was fascinated by her strength and the fact that she saved him. So his aggression after her refusal was not unexpected. Vanessa expressed deep regret for what happened and was ashamed of making a miscalculation. She blamed herself for the fact that Maravaz had come because of her and endangered Amelia, and was ready for any punishment. Amelia, on the other hand, appreciated Vanessa's skills despite her recent miscalculation. She felt that working as a bodyguard did not live up to her potential and was a waste of time. After a fight with Maravaz, she had nowhere to go, and so Vanessa offered to remain in service as a bodyguard. Amelia assured Vanessa that she did not want her to be fired. She needed an experienced bodyguard and hoped the girl would remain in that position. Amelia promised to talk to Kyle and do everything possible to prevent him from firing Vanessa. After saying goodbye to Vanessa, Amelia advised her to stop crying and finish her cookies and brownies. Amelia understood that dismissal would leave her homeless and without sustenance. The girl admitted to herself that she would be more comfortable if Vanessa were not her bodyguard, but her friend. But first, it was necessary to convince Kyle not to fire Vanessa, who was just approaching his office at that moment. Vanessa fell into despair. She was sure that he would definitely fire her. The girl tried to justify herself by claiming that an armed intruder had entered her house while she was on duty. Kyle, yielding to Amelia's pressure and recognizing Vanessa's extraordinary skills, declared that he had no plans to fire her. The Duke not only recognized the bravery of Vanessa, who, wounded, entered into battle with the criminal, but also pointed out that they had known each other for a long time. Kyle wanted to know why she didn't reveal earlier that she was in the same group as Maravaz. Reporting an urgent matter, Kyle ordered Vanessa to write him a letter detailing the answer to this question. Although Kyle did not want to spare any expense on Amelia's security, he decided to punish Vanessa for her slowness by cutting her salary. Vanessa was relieved to learn that she was not going to be fired and promised Kyle that she understood everything. Kyle asked if he could kill Maravaz the next time they met. Vanessa replied without hesitation that she would deliver Maravaz with broken and tied legs, leaving the decision on his punishment to Kyle. Kyle, satisfied with Vanessa's answer, allowed her to start writing the report. Hyde, leaving the office, cast one last look at Vanessa. Vanessa, left alone, could not understand the reasons for Hyde's strange behavior. His anxiety and restlessness gave her no peace. Hyde entered Kyle's office with disturbing news. The Imperial family reported Earl Gargoyle's escape from prison. Kyle was stunned, as today was supposed to be Gargoyle's execution day. Hyde offered to send his man with the Imperials to help capture the fugitive. Foreseeing difficulties, he shared his suspicions with Kyle that Gargoyle had escaped to save his family from execution, as confirmed by the letter he left. After studying a photo of Gargoyle's family, the Duke noticed that his parents were not in it, and assumed that his relationship with the family was strained. Kyle shamelessly called him one who betrayed his family, but he could not deny that even such a person could find benefit. He then ordered Hyde to send men to scout the border with the Kelpmans. Hyde, not fully understanding Kyle, asked if he really believed that Gargoyle could not have escaped on his own. Kyle ordered the search for the fugitive to begin, and for the Imperial family to be informed about it, without giving details. At that moment, our heroine calmed down after all the events and rested in her room. Kyle looked into Amelia's room to see if she was awake, and invited her to a tea party organized by the princesses. Kyle invited Amelia to accompany him, as he had matters to resolve in the palace. Amelia politely declined, explaining that her presence might distract him from his business. The girl admitted that yesterday she wanted to invite him to attend a tea party together, but his arrogant behavior prevented her. However, she added that she really liked the idea, trying to soften the awkwardness. Not wanting to delay her fiancé, she said goodbye to Kyle and hurried to get ready. Kyle never ceased to admire her charm and spontaneity, considering her the best girl in the world. After talking with Amelia, Kyle attended to his affairs. A servant, who met Child and Lady Dane's carriage at the palace entrance, asked if the carriage was ready for their departure. Kyle suddenly appeared and asked the servant to wait, as he decided to go to the tea party with Amelia. Amelia told Kyle that the event was only for girls and admitted that she didn't understand why she was invited. Hyde explained to Amelia that the imperial family now considered her Duchess Child, as well as all the Duke's servants. Kyle's appearance at the tea party caused a strong reaction among the court ladies present, who recognized him as the monster Duke. Despite the terrible rumors, some of the court ladies noticed that Killian Child did not seem as villainous as described. Their minds were tormented by the conflict between the image of a brutal murderer and the charming man standing before them. Brooke greeted Amelia and noticed that she was as beautiful as the rumors said. Amelia, relaxing a bit, admitted that the atmosphere at the tea party was not as hostile as she expected. Brooke asked Amelia how she could attend the tea party without being married to the Duke, and reminded her of the rumors surrounding her father. She also reminded Amelia of the Dine family's financial problems and their impact on her status. Wanting to avoid further awkward conversations, Brooke suggested that Amelia continue the conversation in the garden. Amelia politely reminded Brooke that she had come to the tea party at the invitation of Princess Nadia. Brooke sarcastically stated that this event was only for noble ladies. She continued her attack, claiming that the Dane family's financial troubles made Amelia's behavior inappropriate. Amelia decided to change the conversation and suggested that Brooke talk to her as a good friend of her mother. Brooke asked how Amelia knew she was a close friend of her mother. Amelia explained that her mother always spoke highly of Brooke and mentioned her often. She added ironically that after Brooke had treated her father and his debts so kindly, they could certainly consider themselves friends. Brooke admitted that she had known her mother and her connection with Earl Dine for a long time. Amelia said that her mother mentioned Brooke before the tea party and assured her that the Countess would take care of her. Brooke asked if her mom really said that. Amelia confirmed that she was glad to hear Brooke's concern. She said gratefully that Brooke took care of her at the event and therefore deserved special thanks. Brooke noted that Amelia is a very sweet girl and resembles her mother very much. She expressed doubts about today's visit due to Earl Dine's debts. Brooke called the Count a useless man who ruined his mother's and Amelia's lives with his debts. Amelia, curiously, asked Brooke to tell her how she and her mother became friends. Brooke, a little embarrassed, agreed to tell if Amelia was really interested. Amelia assured Brooke that she was very interested in getting to know her mother's friendship with such a wonderful lady. One of the reasons for her visit was to remind the aristocrats of the Dine surname to avoid its eventual forgetting. Brooke, moved by Amelia's words, apologized for her cruelty and promised to be more empathetic in the future. Amelia, still recovering from the misunderstanding with Brooke, shared her fears that people might misinterpret their conversation. Brooke reassured Amelia, assuring her they would take care of this later, and reminded her that Amelia's main task was to win the favor of the court ladies. Brooke wished Amelia happiness in her marriage and noted that Duke Child, unlike her father, should not be in debt. Brooke noticed the beauty of Amelia's smile and once again praised her ability to make small talk. Saying goodbye to Amelia, Brooke once again apologized for her harshness and admitted that she realized Amelia was an intelligent girl and very polite. Amelia, moved by Brooke's words, thanked her for her understanding. Beardy, watching Amelia and Brooke, noticed that they managed to peacefully resolve their differences, and admitted that he did not expect so much sensitivity from the strict Countess. The prince, delighted, told Kyle that his fiancée managed to charm and defeat even the impregnable Countess Brooke in 10 minutes. He added that Amelia is a truly incredible and talented girl. Beardy noticed that Kyle fell so much in love with Amelia that over time he became much softer. Kyle interrupted Beardy and asked him to refrain from chatting. Beardy, a little offended, objected that he wanted to discuss an important matter and said he had received a letter from the Kelpman. Kyle explained that the content of the letter was disappointing, so he has not yet decided to make it public. Inviting Beardy to a more secluded area, Kyle explained that the Kelpman held an annual hunting competition. He added that the true motive for this competition probably lies in the Kelpman's desire to test the strength and the agility of representatives from other countries. Beardy suggested that the Celts wanted to strengthen their alliance with the Empire, especially after the discovery of the necklace. However, he doubts there is anyone willing to participate in this dangerous event. Remembering that the Celts are known for their belligerence, Kyle reported that he found out about Earl Gargoyle's escape with the Kelpman. Beardy was surprised by this news, but why did Kyle find out even before the prince? Kyle explained that Earl Gargoyle has extensive knowledge of the Empire's secrets and the affairs of the imperial family. His alliance with the Celts poses a great threat to the Empire. Beardy invited Kyle to volunteer for the Kelpman. He was sure that the Kelpman would not harm Duke Child, such an influential man. And rich. Beardy said that Kyle was a great duke and a good friend of his, and that the Kelpman would probably be afraid of his wealth. Kyle reminded Beardy that he had recently married Amelia and could not leave her, and abandon the Empire for a month, especially to such a dangerous place. Beardy, realizing his mistake, said he would not insist and would look for someone else if Kyle was not interested in titles and prizes. Meanwhile, Amelia was rushing to a meeting and was already a little late. Vanessa asked Amelia why the Emperor had summoned her alone without Duke Chalda accompanying her. Amelia supposed that the Emperor chose this time for the meeting because he had other important matters to attend to. Amelia asked Vanessa to wait in the hall and promised to return soon. In the Emperor's chambers, Amelia was greeted by the prince. He told her with a smile that he was glad to see her and that there were no other guests. The prince, having seated Amelia, admitted that the Emperor had talked a lot about her. So it seemed like they knew each other personally, and he invited her to sit down. The prince invited Amelia to consider him a friend and start an informal conversation. Then he asked a favor of our heroine, presenting it as an offer or even a deal. He explained that Amelia had received an invitation from the Kelpman and would like her to act as their representative. Amelia questioned the prince's common sense and wondered if he really thought she was that stupid. She politely rejected the offer and asked the prince to reconsider his decision. The prince reminded Amelia of her successful investigation into the necklace case and emphasized that traveling to new places would be a valuable experience. Beardy presented the proposal as a great opportunity for Amelia. He also suggested that Duke Child offered to help his father, but he refused out of pride. The prince offered a deal. If Amelia agreed, he would help her father return to the palace without hurting his pride. The prince emphasized that this would be beneficial for him, but it would also be very beneficial for Amelia. Amelia noticed that the imperial status had changed the prince, recalling that in the original he was stupid. The prince, concluding the conversation, invited Amelia to contact him with additional questions. Amelia thanked him for the offer and admitted that she wanted Lilia's imperial medal. She openly stated that it was the prince who needed her help, which is why he invited her to the meeting. The prince, stunned by the request, demanded an explanation of how Amelia knew about the medal. He said that the Lily medal is unusual and is not given out just like that. So many aristocrats do not even know about its existence. Amelia said she predicted Verdi's intentions in advance and explained her plan to get what she wanted from him. The prince, indignant at her impudence, asked if she thought she deserved the Lily Imperial Medal for attending the festival. Amelia, courteously but firmly, stated that she did not consider her request immodest. The prince said that anyone in his place would have refused to participate in the festival. Citing tensions between the Kelpman and the Empire, Amelia explained to the prince that she knew why she was invited and saw no reason to hide it. She realized that her appointment as envoy was related to her status as Child's fiancé, and that the name of her noble family should become a guarantee of security for the Keldman. Amelia decided that the prince had already invited the Duke to become an envoy, but was refused and therefore turned to her. She confidently stated that she had guessed his plan without waiting for Bertie's response. The prince, amazed by Amelia's insight, was forced to admit that she was right. He asked her if she would agree to go with the Kelmans if he gave her a medal. Amelia courteously but firmly announced another request that was important to her. She wanted to receive the medal in a ceremony held in the imperial house. The prince asked her if she wanted him to organize a banquet at the expense of the imperial treasury. He emphasized that she would only have to attend the event as the Child's fiancé. Amelia offered to take Princess Nadia under her protection during the festival, concerned about her safety, and asked if Nadia would be there. The prince, realizing that Amelia had guessed his concern for Nadia, mentally noted her sensitivity. He explained to Amelia that the participation of representatives from the imperial family and aristocrats in the festival could provoke aggression from the Keldman. Beardy confirmed that he heard and understood all her requests and promised to fulfill them. He courteously asked Amelia to fulfill her obligations. Amelia, modestly thanking the prince, assured him that everything would be done according to their agreement. After tiring negotiations, she felt very tired. Amelia, recalling the conversation, realized that she had achieved what she wanted, but not thanks to her own effort. She bitterly admitted that she achieved success solely thanks to her status as Child's fiancé. At that moment, Vanessa approached her, expressing concern for her condition and asking if everything was all right. Amelia was tired after the negotiations and suggested that Vanessa stay to rest at her father's house. She asked to wait for her in the carriage and warned that, if necessary, she would have to inform him. Amelia's mother, worried about her daughter's pale appearance, rushed to her with questions about her well-being and invited her to her room. Amelia assured her mother that she had simply stopped on the way to rest, trying not to bother her. She realized that now was not the time to be sad, and that she needed to focus on finding a way to free her family from the burden of debt. Amelia decided to contact Kyle to ask him to accompany her on the trip and tried to meet the 1-month deadline. She decided that this would be the last time she would seek his help. At that moment, her assistant burst into Kyle's room with alarming news. Amelia needs urgent help. Kyle demanded an explanation, trying to find out what happened to Amelia and why her assistant was in such a hurry. The assistant, not hiding his concern, said that the lady had become depressed. Amelia's father, upon learning of his daughter's depression, could not believe what he was hearing. He wanted to know what happened in the palace. Kyle, worried about Amelia's condition, asked where she was now and found out that she was resting at her parents' house. Without wasting time, Kyle ordered Hyde to gather and go to Amelia. Soon he was already running towards our heroine's house, leaving all important matters for later. Suddenly he saw Vanessa in front of him, who was carelessly spending time alone. Kyle, displeased that she was not on duty, sharply reprimanded her, telling her that she should have been performing bodyguard duties. Vanessa, realizing that the coachman had told Kyle about Amelia's depression, sarcastically noted his knowledge, mentally noted how quickly he arrived, and assumed that everyone in the boys' house was crazy about Amelia. Vanessa told him that Amelia had expressed her desire to be alone and asked to be left in the room. Kyle replied that he would deal with her later, but for now, he needed to see the girl immediately. Kyle called Amelia, worried about her condition and her new illness. Seeing Amelia crying, he rushed to find out what happened to her in the palace. Kyle, trying to calm Amelia, assured her that Bertie could not harm her, and that, in any case, he would always be there for her. Amelia, a little surprised by his unexpected arrival, asked when he arrived. She admitted that she expected to feel guilty meeting him, but instead felt sadness about the upcoming separation for a month. Kyle, looking at her intently, asked what was wrong with her and why she looked like that. He noticed in her eyes the desire to leave him, but immediately pushed that thought away from himself. Amelia, gathering courage, told him she had something important to say. She admitted that she decided to turn to the Kelpman because it was the only way to save her family. Once again asking Kyle for help, she politely asked if he could send an escort with her. Kyle reminded her that everything in his power belonged to her. There was no need to apologize. Kyle could not understand why she did not ask him to go with her, and why there was this boundary between them. She really didn't trust him. He was ready to help her, but with a very important condition for him. Kyle wanted to know why she decided to take this dangerous step, realizing all the risks. Amelia admitted that she trusted him, and she was sure that he would always be there to back her up if necessary. However, she bitterly added that she was driven by only two motives: duty and family honor. Kyle didn't care what exactly motivated her, as long as she believed him and could trust him. Amelia firmly stated that she would never completely depend on him and his surname, which is why she turned to the Kelpman. Kyle was surprised. He could not understand why she was doing this and who he was to her now. Amelia, wanting to explain her motives, admitted that she did not want to always depend on him. She said she wanted to be with him, but still maintain her independence. Kyle could not believe that all she cared about was money and the honor of being with him. Contradictory thoughts spun in his head. He did not understand why independence was so important to her if she wanted to be with him. Amelia admitted that her family would never match his greatness, but she does not want to be a shadow always relying on him. She shyly asked him for a little help so she could be near him confidently in the future. Suddenly, Kyle demanded that she take off the ring, but why did he do that? Amelia thought this was his way of punishing her for not taking him with her. Kyle stuttered and denied it. He did not want her to hear his negative thoughts. He explained that these thoughts arose in him after her words, and he could not control them. Amelia questioned him about the nature of those thoughts and wanted him to be honest with her. Kyle promised Amelia that he would fulfill all her wishes if she agreed to take him with her to the Kelpman. He maintained that his presence on the trip would be beneficial from a business perspective. Amelia reminded him that she had recently spoken about not wanting to depend entirely on him. Kyle assured her that their trip would be a business trip and he would have no time to follow her. So the girl suggested he send someone else in his place, not believing his promises. She realized with annoyance that he was not going to give up his decision. Amelia, realizing the futility of the argument, focused the conversation on the topic of preparation for the trip. Despite his grim predictions, Kyle was happy with the situation. He enthusiastically suggested that the trip be considered a preparation for their honeymoon when the carriage arrived. And they set off on the way back home. The next day, Vanessa and Amelia were resting near our heroine's paternal home. Amelia confirmed that she wanted to see her parents before leaving. Vanessa asked why Amelia liked visiting her parents' house so much, not hiding her curiosity. She didn't understand how Amelia, who lived luxuriously with Duke Child, dreamed of another place. Amelia explained her position, admitting that the boys' house was cozy, but the dine house was her home, where a special atmosphere reigned. She thought of Vanessa, who had no home or family to return to. Amelia suggested that this place could be special for Vanessa, wanting to support her. She assured Vanessa that she could always come back here, no matter what happened in life. Vanessa reminded them that they were running late and suggested they set off, interrupting their thoughts. Once in the carriage, Amelia asked Kyle when he had arranged dinner with her parents. Kyle explained that he learned about her parents' desire to spend more time with Amelia before she left. Shortly after, Amelia and Claire were greeted by Amelia's parents and accompanied to a set table. Amelia's mother told her daughter that she had prepared a surprise for her and offered to go into the room with her. Then she showed her the bracelet and told the story of how a loved one gave it to her before getting married. She pointed to the stone in the center of the bracelet and said she had seen a similar one on Duchess Brooke, who had the same stone. Amelia's mother explained that the stone was created by an alchemist from the Trich Empire and has the magical ability to change color depending on the thoughts of others. She told Amelia that if someone thought badly of her, the stone would change color. the stone could change color only 5 times during the time she used it. This only happened once. Amelia joked, suggesting that it was most likely her father who had strange thoughts. Amelia's mother, trying to change the subject, suggested she pray. Amelia thanked her for the interesting story, apologized, and went downstairs with the others. Amelia's father, seeing the bracelet in his daughter's hand, was very surprised to learn about its magical power. Kyle congratulated Amelia and noted the beauty of her wrist, which was adorned with a bracelet. Kyle mentally advised Amelia to stop clinging to the bracelet, given the presence of her parents. He was aware of the negative impression she had already left on her father by sneaking into his room in the middle of the night. Upon learning that the bracelet was created by an alchemist from the Trich Empire, Kyle expressed his admiration for its beauty and unusual green tint. Noticing the stone's color change, he was amazed by the bracelet's magic. Kyle emphasized the high quality of the Trich Empire's products, even though their artisans were no worse. Amelia's father, outraged that Kyle had dirty thoughts about his daughter, did not hide his displeasure. Amelia wondered what Kyle was thinking at that moment, since she did nothing to provoke him. She realized that, once again, Kyle, unintentionally, had caused a negative impression on her father. Finally, the long-awaited departure day arrived, and everyone was completely ready for it. Amelia, astonished by the number of people willing to travel on the ship, recalled that this would be Kyle's first visit to Child's Cove. Kyle explained that they would first sail to Keltman Bay by boat, and then take a carriage to their capital. Amelia highlighted the advantages of each option, but expressed concern about a possible attack by Manhwas on the land route. Seeing the luxurious ship, Amelia decided she had never seen anything like it before. Kyle proudly confirmed that the ship was his property. Vanessa, admiring the ship, admitted that it was not easy to get such a vessel. She noted Child's generosity, that he was willing to do anything for the woman he loved. However, at some point, Vanessa doubted the sincerity of Child's motives. She suggested that, inexplicably, Lady Amelia could influence people to obey her. Amelia, fascinated by the view from the ship, exclaimed in admiration. Vanessa saw Amelia on the open deck and worriedly warned her about a possible cold. Amelia was surprised by Vanessa's concern and asked if she really cared about her. Vanessa confirmed her words and was quick to add that her concern was not selfish. Kyle approached Amelia to see how she felt before setting sail. Amelia replied cheerfully that she felt fine and was looking forward to meeting the Keltman. Shortly after, the ship finally approached the palace of the Keltman capital. The king, upon learning of the arrival of the imperial envoys, assumed they would arrive within a week. The king turned to the earl and reproached him for his silence, when he should have been the first to report the ship's arrival. He then sarcastically added that no one would have noticed his death. The earl wondered if he had done the right thing by arriving ahead of the Keltman. He admitted he had no other choice when he remembered the events of 2 months ago. Manhwa handed him a teleportation scroll and told him it would take him to the Keltman capital. The earl suspiciously asked the stranger why he was giving him such a valuable object, and who he was. He admitted that it was at that moment that, in desperation, he accepted Manhwa's help. The king turned to the earl and urged him to listen carefully to his plan. He explained that the reason they should not have contact with the guests and their envoys was because of the Childs. The king proposed luring the monster duke to his side by marrying off his youngest daughter, who had just reached marriageable age. The earl was shocked by this proposal and objected that the duke already had a fiancée. The king paid no attention to the objection and stated that the duke could easily break off the engagement with his current girlfriend and choose a profitable match in the person of his daughter. The earl expressed doubts about the king's reasoning, stating that the duke was sincerely in love with his fiancée and would not take that step. At that very moment, a huge ship had already arrived in the bay, and our heroes were ready to sink. Amelia, setting foot on Keltman land, noticed the completely different freshness and architecture compared to the Empire. She appreciated the captain's skill, thanks to which the journey on the ship proceeded without incident. Kyle, putting the fiancé in the carriage, told Amelia that they could finally rest in peace. Amelia reminded him that Hyde and Vanessa were also with them, and most likely. They were also very tired after swimming. She humorously scolded Kyle, recalling how he snuck into her room the night before. Kyle tried to justify himself, explaining that he didn't want her to be cold because it was much colder in the north. Amelia, changing the subject, asked if he knew the Kelpmen. Kyle replied that he knew them mainly through their wood industries. And metal. The girl clarified who the official owner of these productions is. The Duke assumed that her interest in Kelpmen affairs was because she would soon become the lady of their house. Kyle confirmed to Amelia that the head of the Kelpmen is their supplier of wood and metal. He also noted that although Kelpmen wood is of good quality, there is also enough of it in the Empire, and therefore it does not sell well. The Duke explained that the Kelpmen first need to produce the product before selling it. But due to technology problems, this does not happen as quickly as they would like. He warned Amelia not to be careless when dealing with the Kelpmen. Kyle emphasized the need for constant quality control, especially at times like these. Amelia, observing the protesting miners, asked what was causing their discontent. She had heard that they were going to cut salaries, but she didn't think they were blaming Kyle for it. Kyle asked her if she really cared about him that much. Amelia replied ironically that he was her future husband, and of course, she was very worried about him. Kyle, trying to dispel Amelia's fears, said that the mine workers had already been notified about the payment of their wages. He observed the transport of the extracted minerals and concluded that the miners' anger was directed solely at the Kelpmen bosses. Amelia noted with relief that this was good, because Kyle already had enough enemies. She admitted that, although everything was settled with Beardy, she could not let her guard down regarding Maravas. Amelia suggested that anger or envy towards the de facto powers could provoke a hostile attitude towards Kyle and provoke him to war. She realized that she had to convince him of a peaceful solution to the conflict before those thoughts began to take root in him. Amelia, changing the subject, asked what Kyle liked the most. Kyle assumed she wanted to make him a surprise confession, regardless of the presence of other people. Amelia, apologizing for her inattention, explained that she was thinking about something completely different regarding world peace. Kyle asked if her love was not just for him. Amelia tried to convey to Kyle the importance of peace, explaining that without it, love becomes impossible, and that if war breaks out, they won't be able to love each other. She also reminded him that, as a duke, Kyle would be required to participate in military operations. Kyle asked her if she would only love him in peacetime. Amelia, trying to be honest, admitted that yes, because without peace, love makes no sense. Kyle, trying to calm her down, assured her that maintaining peace didn't cost much. Despite his words, the girl could not shake off her anxiety and wondered if it was normal for such words to come out of his mouth with such a sinister intonation. Meanwhile, in the palace, the king summoned his daughter Liana, recalling their meeting with Duke Child during his last visit. Liana confirmed that they talked a little, but they had nothing in common. She asked why the Duke needed to visit them again, because now she needed to go practice fencing. The king, ignoring her discontent, announced that the Duke would come as a representative. He, to Liana's surprise, announced his desire to marry her off to the Duke and make her the lady of his house. The news of the marriage was a complete surprise to Leanne's father. He told her that she should marry Duke Child, but he was already engaged to Lady Dane. The king did not seem to see any problem in this. He calmly observed that engagements were entered into and dissolved quite frequently. He recalled that there was no need to worry about Lady Dane's origin, because her distant relative was the Grand Duke of Dane himself. And this was a very beneficial relationship for the kingdom. The king's words about the Duke made Earl, the king's loyal advisor, think, trying to remember what he knew about this man. The king continued the conversation about Liana's marriage and reminded his daughter that it was time to think about a family, and that the position of Duchess Child was a tasty morsel for many noble ladies. The king spoke firmly, not allowing objections, ordering Liana to obey him. and to do everything possible to make Duke Child fall in love with her. Not wanting to discuss further, the king sent Liana to meet the ambassadors who had already arrived at the palace. Reclusive, Liana kept thinking about her father's words. She didn't understand why she had to save the country that he himself was destroying. A spark of bitterness ignited in Liana's heart. She thought that if she were a prince, she wouldn't have to deal with such problems. Liana admitted that she had no other choice. Duke Child was her only chance to escape her father's oppression. At that very moment, a carriage with an important guest was approaching the palace. Seeing the carriage of the minister Duke, Liana frowned. Why was Duke Child in it? Kyle asked Hyde why they didn't make another circle around the palace, as he asked. Amelia did not share his desire to ride a little longer. She hurried him, insisting he go faster. Observing the couple, Liana thought it must be the same lady rumored about. The servants gathered at the palace gates whispered that Amelia had arrived in the same carriage as the monster Duke, who always traveled alone. Meanwhile, Kyle gallantly wrapped Amelia in a blanket so she wouldn't catch a cold. Because everyone was looking at them. Having officially greeted the ambassadors from the Gil Empire in the royal palace, Liana stepped aside. Kyle's gaze swept over Liana, and he recognized her if they had met many years ago. Memories of their last encounter brought no pleasant emotions to Kyle. Amelia, in turn, thanked the emperor for the invitation and noted that it was a great honor for her to meet Princess Liana. Liana politely expressed the hope that the guests would enjoy the palace and asked the servants to accompany them to their rooms. The servant, turning to Amelia, told her that the rooms of the aristocrats and princesses were located elsewhere and offered to accompany her. Liana decided to personally accompany the guests to their rooms and explained that they had been assigned the most beautiful part of the palace. Clearly, Kyle was not happy that their rooms were separate. Having led the guests to the place, Liana reminded them that they could bring as many guards as they deemed convenient for their safety. Amelia thanked Liana for the luxurious room and the warm welcome. Before saying goodbye, Liana invited Amelia to have a cup of tea to rest a little and chat about fencing as distant relatives. Liana's proposal surprised Amelia. She did not expect to meet someone from the Dane family. Left alone, Liana thought that after a personal encounter with Amelia, it would be much more difficult to carry out her father's orders. Amelia, having closed the door behind Liana, thoughtfully ran her hand over the armrest of the chair. Liana's words about the Dane family tree haunted her. She really knew her father. Amelia turned her gaze to her maid Vanessa, who was tiredly lying on her bed, without even bothering to take off her shoes. Amelia's anger quickly turned into a smile as she asked Vanessa how the journey went. Vanessa replied that everything was in order with the journey, but the Duke bothered our heroine the whole way. And yet, Amelia herself didn't mind. Vanessa complained that she and Hyde had to turn around all the time, because in the small carriage it was impossible not to hear what Amelia and Kyle were doing. And Kyle, she was quick to assure Amelia that she did not blame her in any way, only that the Duke did not seem to understand her hints to stop at all. When the girl remembered how Kyle kissed Amelia's ankles, at that moment she prayed to all the gods to finally stop. Amelia asked him to stop. She allowed Vanessa to sleep in bed as she pleased and then asked about her plans for the near future. Vanessa, after collecting her thoughts, replied that there were no specific plans yet. She said that a ball was planned for this week, a hunting competition the next, and a hunting festival the week after. Vanessa added that ambassadors from different countries were invited to the events. The Keltman aristocracy, and even the third prince from the Trigi Empire. With an ironic smile, Vanessa reminded Amelia that the third prince of Trigi was named Casanova. Amelia shook her head. She didn't believe the third prince would really come. It was more likely that the world would turn upside down. Most likely, Amelia suggested, the prince would appear incognito under the guise of some aristocrat. Amelia added that, they say, after the death of his younger sister, the prince got into serious trouble. Sighing, Amelia expressed the hope that these were only rumors and that everything would turn out fine. Vanessa confirmed that she had seen the prince before, when he was protecting an aristocrat during the Eratist era. Emilia remembered the story of how the prince somehow got into the baron's ball. No one understood how he managed to cross the border. The girl remembered with alarm that the third prince of the Itter Empire was one of the main villains of the novel. Along with Meraviz. What did he want here? He was really plotting something terrible. In the original novel, he was one of the main villains and appeared after Kyle destroyed the Gil Empire. During the election of the crown prince, Itter kidnapped his own sister, although he did not even claim the throne. And that was the beginning of his madness. With the help of conspiracies and forbidden alchemy, Itter managed to become emperor. The novel spoke of the invincible Duke and the mad Atara, but she missed that moment and had to read more carefully. According to the plot, Itter was supposed to appear only after Meraviz left. But now it turns out that they have two villains at once, and if they team up, it will be a disaster. Vanessa decided it was time to return to reality and asked Emilia if she needed to unpack. Emilia replied no and suggested Vanessa rest a little and have a snack. Emilia admitted that she felt much calmer when Vanessa was near. She called Vanessa her bodyguard, the strongest warrior in the world and the only person she could trust. Vanessa was moved by Emilia's words and, a little embarrassed, joked that one day they would be stabbed to death instead of Emilia. Kyle, meanwhile, kept wandering aimlessly around the palace, blaming himself for his inattention, and could not understand how he could get lost in the palace. What irritated Kyle the most was that he was placed so far from his fiancée. He stopped abruptly, reminding himself that he was a very busy man and had no time to wander around doing nothing. At that moment, Hyde caught up with him with a pair of gloves in his hands, assuming that Mrs. Emilia had forgotten them in the carriage. Kyle decided that he needed to return the gloves because Emilia would be looking for them, and then headed towards the guest rooms. Hyde, running behind Kyle, carefully recalled that Mrs. Emilia's rooms were guarded by Kelman guards. Remembering that Emilia's room was on the second floor, he decided to try climbing the branches of a tree growing nearby. Kyle looked up confidently. He would definitely make it. Before Kyle had time to take a step, his faithful servants invited the young man to stand on top of them and reach the girl's window. At that moment, Liana approached them and noticed that she and Kyle had met again. She smiled and asked Kyle not to say that he was just trying to sneak into the fiancé's room. Kyle, a little embarrassed, replied that he just wanted to return Emilia an item she had forgotten in the carriage. He thanked Liana for her offer of help, but said he wanted to do it in person. Liana watched Kyle with interest. Before, he seemed cold and inaccessible to her, but now she saw a completely alive person in front of her. After a slight hesitation, Liana suggested that Kyle go for a walk. Kyle agreed, but made it clear that he had little time and hoped the conversation would be worthwhile. Confused, Liana admitted to Kyle that her father asked her to seduce him. Seeing Kyle trying to climb the wall towards Emilia, Liana realized the futility of this idea. Noticing Kyle's reaction, she hurried to add that she herself was not happy with her father's request. Kyle listened calmly to Liana and, noticing that she was happy to talk, turned around. Not expecting such a turn, Liana ran after him, trying to stop him. She really didn't want to pay for valuable information. Kyle slowly turned to Liana and replied that he was always willing to pay double the price for information, but he preferred to determine its value himself. Liana quietly announced that her father had a secret advisor and that they were planning a rebellion together. If Kyle wants to know more, she will be happy to have him in her room. To Liana's great disappointment, Kyle did not seem surprised. Nell replied that she was already aware of these plans. Rumors about it had already reached Kiel. Kyle suggested that the advisor himself was spreading the rumors, or that it was the work of Earl Gargoyle, who began to push Kiel out of the political arena. Kyle's gaze turned ice cold, and he strongly advised Liana to leave his fiancé alone, if of course she valued her life. And finally, Kyle reminded Liana in an icy tone that there was only one person in the world allowed to use him. The conversation with Liana, although it brought no new information, still gave Kyle something to think about. Meanwhile, Amelia, having finished her business, decided to join the others and asked Vanessa how she looked. Amelia was not sure if her outfit was appropriate for the tea ceremony. Keltman, at that moment, Princess Nadia and Lady Gretchel entered the room. Amelia greeted her cheerfully. Nadia asked Amelia if she had heard anything about Princess Liana. Amelia replied that she had been told about Liana's strange behavior the previous night, that she was obsessed with fencing and did not get along with her father. Nadia confirmed Amelia's words and added that Liana has a very bad temper and one must be careful with her. Amelia, noticing that Liana was indeed acting nervous, decided to behave more carefully. After Kyle delivered the orders to the Kelman, their leader promised a reward to whoever destroyed the largest area. To everyone's surprise, a couple of days later, Princess Liana, according to the book's plot, cleaned up the largest region without leaving a stone unturned. Amelia recalled with a shiver how Liana had sent an entire army away with a smile on her face. Amelia suggested that Liana's dream was to leave the country and study martial arts. Liana kindly told Amelia that she was happy to spend time with her over a cup of tea. Liana's gaze fell on Amelia's ring, and she thought with annoyance how she could surpass her rival. Because this stone is very large and beautiful. Amelia did not understand what Liana was thinking and why she was doing all this, because her behavior was very strange. Liana decided that she had no chance because this monster duke was even willing to climb walls for his fiancée's sake. And this scared her. But Liana was not going to give up, so she decided to act according to the circumstances and do everything in her power. Amelia, after hearing about a certain powerful person, immediately understood who was being talked about. Of course, this is Count Gargoyle, who fled with the Keldman and is hiding somewhere here. Amelia warned Liana that she should not let her guard down, because Count Gargoyle is a serious man in every sense of the word. Liana invited Amelia to enjoy tea and told her that she had learned about a conspiracy involving Count Gargoyle. Liana added that for now they cannot do anything with the Count because Child arrived as an ambassador, and touching him now is not the best idea. Amelia understood why Liana was staring intently at her engagement ring. She was simply jealous. Liana's words made Amelia wonder if she really saw her as a rival in the fight for the Duke's heart. Amelia wondered if the princess was too curious to be just a rival, because she asks too many questions. Amelia thought that perhaps Liana simply did not want to obey her father's orders and was looking for some way to escape this marriage. At that moment, Nadia joined the conversation and said that the ball would be held on a special scale, because all the noble people would gather for it. Amelia, taking advantage of the moment, asked who had the honor of being ambassadors from other countries, because she was very curious. Liana, hearing Amelia's question, noted with irony that Child's fiancé seemed interested in other ambassadors. Nadia told her that she had heard about the arrival of merchants from Trick selling jewelry made with alchemy, and advised her to look at them. Amelia told them that she had a bracelet as a gift from her mother, also made by Trick artisans, and she liked it very much. Amelia thought it was a pity she hadn't asked about the ambassadors earlier, because now it would look suspicious, and it might raise unnecessary questions. Liana, deciding to continue the conversation about ambassadors, asked Amelia who she thought would represent Trick. Amelia, understanding what Liana meant, told her that she was not picky at all. Amelia decided to cut this conversation short and reminded Liana that her fiancé might misunderstand their conversation and get offended. Nadia, observing the girls, thought they were very similar to each other. Liana was also obsessed with Duke Child. Meanwhile, the king decided it was time to find out from his daughter how things were going with the Duke, and asked her directly about it. Liana admitted to her father that nothing was clear yet, because only a week had passed. The king added that Duke Child is now at that age when blood boils in his veins, and he won't be able to resist her charms. Liana did not understand how this woman could charm Duke Child because she had nothing special. The girl decided that it was not a matter of appearance, nor charisma, nor talent in fencing, but most likely of the arate ring, which has enormous power. She could not believe that this woman had such a treasure in her hands, and decided to find out more about it. Suddenly, the princess had a hunch that if this is arate from the mind control line, it became clear to her why the monster duke was trying to sneak into his fiancée's room at night. He was simply controlled by arate and not by his own desires. If she was mistaken, she would not have met the duke under her window at such a late hour. The king reminded Lyanna of her task and that she must do everything right, because the fate of the entire kingdom depended on it. Her father promised his daughter that she would get everything she wanted if she could be more cunning than child, and that he would keep his word. Lyanna assured her father that at the ball she would do everything possible to fulfill his orders. The girl thought that now she had at least some kind of entertainment, and even liked this thought. The princess remembered that there was a potion that temporarily neutralized the effect of the crystal, and decided that first she needed to learn more about it. Lyanna was amused by the idea of what would happen if he regained consciousness right at the ball in front of all the guests. She decided it would be interesting to see how he would react to his strange fiancée, and began to look forward to the next evening. Meanwhile, Kyle was sitting in the king's office and could not understand how he ended up here, and what they were talking about. The king, after pouring wine for Kyle, told him about his elderly subordinate, who had recently changed after his wedding. That's what true love does. Kyle, after taking a sip of wine, commented to the king that old age comes sooner than many people think. The king disagreed with Kyle and pointed out that there is nothing better than the union of a young woman and an experienced man, because this union is doomed to success. Kyle wondered in horror why Lyanna nodded in response to these words, and agreed with him. The duke continued to reflect and think that this Princess Lyanna was talking nonsense again. Emilia, meanwhile, was thinking about how it happened that in the 6 days that had passed since their arrival in the Kelpman capital, she had never spoken to the princess. The king apologized to them and said he had to leave, but that he hoped to see the guests at the ball tomorrow. Emilia got up and, turning to the princess, told her that they would also go to their chambers, and wished her good night. With annoyance, Lyanna thought she would really just leave. She wasn't even interested in looking at her more closely and talking to her. Lyanna was sure that Kyle drank all the wine, to which she added the potion bought from the Trig merchants, and now he should be head over heels in love with her. But to her surprise, he didn't even look in her direction and continued to look at Lady Dine with loving eyes, as if she were the only woman in the world. Lyanna annoyedly wondered if these guys from Trich had really tricked her and gave her running water instead of a potion. Or maybe it's because she only added half the bottle to the wine and it just wasn't enough. Lyanna approached Kyle and asked how he endured the journey, because she knows the journey was long and exhausting. She handed him a bottle of potion and noted that it was an anti-fatigue medicine that the Kelpman often used, and that it should help him. Kyle thanked Lyanna for her concern, but told her that sleeping well at night would be enough. However, noticing the disappointment in Lyanna's eyes, Kyle decided to show courage and took the bottle, telling her that he could not refuse such a wonderful offer. When Kyle left, Lyanna thought that he left with Lady Dine, because she was the most important thing to him now. Lyanna thought with annoyance that such impenetrable love really wouldn't be able to fulfill her father's order and seduce him. The princess decided that this wouldn't work and that she needed a new and clever strategy, because she was not used to giving up. Meanwhile, Emilia, alone in her room, began to prepare for tomorrow's ball. She was pleased to learn that the ball would be held in a masquerade format, because it was much more interesting. The only thing that bothered her was Prince Itter, because she had no idea what he looked like. Emilia was afraid even to imagine what an encounter with the prince and Tart at the ball could lead to. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and Emilia was startled, not knowing who it could be at such a late hour. Upon opening the door, Emilia saw Kyle on the threshold and could not help but smile, grateful to be wrong. Emilia asked Kyle what happened and why he had come at this hour. The girl remembered that she wanted to tell Kyle about Princess Liana because she accidentally overheard her thoughts during dinner. Kyle looked at Amelia in surprise. She had really woken him up for some spy she wasn't interested in at all. Amelia thought that Kyle remained calm in any situation, and nothing surprised him. She wanted to scream because she knew something she shouldn't know, but for now she had to keep it a secret. Amelia asked Kyle with a smile if he was really going to climb onto the balcony to her. Because he doesn't look like a person capable of such feats. Kyle admitted to her that they hadn't spoken for a whole week, and to correct this oversight, he asked Amelia to spend the entire next day with him at the ball. Amelia laughed and asked him if he really thought the mask would make him unrecognizable. Because she would recognize him out of 1,000. Amelia told Kyle that he wouldn't be able to hide his beauty with a mask, even if he wore 5 paper bags. Amelia assured Kyle that she would recognize him out of 1,000, even blindfolded. Because she would feel him with her whole being. Kyle didn't understand what she was doing because her behavior was very strange and incomprehensible. Amelia reminded Kyle that he himself came to her in the middle of the night and probably expected something like this. Amelia added that tomorrow at the ball he should not bother her because she will not be alone. And she doesn't need unnecessary rumors. Kyle sighed and told her that he would have so many exposed areas of his body, and that it would be hard for him to restrain himself when she was so close. Amelia, upon hearing about restraint, suggested stopping the circus and going to bed. She told him that she was simply enjoying the moment and didn't want to rush things. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door, and Kyle barely had time to hide in the closet. Fearing being caught by surprise, Amelia opened the door and saw Princess Nadia on the threshold, who looked alarmed. Nadia apologized to her for the late visit and asked if she could come in because she urgently needed to talk to Amelia. Amelia invited Nadia into the room, noticing that she had some sort of troubled look, and asked her what had happened. Nadia admitted to her that she regrets that Amelia and Kyle came here as representatives of the imperial family because she fears for their safety. Amelia clarified that they were invited as ambassadors from the Hill Empire and told her that if it weren't for this, she would never have come with the Kelman. Nadia thanked Amelia for her words and participation and then quickly left. Meanwhile, Kyle decided that he was lucky because he managed to grab his jacket. Otherwise, no one would have guessed everything. At that moment, he saw Vanessa, who greeted our hero with a smile on her face. Kyle was very surprised to see her there and asked what she was doing here at this hour. Vanessa explained that she was preparing Amelia for the ball, but then Kyle appeared and ruined her plans. Kyle reasonably commented that he had nowhere else to go but to hide in the closet, and that this was the only right decision. Vanessa saw a bottle of potion in Kyle's hands and, not believing what she saw, asked him what it was. Kyle was quick to assure Vanessa that he didn't know what it was and had no intention of drinking it, but simply took it out of courtesy. Vanessa noted that it seemed to her that she had already seen this potion somewhere and clearly did not like it. At that very moment, in one part of the palace, Claire was discussing something important with her assistant and looked alarmed. Claire warned that some substance had been sprayed in Maravaz's chambers that was driving people crazy, and asked him to be careful. The assistant informed Claire about strange things that happened to those who took off the gas mask. They seemed to lose their minds and started acting crazy. He recalled that the criminal wore a necklace of huge, shining stones and assumed that it allowed him to control people's minds. The assistant also confirmed that it was this shining stone that was depicted in all the sketches made from witness descriptions. Claire gasped and immediately realized that they were talking about the famous Harmony necklace, in the center of which shone the powerful arate crystal. If this crystal fell into the wrong hands, the entire world would be in grave danger. So Claire hurried to find out if there were any other important parts. It turned out that during his escape, shrouded in smoke and hustle, Maravaz did not take any objects with him, but a living person. Claire suggested that it could be his lover or his faithful wife, who were always ready to help. But unfortunately, the assistant could not see the face of the kidnapped woman. He only noticed that it was an elderly, gray-haired woman. A terrifying version has emerged that this helpless grandmother was the subject of the villain's experiments. It is true that for now this is only an assumption, but the assistant promised that an analysis of Maravis's things would shed light on this mystery. Claire immediately ordered the pursuit to continue and added that the Duke wished to capture the criminals alive so they could be brought to justice. However, Claire herself was not going to make ceremony with the bandits and ordered her people to find and destroy his lair. Meanwhile, Amelia spent precious minutes with Kyle, unwilling to part with him even for a second. But she had to leave before sunrise so that their secret meeting would go unnoticed. Kyle promised they would see each other tonight at the gala ball and asked Amelia to save a seat next to her so they could watch the fireworks together. Amelia blushed. She had indeed innocently revealed her joy over something as insignificant as fireworks. The next morning, the faithful Vanessa, with obvious curiosity, asked her mistress why Princess Nadia came to her. Amelia suggested it was difficult for the young princess to perform the duties of an ambassador in a foreign country alone, especially since this was her first official visit. It is much easier when there is a person nearby one can trust than being constantly alert, looking for danger in every whisper. Vanessa squinted slyly, suggesting that Lady Amelia's kindness was dictated not only by sympathy for the princess, but also by a feeling of guilt towards the Duke. She imagined the powerful Duke child huddled in a dusty wardrobe, grinding his teeth, and listening to boring conversations. Deciding it was time to prepare for the ball, Vanessa invited Amelia to let down her hair, assuring her that she looked charming that way. But as soon as she saw the red marks on Amelia's tender neck, she gasped and clutched her head. After thinking for a moment, Vanessa decided it would be best to straighten her hair to hide the traces of passionate kisses. And to make her hair look festive, Vanessa decided to decorate it with an elegant bow. And finally, the long-awaited evening arrived, and the luxurious halls of the palace filled with guests. The cream of society. Amelia, nervously fiddling with her fan, whispered to Vanessa that she needed to find the third prince of Atara, and asked her to remember what he looked like. Vanessa, who has an excellent memory, assured the lady that she remembered everyone she had seen at least once in her life. Amelia assured her that no one would notice her, and disappeared into the crowd of dancing couples. Suddenly, a handsome young man approached her and introduced himself as Ridgen. To Amelia's astonishment, he gallantly invited her to dance, which caused a stir among the court ladies. Kyle, who was watching what was happening, could not intervene because the ball was an official event, and breaking etiquette would be an unforgivable oversight. Taking advantage of the moment, the cunning Liana decided to invite Kyle to a dance, planning to extract valuable information from him. Kyle, of course, did not refuse the beautiful princess, but immediately made it clear that this would not be a romantic dance, but a business conversation. He decided to take advantage of the situation to find out what this cunning fox was hiding. Amelia, tired of the congestion and tension, felt her throat drying up. Kyle, realizing her condition, gallantly offered to bring her a glass of cold champagne and asked her not to go anywhere. Left alone, Amelia anxiously asked Vanessa if she had managed to find the third prince. Vanessa shook her head sadly, carefully looking around the entire room. But the prince was nowhere to be found. To be honest, she was a bit distracted watching the important people who kept approaching Princess Nadia. Amelia asked Vanessa to keep looking until the ball ended, and they still had a chance to find the prince. She thought that if the meeting didn't happen today, then fate was unlikely to give them another chance, which meant she wouldn't have to rack her brains over this riddle anymore. Vanessa noted that recently, Amelia started moving more and watching her diet. It seems Duke Child has a serious intention to make her his wife. Amelia blushed. Yes, Kyle is younger than her, and she had never looked at younger guys before. But he is so attractive. Noticing Kyle returning, Amelia hastily sent him back to Princess Nadia, reminding her of her responsibilities. Kyle obediently walked away, but finally gave Amelia a look indicating that from there was a wonderful view of the fireworks. Amelia watched him leave and whispered that she really hoped Earl Gargoyle would be captured soon, and that they could finally enjoy the trip. Kyle nodded, confirming her words. He agreed with his lover on everything. Suddenly, the silence of the festivity was broken by a deafening roar, and flames appeared in the distance. The Bikju Palace was on fire. The guests ran through the corridors in a panic, bumping into each other and falling down. Kyle remained calm, knowing there would be no official casualties. The evacuation plan was thought out to the smallest detail. He immediately realized whose hand it was. Only one person was capable of starting a fire, even in the imperial palace, to lead his victim into a trap. The king rushed to reassure Earl, assuring him that they were in a secret room that not even the most experienced spies knew about. He thought with annoyance that Duke Child turned out to be more agile than he expected, and that one of his own turned out to be a traitor. All suspicions fell on Liana. This cunning girl was ready for anything to achieve her goal. The king ordered the earl to flee the castle as quickly as possible, before the commotion subsided, and the duke's servants were busy extinguishing the fire. Earl remained confused on the floor. He hadn't the slightest idea where to run or where to seek refuge. The king gestured towards the mountains where, in a deserted cave, he could hide from pursuit and think about his future actions. After handing Earl a bottle of healing potion that would help him regain his strength, the king hurried away. The next day, Vanessa proudly informed Amelia that the carriage had arrived, and that all preparations for departure were completed. Amelia, dressed in a luxurious dress gifted by the Kelman, smiled radiantly. She is ready for the hunting festival. For several days, the best hunters will compete against each other in precision and skill, catching game in a huge forest, specially fenced off for this occasion. This is an ancient Celtic feast, and all the spoils obtained from the hunt are divided equally among all participants. Amelia made a face of annoyance. She had sat up all night embroidering, preparing a gift for Kyle. And now she was afraid of being late. Upon arriving at the celebration site, Amelia immediately sensed the tension in the air. Princess Liana and Princess Nady put on quite a show, almost fighting in front of everyone. Amelia sighed. Now the passions had calmed down a bit, but at first Liana behaved defiantly, treating Nadia like a silly child. She even deliberately pointed out the empty seat next to her to Nadia, indicating that it was meant for Lady Dine. The tension grew every minute, and an awkward silence reigned in the carriage. Nadia, unable to resist, sarcastically commented that Liana should not have been separated from her family and taken a seat in the carriage intended for important guests. Amelia assumed that Nadia was offended by Liana's words and decided that she was making fun of her, considering her a puppet in her family's hands. She sighed with relief when the passions finally subsided and she could relax a little. The girl noted with annoyance that Kyle was surrounded by a crowd of people, and that she was unlikely to be able to talk to him until the competition was over. Amelia handed Vanessa the embroidered scarf and asked her to give it to Kyle, and tell him that she was worried about him and had a very bad feeling about him. Vanessa, fulfilling a task, looked wistfully at the sky. If only it would rain, and then Kyle would be forced to return. Upon returning to Amelia, Vanessa asked her sympathetically if something had happened. The lady looked very tired. Amelia shuddered when she saw Butler hide in front of her and asked him in surprise why he wasn't accompanying Kyle. Hyde replied that the Duke told him to protect her because the people who started the fire had not yet been caught, and he feared for her safety. Amelia nodded in response after the fire. It was as if she had fallen off the floor. She thought worriedly that Kyle had sent Hyde to her, and then who would take care of him? Meanwhile, Vanessa caught up with Kyle and quickly asked if she could give him a gift from his fiancée. Kyle raised an eyebrow in surprise when he saw a white silk scarf in her hands. Unfolding the scarf, he was very surprised. Amelia had really embroidered it herself. Kyle looked at the embroidery with emotion, trying to figure out what a hen symbolized. A rooster or a rooster with chicks? Vanessa added importantly that Miss Amelia had a bad feeling. So she asked Kyle to watch his lower back. Kyle asked in surprise what this meant and what was the reason for this sudden gift. Vanessa, encouraged by the fact that Kyle seemed happy, decided to take advantage of the moment. Clearing her throat, she stated that, as Miss Amelia's personal bodyguard, she demanded that her salary be quintupled. Kyle, without looking up from the scarf, indifferently asked Vanessa how many hands she had. Vanessa realized that her demand had gone unnoticed, but she did not despair. After all, she always has a plan B. Pretending not to understand his question, she chirped enthusiastically that there was a rooster with chicks on the scarf, symbolizing a friendly family. Taking advantage of the moment, she returned to the financial topic, timidly repeating her question about her salary. Kyle asked if the other arm had been accidentally cut off, but what she was insinuating with those strange words. Vanessa did not argue and unexpectedly demanded a tenfold salary increase. And Kyle, to her indescribable happiness, agreed. Later, seeing Vanessa beaming with joy, Amelia asked if everything was all right. Vanessa, fearing to scare away her luck, quickly muttered something unintelligible about hunting competitions. When Kyle left for the hunt, Amelia looked at him with concern and whispered farewell words. The sky clouded over, it poured rain, and Amelia invited the guests to take shelter from the bad weather in a tent. Liana told Amelia, with a smile, that all guest rooms were connected by a covered corridor. So there was no need to be afraid of getting wet. She assured Amelia that there was enough space inside for everyone and that it was very cozy. To alleviate boredom, Liana invited Amelia to compete in sword fighting. Amelia chuckled. This girl really thought sword fighting was suitable entertainment for such an occasion. Liana stood up proudly and declared that even the women of Keldman were excellent sword fighters. She suggested Amelia let her demonstrate some techniques. Amelia looked at Liana with respect. She didn't expect such a fragile girl to be so agile. In fast, Liana, finishing her performance, asked Amelia with a smile if she really wasn't drawn to this ancient art. Amelia mentioned that she felt unwell, assured Liana that she was fine, and refused to train. Liana did not insist, but noted with regret that she had heard about the military feats of Amelia's relatives, and that she would be delighted to see her in battle. Amelia smiled. She had already played enough warriors with her father not to do it again. Amelia thought with surprise that Liana had given up quite easily. At that moment, Liana remembered an old legend, according to which two warriors who fight each other in a hunt become friends forever. Nadia, upon hearing the legend, raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was the first time she had heard of such a custom. Liana smiled maliciously. Well, that explains why the women of the Gil Empire are so weak and defenseless in battle. Nadia stamped her foot indignantly because it wasn't true. Liana did not insist on her opinion. She simply took one step back and then 2 steps forward. Now she has cleverly shifted the responsibility to Amelia, and she cannot refuse the fight without dishonoring her family's honor. Liana loudly declared that only Lady Dine is not afraid of trials and is ready to defend her country's honor. She turned to Amelia and urged her to prove that the women of the Gil Empire are not inferior in courage and dexterity to the warriors of Kelman. Liana reminded Amelia that her relatives were famous for their skills and that she couldn't wait to see what they had taught their pet. Amelia made a confused face. She didn't understand who Liana was referring to and what she wanted from her. Liana handed her a wooden sword and offered to test her words with deeds. She thought this fight would help her buy time and distract Amelia, just as her father had ordered. Amelia couldn't understand why Liana was delaying, but decided to support the game. Vanessa covered her mouth in horror because she received 10 times her salary for her safety. Amelia patted her arm reassuringly. It was just a game, and Liana posed no threat to her. Liana bowed and raised her sword, declaring that it was an honor for her to fight a member of the Dane line. However, she decided not to be too zealous so as not to accidentally reveal her father's plans. This fight is only interesting to Liana because Amelia is Pierre Danae's cousin. It seems Liana was confused about something, but now our heroine had more important things to do. And she needed to know from Liana what her father was up to. Liana, continuing to attack, noticed that Amelia was distracted. She was surprised to see how skillfully Amelia deflected her blows, using a technique she didn't know. This blocking stance was reminiscent of the legendary Pierre Denis style. Amelia confirmed her assumption and said that her father, Pierre Denis, personally taught her how to use a sword. Liana lowered her sword, surprised by what she heard, but she had always been told they were distant relatives. Her family has been deceiving her all this time, but why? Liana composed herself with difficulty, forcing a smile. She had to find out the truth. When the fight ended, Liana sincerely thanked Amelia, trying to calm her excitement. She reiterated that she greatly enjoyed their fight and learned a lot today. Noticing that Amelia was tired, Liana sympathetically suggested she rest a little now. Amelia, touching the bracelet, felt it heat up and change color, warning of danger. She sharply turned to Liana, trying to figure out what she planned to do. Meanwhile, the hunt was in full swing, and everyone was looking at the defeated prey. The hunters admired Kyle's agility and precision, as he hit targets with incredible ease. Beardy approached Kyle and told him with an important look that deer antlers have miraculous powers and are very useful for a woman's health. He noticed that the sun was already setting and that they had hunted a lot of game. Beardy suggested stopping and resting, citing ancient Celtic traditions. Kyle smiled because little remained of these traditions. Beardy warned that the path ahead became much more dangerous, and they would have to dismount. Kyle ordered everyone to be on guard. The forest is fraught with many dangers, especially at night. Suddenly, he saw a man lying on the ground, barely visible under the bushes. Kyle bent down and recognized him as Earl Gargoyle, lying on the grass under the torrential rain. Beardy whistled in surprise. This old wolf was still alive, and how did he get here? Kyle looked grimly at Earl. It seemed they had simply decided to eliminate him as unnecessary, leaving him to die in the forest. He wondered if he should finish him off himself or let him die slowly. However, he knew Amelia did not approve of violence. And besides, Kyle suspected it was just a clever trap. He was sure that the Emperor could not deal with his former favorite so easily. Beardy did not understand why Kyle hesitated. He truly felt pity for this traitor. Most likely they want to use him as bait. He offered to take Earl prisoner. Beardy bent down to tie up Earl, but suddenly he jumped up. And Beardy felt he could not move, bound by an invisible force. Kyle reacted instantly, activating a protective artifact, creating a protective dome around him. And Beardy. He calmed his men, told them not to interfere, and turned towards Earl. Earl smiled maliciously while greeting Kyle. His eyes shone with an unnatural fire. Kyle recognized the voice of Maravaz Rider, distorted by magic. Maravaz laughed, surprised that Kyle still remembered his name, and asked if Amelia Dine was as beautiful now. Maravaz approached Kyle and asked if he wanted to know what the people around him were thinking. He started mocking Kyle because everyone near him knew that it was he who killed his own father. And his brothers. Then, suddenly, he claimed that if it weren't for money, none of these people would have served a monster like Kyle. Kyle interrupted him, demanding to know what was happening and what kind of magic it was. Maraba smiled in response. His artifact allows him to penetrate the most intimate corners of the human subconscious and control people's hidden desires. Kyle, sensing the danger, rushed to strengthen the defense by activating another layer of his artifact. Seeing that this did not help, the young man struck Earl with a swing of his sword. The king watched with interest what was happening from his hiding place. He thought that if Kyle killed Earl right now, he could use this incident to make the Duke look bad. Kyle noticed that he kept moving, despite the deep wound and the paralyzing magic. This means his body is controlled by someone else, and the situation became more and more dangerous every minute. The king, noticing Kyle's doubts, became nervous. He did not want the Duke to guess his role in this story. A servant nearby could not resist expressing his discontent, and pointed out that the king's carelessness could cost them dearly. The king glared in his direction, because now was not the best time for empty reproaches. He ordered the servant to return before nightfall and abandon the Hale ambassadors to their fate. Let the monster duke deal with them himself, and the death of several people is a small price to pay to get rid of such a dangerous enemy. Amelia, anxiously looking down the road, did not understand why Kyle was taking so long to return. More than 2 hours have passed since the last hunters returned with their prey. Liana, trying to speak as convincingly as possible, reassured her not to worry. That nothing would happen to Duke Child. Amelia nervously clenched her hands, realizing that she needed to send people out to search for something that had happened. No, she didn't even want to think about bad things. Nothing should happen to Kyle. Amelia bit her lip annoyed. She shouldn't have left him alone. Liana deliberately delayed the time to give her father a chance to deal with Kyle. Standing up resolutely, Amelia announced to Vanessa that they would leave immediately for the Beekjo Palace. Vanessa obediently sensed, ready to carry out any order from her mistress. However, she understood that Amelia simply had no other choice. Without her support, they would hardly have been allowed to see the king. Amelia looked gratefully at her faithful maid. Vanessa was absolutely right. The king, after listening to Amelia, remained cold and imperturbable, as if the matter concerned something insignificant. Amelia thought bitterly that she would have simply been shown the door if Liana had not intervened in this matter. Once again, she repeated to the king that she was very worried about Kyle's fate, and demanded that he send at least a small detachment to search. The king calmly shrugged and said that the hunt was not over yet, that many participants had not returned, and that she should not worry about trifles. Amelia bit her lip, suppressing her emotion. Kyle would never marry in such pouring rain. Then the king solemnly said that he was willing to meet her halfway. But on one condition: if they found the duke, she would refuse to communicate with him. Moreover, one of his sons would happily take her as his wife, and she would become part of their family. The king looked significantly at Amelia. Duke Child was not the man with whom she could share her fate. The royal head was maturing the idea that people, like crows, yearn for everything shiny. Our heroine has already begun to guess that her fiancé's disappearance was not accidental. Amelia feigned deep sadness on her face and let tears run freely down her cheeks, hoping to extract more information from the king. However, the king remained indifferent to Amelia's theatrical performance and demanded an immediate answer from her. Accepting the handkerchief the king handed her, Amelia realized that there was at least one drop of nobility in it. At that moment, she realized that this was her only chance to find the maximum amount of important information. In her imagination, the brave duke is fighting the treacherous Count Gargoyle at this very moment. And Amelia's heart sank with anxiety for her lover. Thoughts raced feverishly in her head, trying to unravel the cunning plan of the duke and Count Gargoyle. She understood that Kyle was now in danger. A silent prayer escaped Amelia's lips, in which she wished good luck and prosperity to her beloved duke. Meanwhile, the king, turning to Amelia, impatiently awaited an answer. Amelia put her thoughts in order and decided that she must immediately go in search of Kyle. She reminded him of her unconditional love for Kyle and threatened to ask someone else for help if he refused. Amelia tried to reason with the king, convincing him not to create unnecessary problems that he could not handle. To finally break the king's resistance, Amelia reminded him that all the empire's ambassadors knew about her loneliness, and that he had no reason to stop her. Having received the long-awaited permission, Amelia hastily said goodbye and set off on the road. Vanessa, seeing the expression on her mistress's face, asked worriedly if the king was intimidating her. Using all her charm, Amelia addressed the princess, asking for help. Liana, pleased with this turn of events, happily accepted a deal with Amelia, the daughter of the powerful Peer Dane. Amelia's heart was pierced by jealousy. She suspected that the princess, taking advantage of this opportunity, had already made a deal with Kyle. Not wanting to give free rein to her emotions, Amelia suggested that they first go to the table and calmly discuss the plan of action. Based on the accounts of the ambassadors who participated in the hunt, Amelia suggested that the search should begin at the foot of the mountain. Addressing the princess, who often visited this area for falconry, Amelia asked her to mark on the map places similar to those she described. Having received valuable information from the princess, Amelia decided to send search parties to the marked locations, and entrusted this to an experienced assistant. The princess, noticing Amelia's confidence that Kyle was in those very places, looked at her suspiciously. Liana asked Amelia directly how she was so sure that Duke Child was there. Amelia found herself in a difficult situation. She understood that she could not tell the princess about her magical ability, Arate, because this would reveal all her cards. After hesitating for a moment, Amelia decided to lie. She said that she was connected to Kyle by the power of love, which gives them the opportunity to communicate telepathically. To Amelia's surprise, the naive princess believed this ridiculous story about telepathy. At that very moment, a servant entered Atara's chambers and reminded her of the need to wear a wig, because the king could appear at any moment, and then they would be in trouble. He urged her to take her disguise more seriously and not reveal her identity. Looking at her, the servant reproached Idard for being too gullible, believing this could be dangerous. Upon learning that she had given the elixir to Princess Liana, the servant was surprised and urged her to be careful. Ithar found this amusing and asked the servant to stop being fussy. Ithar was firmly convinced that the man who bewitched his enemy was named Marava's rider. Soon news reached Ithar that Duke Child had disappeared. Meanwhile, Amelia anxiously awaited news about Kyle. She worried whether they would have time to find him, and she wanted to personally join the search. However, Amelia understood that her presence would only hinder the search, because everyone would be distracted by her protection. Vanessa burst into the room excitedly with the good news that the knights had found the Duke. Without a second thought, Vanessa offered to go meet the knights to see everything with her own eyes. With a sinking heart, Amelia asked Vanessa if it was really Kyle. Looking at the approaching figure, Amelia noticed with alarm that Kyle looked grim and distant. Vanessa agreed with Amelia that Kyle was acting strangely. Amelia suggested that something happened in the mountains that influenced Kyle's behavior. Vanessa suggested that Count Gargoyle is controlled by the powerful wizard Maravas. She explained that Maravas's magic is very insidious. It penetrates the weakest corners of the human soul and subjugates the mind to his will. Amelia knew that special elixirs were normally used for mind control, but given Maravas's magical power, his arate might indeed work on the Duke. Externally, Duke Child looked the same as always, but Amelia and Vanessa could not know for sure if he had fallen under the influence of Maravas's magic. With hope in her voice, Amelia asked Vanessa if there was a way to check if Kyle was under the influence of magic. Vanessa, after thinking for a moment, suggested a simple but effective way to check to Amelia. To hug Kyle. With emotion in her voice, Amelia greeted Kyle and asked if he was all right. Kyle, without showing his feelings in any way, coldly told Amelia that he was fine. Amelia was surprised because Kyle addressed her as Lady Dane, not by her name or as his lover. Noticing Kyle's fatigue, the butler suggested that he rest first, and then go to Bigju Palace tomorrow. Amelia noticed that Kyle looked fine, but something in his gaze was alarming. At that moment, Kyle's thoughts were far from resting. He bitterly condemned the nobles who considered him a monster and a murderer. Kyle thought that the nobles did not understand what real trials were like when comrades aimed their swords at you. Images of the past appeared before his eyes again and again, that feeling of horror when he had to choose between killing or being killed. Kyle sadly recalled how he tried to preserve a shred of humanity to prove to himself that he was not a monster. He reproached himself for his greed and recalled with longing the moment when his hands were filled with warmth. Kyle continued to resist those who used him and cast their spells against him. Upon returning to her rooms, Amelia asked the butler about Kyle's condition. The butler told Amelia that no serious injuries were found on Kyle, but that there was a problem. He said that Princess Nady was in Kyle's chambers, who, according to her, had prepared a gift for him. A device that would help him restore his physical and psychological condition. Amelia was surprised to learn that Princess Nadia was in Kyle's chambers. She knew that Myravaz's magic was very dangerous. It subjugates the mind, penetrating the weakest corners of the soul. Which means Princess Nadia is in danger. Without a second thought, Amelia ordered that no one enter the chambers and burst in. Seeing Kyle, Amelia ran to him and begged him to put the dagger in place. Vanessa barely had time to run to Amelia and remind her that Kyle was under the control of Myravaz's magic. Vanessa reminded Amelia of her words, that she was ready to experience this at least 10 times, and asked if she expected this to actually happen. Kyle, clenching his fists threateningly, threatened Vanessa with violence if she didn't get out of the way. Desperate, Amelia asked Vanessa if she could hit Kyle on the carotid artery to knock him out. Vanessa categorically refused to comply with Amelia's request, fearing that Myravaz's magic would react unpredictably to the Duke's loss of consciousness. Amelia, seeing the recent wound on her friend's hand, begged her to think of something. She shouted at her to tell her more about Myravaz's magic. Vanessa explained that Myravaz's magic reacts to the deepest desires because the soul of the bewitched person becomes very fragile. Amelia decided that instead of fighting Myravaz, she should try to use his magic for her own purposes, paying attention to Kyle's desires. She concluded that Myravaz's magic fulfills the deepest desires, which means she just needs to make Kyle want something else. Amelia took a desperate step and decided to play on basic human desires to break Myravaz's spell. Amelia looked at Princess Nadia and turned to her for help. Amelia made the princess promise that everything that happened would remain between them. She convinced the princess that the attack on her was an accident and that Kyle was not to blame for what happened. Amelia asked the princess to unbutton her dress to carry out her plan. Amelia then asked the princess to turn around and wait for her signal. Vanessa was shocked by Amelia's plan and reproachfully commented that it was too depraved. Amelia, understanding Vanessa's doubts, explained that they had no other choice, because if she failed, she would burn with shame. Amelia took a deep breath and turned to Kyle, pretending to be cold and asking him to warm her in his manly embrace. To Amelia's delight, her plan worked. Kyle succumbed to the spell, and Myravaz's magic switched to a new desire. Taking advantage of the moment, Vanessa quickly led Princess Nadia outside, leaving Amelia alone with Kyle. Vanessa approved of Amelia's method and advised her to continue in the same spirit. Seeing no other option, Vanessa wished Amelia good luck. Amelia, trying to distract Kyle, complained about the unbearable congestion in the room. Kyle, waking from his obsession, noticed with reproach Amelia's inconsistency because recently she said she was cold. Vanessa carefully helped Princess Nadia outdoors. Amelia tried to stop Kyle, who wanted to leave the room and keep him close. Trying to hug Kyle, Amelia assured him that she really longed for his embrace. Kyle, torn between desires, did not know what to do in this situation. Amelia calmed her lover, assuring him that he hadn't killed anyone and wasn't a monster in her eyes. Left alone with Kyle, Amelia allowed him to cry, casting away all his emotions. Relieved, Amelia noticed that Kyle calmed down as soon as Princess Nadia disappeared from his sight. Amelia carefully consoled Kyle and then kissed him tenderly on the lips. Intoxicated by the spell, Kyle asked Amelia to call him by his name and beg him for love, as if that were his deepest desire. Amelia had difficulty dealing with Kyle's pressure due to the effect of Myravaz's magic. Upon leaving the poorly ventilated room onto the street, Vanessa felt a chill that pierced her bones. She concluded that one desire can be overcome by another and was happy for Amelia, who decided on such an unusual plan. The girl understood that she should not give in to panic and needed to find a way to remove the spell from the Duke. Looking at Princess Nadia, Vanessa decided to explain the current situation to her. Princess Nadia, after listening to Vanessa, asked surprisedly if Duke Child really follows his inner desires. Vanessa, not knowing all the details, suggested that Princess Nadia felt offended by the people who were dealing with Amelia. And Kyle. Nady realized that she needed to feign guilt more convincingly to avoid trouble, and that the imperial family still had a lot to do. The princess remembered how the depressed duke accidentally met Amelia, and they agreed on everything. Nady decided not to create unnecessary problems and announced that she would return to the palace with bodyguards. Vanessa remained waiting for the spell over the duke to disappear and thought nostalgically of an elixir that could help in this situation. She suddenly remembered that the elixir she once received temporarily removed the Arite spell. Vanessa recalled Maravis's words, who created this elixir, that it did not last long. Vanessa looked admiringly at the beautiful elixir bottle that seemed to glow from within. Vanessa scolded Maravis for thinking only of Aerith and seeing nothing around him. Looking at the bottle with the elixir, Vanessa suddenly remembered that she had seen it somewhere before. The image of Duke Child, who once gave her the same bottle to protect her from the effects of Aerith, appeared in her memory. Vanessa was happy to discover that she hadn't thrown away the elixir bottle, but had kept it as a reminder of the Duke. Vanessa wondered how Princess Liana got the potion and remembered that she had met Trija. Deciding that now was not the time to find out where Princess Liana got the potion from, Vanessa ran to Amelia's aid. Approaching the chambers, Vanessa dared not enter for some time. On the one hand, it is necessary to dispel Maravaz's magic as soon as possible, but on the other, by entering now, she risks death at the hands of the Duke. Sadly, Vanessa thought that even if she managed to escape, she still wouldn't get paid. She mustered her courage and decided to believe in Amelia and that she would pull through. Meanwhile, Amelia did her best to calm Kyle. Seeing Vanessa with the elixir, Amelia was delighted and asked hopefully if it was an antidote. Amelia was happy to have managed to find a way out of this situation. Kyle looked at the elixir doubtfully and suggested that it would not be easy to give it to him in this state. Amelia, seeing no other way out, decided to take a risk and go all the way. Having regained consciousness, Kyle recalled with a shiver the nightmare he had. He said he had a nightmare where his brother fell off a cliff. Amelia reassured Kyle by telling him that he hadn't killed anyone, which means everything is fine, and that he doesn't need to become the monster others consider him to be. Kyle looked at Amelia tenderly and called her his lover, saving him from nightmares. Kyle recalled with a shiver how cruel his second essence was, which controlled him while he slept. Speaking of Maravis's magic, Kyle pointed out that it is a very powerful witchcraft that deprives a person of self-control. Kyle recalled that Lady Claire was looking for Maravis, but managed to escape. Reflecting on the current situation, Kyle decided that since Trija left them, this meant war. Amelia, worried, asked Kyle if Maravis's magic had taken hold of his mind again. Kyle assured Amelia that he was fine and was just thinking of an interesting idea. Hearing that Kyle was thinking about retaliation, Amelia was indignant and reminded him that the witchcraft had been dispelled. She convinced Kyle not to follow the example of those who want to turn him into a soulless monster and use him for their own ends. Reading Kyle's thoughts, Amelia realized that he was lying and hiding his true intentions. Amelia forbade Kyle from thinking about war, trying to redirect his attention to something more peaceful. She convinced Kyle not to follow the example of those who want to turn him into a soulless monster and use him for their own ends. Kyle, looking at Amelia tenderly, noticed that she was saying the same words in his dream, as if it were a message from above. Surprised, Amelia asked Kyle if he dreamed of her and if he really remembered her words. Kyle admitted that he dreams of Amelia almost every night, as the embodiment of peace and tranquility. Noticing Amelia's fatigue, Kyle suggested she sleep and promised to wake her when necessary. Kyle looked at Amelia with love, considering her the embodiment of the peace and prosperity he had always dreamed of. Vanessa, relieved, asked Kyle upon entering the room if he had regained consciousness after the effects of Maravis's magic. Kyle, looking at Vanessa, asked how her hand was, which he squeezed in a fit of rage while under the spell's influence. Vanessa assured Kyle that she was fine and that her wound was just a scratch. The girl decided not to remind Kyle how rudely he treated her when he wasn't himself. She assured Kyle that she didn't need an apology because she was just doing her job as a bodyguard. Kyle thanked Vanessa for defending his lover. Citing urgent matters, Kyle asked Vanessa to take care of Amelia. Vanessa, watching Kyle leave, thought Amelia was right. Duke Child was not a monster at all. Meanwhile, Kyle apologized to Princess Nadia for the unpleasant situation that occurred last night, and for his threats against her. Princess Nadia assured Kyle that she held no grudge against him and asked him to lift his head. She shared with Kyle her observations that people consider him a calculating person who carefully thinks about every move. Nadia concluded that Kyle was actually driven by the fear of losing his loved ones, and the imperial family took advantage of his weakness. Feeling guilty, Nadia decided to apologize. Kyle informed Princess Nadia of his desire to return to the Empire at the first opportunity. Nadia reminded Kyle of the loss of the Harmony necklace, for which the Hyle Empire bears responsibility, and that the Kelmans now dominate relations between the empires. She believes that if he leaves the Empire now, it will be seen as a hostile move. And then the Hale Empire will have to say goodbye to its goal. After listening to the princess, Kyle noted that if he left the Keldman now, the Hale Empire could never be on the same level as him. Kyle pointed out that Hale has no intention of putting the Keldman on the same level as him in the future. But it is too early to talk about that. He confidently declared that Hale would be above the Keldman, and he would do everything possible for it. The Duke assured the princess that the Keldman would have to pay a heavy price for the damage caused to the Child family. Nadia asked Kyle confusedly why he was covering up the Empire's interests with the honor of the Child family, because he actually had no reason to do so. She suggested that Kayla was full of love for her people. Kyle assured the princess that he had enough reasons for this, because they were talking about his home. Nadia admitted that her question was inappropriate and quickly ended the conversation. Kyle, smiling, added that his beloved wishes him peace and prosperity. The king was outside Sidera when he learned that Kyle and Amelia were leaving for Era, and realized that the Duke had seen through all his traps. He understood that if something went wrong, even the Bigju Palace could become an unsafe place. The king was somewhat relieved by the fact that Count Gargoyle, whom they had captured, could not testify. The ruler decided to pretend to believe Kyle, but would convict him for lack of evidence, and everyone would assume the count was behind it. Anticipating his triumph, the king joyfully imagined how he would act. He understood that the loss of the necklace was the fault of the Hyle Empire, and now they were trying to evade responsibility. After thinking about the situation, the king decided that he should not take any action now. Having made his final decision, he ordered preparations for war with Salve. Liana at that very moment asked Amelia to be careful on the road and greet her father. Amelia promised in turn. She asked Liana to visit Count Dane at the first opportunity. Amelia thought that Yidima, as a loving father, would not harm his daughter Liana. Kyle assured Amelia that she shouldn't worry, and that she would see Princess Liana again very soon. Hugging Amelia, Kyle reminded her of the peace and prosperity she loves so much. Although the journey to Keltman took a long time, they arrived at the Empire faster than she expected. Amelia asked Kyle if he wanted to return to Child Estate as soon as possible. Kyle replied that of course he wanted to, after which they went home. Hearing Amelia call Child Estate home, Kyle was moved. People whispered behind Kyle's back, calling him a monster who killed his father and his brother. They said they only surrounded Kyle for his wealth and called him a monster who knows nothing but money. Kyle, noticing Amelia's gaze, asked her what she was thinking about. Amelia, smiling sweetly, replied that she was thinking about who brought the curse upon her fiancé. Vanessa, hearing Amelia's words, choked in surprise. Addressing Amelia, Kyle noted that Vanessa saved him from magic by giving him an elixir, and now he is indebted to her. Amelia suggested that Kyle keep the elixir just in case. She asked Kyle if he knew who Princess Liana received this elixir from. Unable to bear it, Vanessa interrupted the conversation and told Amelia that she knew the answer to this question. She confidently stated that the third prince, Trija Itter, gave the elixir to Princess Liana. Amelia was surprised, because it turned out that Itter was the main villain of this whole story. She couldn't understand how it was possible that, while they were in Kelman, they never met the main villain. Claire, cheerfully greeting Amelia, told her that dinner was served and invited her to come in quickly. Amelia thanked Claire and said she would go upstairs to get dressed for dinner. Claire told Amelia that important documents regarding the Dine property were waiting for her, and added that the search for Moravas was very active. The servant reported to Hyde that Earl Gargoyle was locked in the dungeon, as ordered. Hyde ordered his assistant to take him to the dungeon to personally make sure everything was all right with the prisoner. Leading Hyde to the dungeon, the servant warned him that the floor was very slippery, and that he should be careful. He told Hyde that they used to store aerate crystals in the dungeon, but due to the high humidity, they had to abandon this. The servant explained that water constantly leaked from the ceiling, so the place needed constant maintenance. He added that Earl Gargoyle was now in prison, but he was seriously crippled and would not be able to recover for several days. Hyde coldly noted that Earl Gargoyle couldn't talk anyway, so there was no point in pitying him. Hyde ordered the servant to return because he had already done his job. Leaving the dungeon, Hyde suddenly realized that he couldn't remember the face of the man who had closed the door. At that moment, after returning from Keltman, Princess Nady apologized to her brother for her premature return. Beardy assured his sister that it wasn't her fault and asked if Erdger Goyle was with Duke Child. Beardy was sure that Duke Child would not do this. To her brother's question, Nadia replied that something happened during the hunt, but that she did not know the details. Beardy was happy and decided that if Duke Child and Beekju had quarreled, then the imperial family was not in danger, because Kyle should be on Hyle's side. Amelia, with her characteristic wisdom, pointed out that every person is free to do what they deem appropriate. She added that there are things that only she can do, just as Princess Nady is capable of things others cannot. Amelia assured the princess that if she saw the world through her eyes, she would become unhappy. Our heroine advised Princess Nadia to find her happiness by doing what only she can do. Nady, turning to her brother, asked him with a smile if he had noticed how many times she had mentioned Duke Child during their short conversation. She admitted that during her trip to Kelman, she realized how much the Empire depended on the Childs. Beardy sarcastically asked his sister if this was all she understood while playing the role of a messenger. Nady added that she also realized how much Duke Child values his fiancée, which is certainly worthy of praise. With evident envy, Nady noted that Kyle was in the prime of his life. Meanwhile, Albert sadly reflected on the fact that friendly relations between Keltman and Hike remained unbreakable. He flipped through the newspapers with frustration and observed that no protests were expected and that the same boring news had to be published every day. Albert, like Eyre, needed a sensation, a real revolution in the information world. In his dreams, he saw how the sensation, like lightning struck from the sky, would fall upon the readers. And at that moment, Albert had a truly brilliant idea. He remembered Anne Smith, a talented journalist who quickly became a legend. Albert recalled that Miss Anna was going to visit Keldman and, without losing a minute, decided to write her an urgent letter. At that very moment, the printing house employee informed Albert about the visitor. But he, citing urgent matters, asked him to come back later. Interested by this visit, Albert asked the employee the name of the visitor. The printing house employee, not hiding his surprise, said that the guest was Miss Anna Smith. Albert jumped up from his chair, cheerfully greeted the guest, and asked if she had managed to visit Keldman. Amelia, smiling mysteriously, replied that she saw and heard many interesting things during her trip. Albert, thinking for a moment, didn't hear the reply and asked Amelia what she was talking about. He assured that travel notes about her trip would also be of interest to readers, especially if she wrote them. Amelia modestly pointed out that travel stories are not her strong suit, and she writes better articles on other topics. However, Amelia promised Albert that she would write a special issue about life in Keldman. Her eyes lit up, as she dreamily uttered the already prepared title of the future article. At that very moment, a serious scandal erupted at the Keldman coal mine, owned by the Child family. The miners were outraged because their wages had not been paid on time again. The crowd discussed rumors that Duke Child had abandoned the iron ore industry. And now it was unclear if they would receive their money. The miners ran out of patience and decided they needed to express their discontent. Princess Liana, being nearby, realized that she had become a hostage in someone else's game, and understood that her father was using her as a pawn in his political games. Meanwhile, Liana had no doubt that Duke Child was closely watching her father's every move, and wondered what response he had received. In the throne room, the king was furious. He had just learned that Kyle not only apologized to the Celts, but also declared that all future negotiations would be conducted through Liana. The king's anger intensified with every thought, and he suspected that Kyle and Liana were acting together. Because the search party found the Duke and the gargoyle too quickly. Unable to contain his anger, the king demanded to know Liana's whereabouts. The servant, trembling at the king's anger, timidly reported that Princess Liana was in a coal mine belonging to the Child family. Horror seized the king's heart. He did not understand how his daughter ended up in such a dangerous place because it was a sure death. The servant hastened to clarify that, according to the latest information, Princess Liana is under the custody of miners in a mansion located next to a coal mine. Suddenly, the king realized that this was a trap set by Duke Child. With every minute, the king understood more and more clearly that Kyle's target was not Kelman, but himself. The king, without suppressing his emotions, said that in the current situation, there was nothing to blame him for. At the royal palace, unaware of the scandal breaking out there, Kyle came to visit Beardy. Beardy became enraged and reminded him that the article had to be approved by the emperor before publication. Kyle calmly replied that the article had already been published and nothing could be done about it. Panic seized Beardy. He feared that the publication might reveal state secrets, and he reproached himself for entrusting such an important task to Kyle. At that moment, Beardy bitterly complained about his unfortunate fate unlike Kyle. He has no beloved woman or family and is condemned to eternal loneliness. Beardy, offended, reminded Kyle that he didn't take him seriously as an emperor and what kind of marriage could be discussed. Unable to contain his emotions, Beardy complained that after his fiancée Kyla hit him, his pride was hurt to the core. Kyle, after listening to Beardy's lamentations, calmly announced that the wedding would take place next year. Beardy sarcastically noted that the contender for the role of bride was probably Princess Liana. Without changing his facial expression, Kyle calmly replied that their age difference was small, and that the marriage would have a positive impact on the current political situation. Beardy, bewildered by such audacity, could barely imagine what it would actually be like. She suddenly remembered that Princess Liana was considered the most beautiful and strongest girl in Keltman, and she hurried to congratulate Kyle on his upcoming wedding. However, doubts still gripped Beardy's soul, and he wondered if Kyle deliberately started talking about the wedding to distract his attention from important matters. Kyle smiled and corrected Beardy by telling him the wedding would not take place next year, but this year. Enjoying the effect, Kyle mockingly congratulated Beardy on his upcoming marriage. Beardy, not believing what he heard, could barely stand this sentence. Kyle had really decided to show how little he cared about the prince's feelings. Beardy's voice trembled with resentment as he reminded Kyle that he was also a living person with his own sympathies. Kyle coldly told Beardy that he himself had endangered his beloved and future wife by sending her as an envoy to Kelman. Then he advised Beardy to fall in love with the same monster as him, because that is exactly what he feels for Princess Liana. Beardy noted with annoyance that if it weren't for Kyle's actions, he would have gladly listened to his opinion. Meanwhile, Liana, staying in the ballroom with Kyle, demanded that Kyle return her to Kyle. Kyle asked Liana with a smile if she had any reason to take her out of the cage. Liana corrected Kyle by telling him she hadn't asked to be taken out of her cage, but rather to be transferred to a larger one. Kyle didn't understand what benefit he would get if he helped the princess commit treason. Liana offered Kyle a deal herself. The same girl who used to call him monster asks him to turn her into a monster too. Observing how Kyle confronts his country, she no longer doubted that he had long ago turned into a monster. Kyle, flattered by Liana's words, accepted the deal and promised to send people to look for her soon. Alone with his thoughts, Kyle reflected that the relationship between Keldman and Hyle could still improve. Confidence in the success of his plan grew stronger every minute, because now Princess Liana was in his hands. At the same time, Amelia, turning to Vanessa, suggested visiting an interesting place while Kyle dealt with matters at the Imperial Palace. Vanessa suggested that Amelia wanted to visit Earl Gargoyle, who was locked in the basement. But she remembered that he couldn't talk now. Amelia replied that she wasn't going to talk to Earl, so his condition didn't matter. Suddenly, Amelia thought that Arate was a complete fraud. Because why would we need hundreds of intelligence agents if you can read people's thoughts? Vanessa reasonably pointed out that in our time, it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. Developing her idea, Vanessa joked that if all Arate owners gathered, Amelia could easily become their boss. Amelia dismissed Vanessa's words, saying that she was better suited for the role of boss. Because being a simple bodyguard was not the best life experience. Vanessa sadly reminded Amelia that she didn't have Arate. Amelia advised her to save money, because strong Arates are expensive, and if she starts saving, she will be able to afford at least something. Vanessa replied by asking if she knew where to get Arate and how much it would cost. Suddenly, Hyde's figure appeared right in front of the girls. But why did he appear? Hyde, without wasting time on greetings, ordered Amelia to stay where she was and not go anywhere. Amelia was indignant and decided that, for some reason, Kyle was trying to limit her freedom. However, after thinking for a moment, Amelia admitted that Kyle had become less intrusive lately. Amelia asked Hyde if he was worried about her safety and suggested that his presence would solve all problems. Hyde, without answering Amelia's questions, briefly ordered her to follow him. Vanessa, stumbling on the uneven ground, invited Amelia to take her hand. At that moment, Vanessa was surprised to notice that Amelia had a wedding ring on her finger. Hyde, after hearing Vanessa's words, explained that there used to be an Arate warehouse here at a time when the Child family traded exclusively in these crystals. Vanessa was surprised to learn that the Child family traded in Arate. Suppressing further questions, Hyde warned Vanessa that the trade in Arate had ceased long ago, so she had nothing to expect. Vanessa did not understand why the trade in such valuable things had stopped. Because, apparently, the Child family had a monopoly on the sale of Arate. Hyde stopped in one of the rooms and announced that they were there before opening the door. Amelia assured Hyde that she held no grudge against Kyle, no matter what he saw, because she herself had been through a lot. Hyde, upon opening the door, reported that Earl Gargoyle was barely breathing and that they had connected him to life support magical devices. Amelia, seeing Earl's deplorable condition, mentally turned to him and offered to tell him what happened after the incident with the Harmony necklace. First of all, Amelia wanted to know how he got involved with Maravas and what role Kyle played in this whole story. Vanessa, seeing Amelia's face, realized that Earl was dead and suggested leaving. It was always difficult for Amelia to watch people die, even when it was evil people. Pain squeezed Amelia's heart, and she noted with regret that it was difficult for her even when those who caused her pain died. And suffering. Kyle, worried, asked Amelia if everything was all right for her. After a while, Amelia, hugging Kyle, said that they must do everything possible to prevent war. Amelia mustered her courage and told Kyle about her visit to the basement. Kyle thought that Amelia now thought he was cruel and that he couldn't stand the thought of her hating him. Amelia, sensing Kyle's distress, assured him that she would not give up on him because he was simply trying to keep her safe. The girl shared with Kyle the thoughts she had read from Earl, and it became clear that he was dating Maravas. Kyle said that first they had to deal with Kelman, and then with Maravas. At that moment, Our heroine had already prepared a voice recorder that looked like a fun toy. Kyle decided that if he brought the Duke now, that same journalist from the High Times would turn his back on him. Amelia took out a voice recorder that she managed to get on Mount Trichy during her visit. She explained that it was she who gave him the recorder before meeting Yidima, and that the recording was supposed to be proof that Yidima had put her in danger. Amelia thanked the young man for his concern, but said she already had a plan to get evidence. Kyle, carefully examining the recorder, noted that the recording could be Amelia's voice, and any wrong word could harm her. Trying to calm Amelia, he told her that the girl had no reason to worry because her husband was not that mediocre. Amelia replied that she would soon put on a real show and that her mission was about to be fulfilled. Kyle assured her that she didn't have to worry about anything. He had everything under control. After that, Kyle and Amelia shared a long and passionate kiss. Amelia perfectly understood that this operation would not be easy, but she was ready for it.